Ifẹ̀ lórírun ayé, ìlú Oòduà bàbá Yorùbá, Èdùmàrè tó dá wa sífẹ̀, kó má ṣe bàfẹ̀ jẹ́ mọ́ wa lórí, kó Olúwa kó máa ràn wá ṣe. Ifẹ̀ òye ẹjígìrì kẹgbẹ́ Ifẹ̀ ga, olórí ayé nífẹ̀ òye ká múra láti tẹ̀síwájú. Ọ̀rànfẹ̀ onílé iná, see where my name come from the item. You understand? You don't just conclude erroneously because someone is not sharpening your intention. And if you had information about people, let me just help voice of reason. What the person that said Oranfe was banished from Ife was trying to say was that there was an epoch in Yoruba history where the Oranfe, Onile Ino, and the then Oni of Ife were tackling themselves. And Oranfe was not banished. Oranfe left Ife because of the disagreement. And they later settled it. They came back. And I'm telling you now, if you are a very inquisitive person, I thought you should have gone to Google or AI as you are using it to check who is Oba Malato Abiodun Orarotimi. They will tell you that this person occupies the throne of Oranfe. He is the current king of Obaluru. You understand? We don't need to be deceiving ourselves. I'm not here to defend. Wait, let me land. I'm not here to defend Benin. I'm not here to defend Ife. If you are actually following my analysis, my unbiased analysis, I said these settlements have separate existence. But what brought connection to them is the Oromiyan. And if Benin, let me tell you about OODUA in Benin. OODUA is named according to their history by themselves. OODUA is named Ekaderin. I've forgotten Ekaderin, in which they claim that it is the Ekaderin they were looking for that they named OODUA in Ile-Ife. How do you settle that? You can go and read history from other people's perspective. That is what I'm saying here. And someone just came out that I belittle Yoruba. Do you think I support something foolishly?
Try and run out.
Thank you, Mr. Gugu.
Okay. You have said nothing.
Anyway,
you have said nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now you have not highlighted.
It depends on your comprehension level.
No. I'm a historian. No, I'm a very good historian. I'm a historian.
You know nothing about history.
You've said nothing at all.
Let others react.
See, history is all about looking into the past and linking and not erasing. Let me correct on that part. Now, if you're trying to erase things, what are you erasing actually?
What have I erased?
No, hold on. Let me give an example.
You just deviate.
Keep quiet.
You are not trained to argue.
Quiet. You talk like a woman.
You deviate. What am I erasing?
Even a woman talks better than you. Keep quiet. Now let's talk about the Bible. Let's use the Bible as an example. Please,
will you stop saying this?
Keep quiet. Shut your mouth. Jesus Christ.
You are not learning.
After I met you, I will stop interrupting people, but because, oh my God. If this is how I sound when I interrupt people, oh my God.
You don't know what you are saying. You are still gallivanting.
You're a man, please. Shut your mouth.
I'm not a man. When it comes to arguments, we are on the same level.
Now, let's talk about the synoptic gospel that 5 disciples of Jesus Christ, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, with Acts of Apostles. But now they had the history of Jesus Christ and how he walked on this earth, but none of them were the same. Each told history according to their own understanding, because they moved closer with Jesus Christ himself. Now imagine if Moses had come before Jesus and given an encounter of how Jesus is going to live his life. And then Jesus didn't live his life like that. Then let's say somebody like, who after Jesus? Nobody. So we cannot even use any other person. or someone abstract will now come and say that just because Moses said it first, that even though Jesus Christ lived his life differently, Moses was more right with the documentation. That is what you're trying to see. I might sound confusing to you, but hold on,
please,
the political
Mr. Google, please,
wait,
Mr. Google,
now, blood of
Mr.
Jesus.
Google, please, I want to ask Mr. Google something. You've been talking.
Jesus.
I want to ask him something. Mr. Google,
Blood of Jesus.
can you also...
Mr.
Google, I'm not asking you. I want to ask Mr. Google something. Please. You always interject. Mr. Google.
I'm not interjecting. You're supposed to off your mic.
Wait.
No, don't
Mr.
tell
Google.
me wait. Don't tell me wait. As a moderator, keep quiet. Mute your mic.
You are not moderating anything.
Mute
Mr.
your
Google.
mic. Mute your mic.
Allow him to say something. Allow the lady to say something.
If you listen to my analysis,
I'm not even finished talking. And you want me to listen that you thought
we are not Benin people over here in this platform. We respect ourselves. We respect everybody's opinion. Allow him to say something. Allow him to correct you because for everything you said here, you are not making any sense for me. We didn't say anything.
Mr. Google, that's why I said it depends on people's levels of understanding and comprehension. Mr. Google, please, did you follow what she just said? The analogy she gave.
I am following everything everyone is saying here, but I want to make...
And what I said about people's perspective regarding history, that what Benin people says, you can't say it is absolute. And what Yoruba people say, you can't say it's absolute. And she gave the same analogy that captured what I explained and still against what I explained. I don't understand how people reason.
No, Ainde, please, you can mute yourself for now. Voice also, please mute yourself for now. Ainde had 5 minutes to speak and he has spoken. I know that there will be response from Osha and so many other people. But before that, let's hear from Tiwa. Tiwa Lola.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Ibo Moscow. Good morning, Egugun. Ekaro, Mr. Eluku. I just came up, because I saw that, because this Ainde has been on our platform before, so I'm just confused at what he said that has Mr. Eluku riled up. I saw that you said, Benin is older than Yoruba. Did you say that? Ainde?
Where did you hear that? I didn't say anything like that.
Okay, so it said that you're trying to distort our history just to suit Benin people. What did you say about OODUA?
Where did you learn all this? Is it from myself or you just assume?
Well, because I said, came in.
Let me help you. Let me help your understanding. This is what I said. Let me record myself. I said, when it comes to history, you don't limit yourself to the history that is written by your people. You go to other people that your history is against to know their own perspective. As a Yoruba man, I said you cannot say that Benin. I said you came from the Ife, or Ife came from Benin. They have separate existence, and I use Oromiyan as a case study and OODUA. You understand that in Ife history regards Benin, Ife believe that Oromiyan went to Benin to rule over them, and it established that kingdom. You see, if you look at history, Oromiyan was from Okombi, Okombi was from OODUA. But when you look at the history of the Benin, the same history but different perspective, Benin people believe that the OODUA we are talking about in Ile-Ife is from Benin.
And that account is wrong, right? That account is wrong.
Wait, let me land. Now, OODUA is from Benin, and in Benin they called OODUA Ekadaran. You understand? He was a prince. That because of the rancor between him and the last wife of Ogiso, That was why he ran out of Benin to Ife. Now, the simple question, my own clarification is that you can't say that Benin historical account is absolutely correct, or the Ife historical account is absolutely correct.
It's absolutely wrong.
Wait, let me land. Because number one, there's no Ife people or Yoruba people that can give actual existence of OODUA. How OODUA came to Ife. Likewise, the Beninese. That's what I'm saying. That it is, in philosophy, it is called agnostic argument.
You are playing devil's advocate.
Wait, that the two
you're playing devil's advocate.
Wait, you are speaking sense, See, let me tell you something. Excuse me, let me talk. In this platform, we respect our women. Anywhere you are from. Are you from Benin? Are you from? We don't respect the Benin woman. Yoruba people respect her. We respect a woman from our side, brother. Allow the woman to say something.
What are you saying, Mr. Man? She asked question. I'm answering her question. You said you respect. Have I insulted her?
5 minutes. You gave me 5 minutes here. You spoke. Allow the woman to say something, please.
Because I still have questions.
She asked me question.
We are Igbos. We are Igbos. We respect the woman.
You are not answering questions. You have taken over the floor. You have taken over the floor.
Mr. Lopez.
Wait,
Mr. Lopez,
excuse me, brother. Wait, I'm not
asked a question about how misquoting me.
Excuse me. Yeah, allow the woman to say something. We respect woman in this platform.
She asked a question. I never shouted. I never interjected her.
But
she directed the question to me.
You told it to wait now. She want to say something. Allow him to say, please. All of us here, we are matured. We are not a kid. Thank you.
It's like you are not getting my point. She was the one that asked me a question. And I was answering the question. She misquoted me. And I was trying to clarify that.
Sir,
is that
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Clarification is made. Tiwa, you just joined the forum, right? You have your own 5 minutes, right, to make your submission. Also, when you are ending, listen. When you're ending your submission, if you have any question for Ayinde, you can direct it straight to him. So the microphone is yours. Go on.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting anyone in the beginning. It's just that it seems like he's trying to play devil's advocate. I don't know why he's trying to indirectly say that Benin history is somehow accurate. I mean, I should believe that you've been visiting Mr. Busui's platform where he clarified a lot of this falsified history. We don't know who Ekaladeron is in Ife. He never came to Ife. He went all the way to wherever he went. I think is Oto, and that's where he just perished. Okay. Secondly, I don't know why you're trying to indirectly say that Benin history could somehow be correct. That's just nonsense from all that we've been learning from Mr. Busui. I just saw that because Ayinde has been on our platform before, so and he spoke well, so I'm just shocked to see that he's on here now saying something different. So that's all I have to say. Sorry. Thank you.
Please, I have a question, my daughter.
Okay.
I have a question
okay, you ask your question very soon. Can you hear me? Comrade, yes. You're going to ask your question. You ask your question, I'll give you the mic soon. Please, while we are still gathered here, let's keep up our tapping on this live stream. Ivan, hold on, he's going to get to you after the question from Comrade, then we'll come up to you. Then Ayinde, you can respond, then we hear from Eruku. Let's go on, please. Comrade, go on.
Mrs. Tiwola Abi, am I right? The ladies that just joined us. Okay. You said something about Mr. Ayode having been in your platform. I must have listened to one of the historical teacher or something.
Yeah, Mr. Busui, yes.
Okay, that Kaladeran was never seen in Ile-Ife, like they don't know him or something.
Yeah.
So my
he's a stranger to the land, yeah.
He's a stranger, like he's from Benin, or rather Igodo. So when he came to Ile-Ife,
he never came to Ile-Ife.
He was a stranger, like, or he never came.
He never. If you ask
Like
Ife people about Eclaridon, they don't know him.
Like he was never seen in Ile-Ife.
Yes, we don't know him.
Okay, thank you. And again, the son that they sent from Ile-Ife, which is Oromia, I would like to know the connection between Ile-Ife and Benin. If a Caladera never went or never came to Ile-Ife, so what happened? How did the people of Ile-Ife send their son, which is Oromia, down to Benin?
I'm going to be very, very honest with you. When it comes to that history side, I'm not very well versed, but I do know that Oromia did go to Benin, and it said that he was requested for. Some accounts say he did not invade, but that he was specifically requested for from the kingdom of Benin. But we don't know who Ekaladeron is. That's all I know.
Because
and you can laugh. Now, you can laugh, and next time you come to our platform, you can come and explain yourself as to what you've said here.
Because I'm trying to understand this thing, like because I don't think anyone can just move from where you are, go to another person's land, and claim ownership if there's no any relative or any relation between them. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, that one has been answered. So let's hear from Ivan. Ivan, a little introduction of yourself, then you make a submission based on what we are saying. Are Benin's descendants of the OODUA, or is the OODUAs that are descendants of Benin? That's the topic at hand. So an introduction from you.
Good afternoon to you guys. My name is Festus, and I'm from Benin. Hello, can you hear me?
Festus from Benin, we can hear you. Speak up a little, eh? Some of us are finding it difficult to hear.
Okay, say good afternoon to you guys. For me, according to our king, say it is not we are not in position to force our recognition on all side and on others outside our boundaries. We are not dragging anything with the Yorubas. If all we heard is history, so the Yoruba are putting up their history, we are putting up our history. The truth is there is no actual proof for all this history. So, but if you can confirm from the other king in Yoruba, like the Oba of Lagos and some other kings, you can find out some truth if the Benin are saying the truth or the Yoruba are saying the truth. But for we to be dragging and argue about what we know nothing about, I don't really think that is in a good position. We are not in a good position. The people that are in, if you ask me, I would say they should go to the Oni of Ife or the Oba of Benin. They are in position to answer our question. So for we argue like the lady that's just left now or that just spoke, that she spoke rude a lot. You don't, in your platform, you have to give people rules and regulation. To not throw the words of insult, say that Ikaraderan went to where he perished. OODUA went to where he perished. We don't know OODUA. What we know is IZODUA. That is what we know about IZODUA. That is the prince that left Benin. That is what we know. Everyone have their own history. So I don't think that we have to argue about history. Like our king have already put history that we don't force in our recognition on anyone outside our boundary. Yoruba cannot force their history on us.
Hold on, Ivan. Hold on. Your king has said, right? So since you are a Benin, what is the meaning of Benin?
Since I'm a Benin, what is the meaning of Benin?
Yeah, what is the meaning of Benin? You are a Benin, right? So what's the meaning of Benin?
if you ask me, I don't got the real name is not it is British that translates to become Benin.
So what was it? The big lies. We're going to come to you. Hold on. There is a way we are moderating, right? So you said before the British had interactions to translate it, what was it called?
First, it was called Igodomigodo.
Now, when it was called Igodomigodo, who was the Oba?
We have many Obas. We have 2 dynasties. So I cannot start mentioning name. We have Ogiso dynasty and Oba dynasty.
Now, let me tell you something. We're going to bring you down from the platform. Why we're bringing you down is that your king already has said not to talk about your history. And another thing I want to let you know is that...
You are quoting me wrong. Our king did not say we should not talk
it
about
is
our
what you
history.
just said here now.
I did not say our king should not say we should not talk about our history. We should not force our recognition. Go and listen to our coronation during our king coronation. You go and listen to it. He said this exiled prince who later become king in Yoruba. He said, but we don't force our recognition in anyone outside our boundaries. So we don't need to force the Yoruba that is our prince that become king in Yoruba. So we don't force anybody to believe that. We already believe what we want to believe. So they should also believe what they want to believe, because that is not...
All right, now listen to me. I'm Ivan. First things first, you need to know is that to believe is to have doubts, and to know is to have facts. So if you are believing, that is to say, whatsoever thing you are believing cannot be proven. But if you seek to know, that is, you want to know with fact. Now, listen up, right? During the era of Idu Igodomi Igodo, they never had anything like the Oba. It was after the invasion that the Oba rulings came to existence. I want to clarify that aspect from you. And that same person comes from that Ile Ife, which is the Yoruba side. Are you getting me? This is a history that is open, and it is a fact. And that is the connection that the Ile Binus have. So before the invasion of Oromiyo in that land, they had people who were already existing, which are the Idu Igodomi Igodo. I am not here to teach you because you never paid any school fees to us. I am going to leave the microphone for any other person who wants to ask you a question. Eruku, do you have a question for him?
Yeah, thank you very much. My question, that is what you have already asked, that is, what is the name they are bearing in that land before the Oromiyo came to that land? And what is the title they are holding? That is the ruler of that land.
Listen to me. Before the exiled prince, it was called Ogiso. I said Ogiso dynasty. The last Ogiso is the one that gave birth to OODUA, that went to establish in Ile-Ife. And you cannot teach me my history. I will teach you my history. You cannot tell me about my history. So if I tell you my history, I cannot come and tell you and how Igbo come about. So you have to respect other people's history and their traditions. I cannot come and tell you that this is how Igbo come about, or this is how they discover Anambra or Onitsha. I cannot tell you that as an Ebini man. I can only tell you my history, then you tell me your own. You are not in any position to talk that. It is only the Yorubas that have the position to argue with me about the history.
Listen, I am going to mute you now. Listen up. Let me tell you something. Don't come here and constitute nuisance. Are you getting me? In fact, for this thing you said, go down or say so. Now, this is an Igbo platform that you came in.
I'm begging.
No. Eruku, no. Listen, God. We are not patronizing. Listen, Ile Binus, he has told you, let me tell you something and make it open. His father and his father, they have taken an oath in the Oba Palace that never will they speak the truth about them and what they did during the dark ages. So that is why you can see him come up here to come and make these utterances here. This is not the first time he's coming up on platform where I am moderating. So we are dropping him for that. He should go to his Ile Binus, and so that they can go there and cook up all those their histories over there. Right now we have Big Light here. Big Light, introduce yourself and make your submission.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome in.
My name is Big Light. I'm neutral here, but I'm a historian, student of the University of Benin.
Okay.
But I've just passed through your platform and saw
Where
that.
are you from? Hold on, sorry. You know, when you come out, Gente, hold on.
Okay.
Are you getting me? Don't be, one thing you should know is that for you to be able to make your points and people get to understand you, you need to be calm first. But when you start speaking fast, you can even shoot yourself by the foot. Now you have come up here, the mic will be yours soon. A little introduction. Don't tell us you are neutral whatsoever. Just make your introduction and give a submission.
All right. My introduction is in the aspect of history. For you to understand history, you don't need to be one-sided.
No. Who are you? Where are you from?
Okay. I am an Igbo by origin, Imo State, but I'm located in Benin. I'm a student of the University of Benin.
Igbo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ngwa make a submission again.
Okay. In terms of trying to understand the Benin history, although the Oba have already made a statement, but in terms of trying to understand the Benin history, you have to go back to the first dynasty, which is the Ogiso dynasty. The Ogiso dynasty, which is ruled by the Ogiso, the land was called the Godomigodo. It was already in 12th century that the transition happened. I didn't want to make a statement, but when I heard something like invasion, sorry to say, sir, I think, according to my knowledge and history, there was nothing like an invasion. Let me just put a brief understanding on it. The Benin have their own history and their culture, and the Yoruba have their own history. The only connection was Oromia that connected it. And I think, and I can stand categorically that the only connection within the Benin and the Yoruba is the throne or the crown, which Benin derived from the Oromia, from the Yoruba, which is the Oba dynasty. But the Benin already have their own dynasty. But which is trying to say that the Benin are the descendants from Oromia is pretty much not right, because the Benin already have their own history. So the story of Ikaladiran, which is the banished prince from Benin, cannot be overemphasized in the sense that they don't have concrete evidence on it in Ife, although the Benin still say that there is an Ikaladiran, but there is no concrete evidence. But there is a concrete evidence of Oromian in Benin, according to the Oba, which said that Oromian was the first Oba. Prior to Ewari II, no Oba have recognized Oromian as the first Oba. It was on the coronation day of Ewari II, 2016, that he said that Oromian is the first Oba, that he is 30th. The Ogiso dynasty have produced 31 Ogiso. The last Ogiso, Ogiso, was the one that have this wife and Kaladiran and misunderstanding that the Kaladiran was banished. On his way to Ife, he changed his name to Ozodua. It was the translation of the Yoruba word that came from Idodua. These are oral tradition. It is not written, it is not recognized by Yoruba, although the Benin still keep their instance that it is true, but Yoruba are still on their own view that it is not true. So what am I trying to say? The Benin have their history, the Yoruba have their history. So let us keep it like that. Let us not put it in a conflict battle. Although there is a common understanding between these two tribes. These two tribes are one of the greatest tribes in Benin, in Nigeria, so to speak. So let us not just put it in a way that we are going to be fighting, say, you are from me, I'm from you. No.
Light, you have spoken, you understand me, and we have Yoruba people who are here that are going to respond to what you have just said here. You will remain here until they respond to you. Another thing is that it's in Igbo, KB is in an Igbo. You can unmute. KB is in an Igbo.
Imo State, Imo State.
It's in Imo State, Ebe.
Imo State, Imo State. Can you hear me?
Okay, comrade, everywhere good. Is he getting big light? That your data where you off on and back. Because I tell you, say people get questions for you here, you don't run. Because you cannot just come up here and give us this speech. Let me tell you something you don't know. You feel me? For you to come out and say that Oromiyo, who is a Yoruba, is the connection between the Benin, you have said it all. That is to say that the Benins actually come from them. Because the Idu Igodomi Igodo were not Benins. They were never Benins. Neither did they ever have Oba in that place. And listen to me, for you to come out here and say that there was no invading. Oba of Benin invaded Igodomi Igodo land. As a history student, you say you are. I want to advise you, leave bush affairs, leave who goes you, and leave point one matter. Study that book well so that you feel come out with flying colors. If you get Benin woman, we don't they wash edeke they put for your food where you they chop. You need to save water. Go and meet your nana so that they can just bring you back to the food for you to come back, because at this point you are a lost brother. So Owebumoku, let's hear from Humphrey before any other person continues. Humphrey, unmute yourself.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Humphrey and I'm from Benin. I'm from Benin, yeah. I came up basically to talk about a few things, not basically to argue or not necessarily to argue or infuse my ideas or my knowledge into another person. I'm not much into history, and all this historical argument that has been going on TikTok for the past how many months now or years, I've never been involved. But I think I have an opinion. First of all, the Benins and the Yorubas, each other's culture are somewhat intertwined with themselves. So I can't, should I say, if the connection between the Benins and the Yorubas is from OODUA, and definitely before OODUA, or before the descendants of OODUA came to Benin and created the Oba dynasty, I think so, I feel so, I've read about that, I think somewhere. Before then, if it was not called Benin by then, definitely the people, the culture was already existing before the descendants of OODUA came to Benin. But if, if the Yorubas claim that, descendant of OODUA was the one that created the Benin people or the Benin or whatsoever, and they themselves, they don't have an account of OODUA, because they all claim that OODUA is as old as time itself, which is not reasonable or which is not factual. You can't say someone is as old as time, meanwhile their descendants were the one that created another set of culture or stuff like that. So if the Yoruba persons can be able to create an account of OODUA on him as a descendant of other persons or stuff like that, and I think it would be a very good point to claim, to hold on to whatever they are claiming. Do you understand?
Okay, so are you done with your submission so that they can ask you questions over here?
Yeah, I'm done my submission, yeah.
All right, we have the voice here. The voice, do you have a question for Humphrey here?
No, let another person ask.
Thank you for that. No peace, my brother. Do you have a question for him? Igwe, because mute to you anyway. Mute to go do. Okay, no peace is not here. So, Elukosha, so do you have a question for Humphrey?
My question is still on that. He didn't say something per se. What I'm trying to say that the Ekaladeho or the Isodua that they say is from Benin, but initially there wasn't anything called Benin. That's what I want you people to know. There wasn't anything called Benin. That place was Igodo land, Igodo Migodo. No tribe calling Benin in that Edo land. No tribe calling Benin. It was after Oromiyan came to that land that Benin emerged. And the Benin we are talking about, they are the offspring of Oromiyan. They are the lineage of Oromiyan. They are the Benis of today. Anybody that call himself Benin, their lineage, they came out from Yorubas. And coupled with the people from Usen, I mentioned Usen that time, Uselu, Udo, all those places, they still speak Yoruba and they still use Obas till today. They are Yoruba people. Benin people came out of Yorubas, underline, which I'm not hiding to say it. When they are trying to distort history, they are trying to do what they are trying to say what is not. It's like when you know that you are trying to hide something. If you have nothing to hide, why don't you just accept yourself as you the way you are? Many of them will come here. I'm not Benin. I'm from Igbo. I'm an Isoko. I'm so. They are liars.
Is this supposed to be a question? They said ask me a question. Stop accusing. Stop making.
Excuse me.
Humphrey, hold on. Listen, sorry, my match on a tongue. Are you getting me, Humphrey? If all of us start unmuting our mic, here will be rowdy. So let him finish. If he finishes his reference, then he will ask you the question. All this is for you to even be able to build any reply you are giving to him. So, Osa, please continue.
And my question is that, what is the title they are using on that land before the arrival of Oromiyan? And do they use Oba in that time, on that era? Do they use Oba? If you say I should ask him question, answer me that question.
So, Humphrey, answer the question.
Okay. During the time of Oromiyan, when Oromiyan come to Benin,
before he come.
Okay, I'm coming now. We're talking about interrupting each other. Before Oromiyan came to Benin, definitely it was not called Benin. First of all, it's ignorance to say it's ignorance not to accept the fact that over time names of places have changed. Not just Benin, so many places in the history of the entire world. People, people grow, people engage in civilization, people change their name. I'm not saying that it has been called Benin right from day one. I'm not saying that, definitely, but we cannot just open our eyes one day and just say that changing of name has never been a thing in history. So being called Benin was not from day one. Definitely, I can't come here and tell you that, oh, I know what it was called. I was not there. It was from during the time of Oromiyan that the Oba dynasty was created, and maybe called Benin people. But you can't tell me that before Oromiyan came to Benin and created the Oba dynasty, you can't tell me that each person that were existing and their descendants right from the history of Benin, the history of what is now called Benin, were totally eliminated, and any other person after Oromiyan came is descendant of Oromiyan. That does not make sense now. It definitely does not make sense to anybody. So definitely, what I'm trying to say, the Benins claim that, OODUA was their descendant. Okay, the now called Benins, let me put the statement right so that you won't have a problem with that. The now called Benins claim that OODUA is their descendant from as in the history of the now called Benin. Now, the Yorubas claim that OODUA, I think he was not created in Ife, I think so. But they don't have an account of OODUA's
Don't think like that.
biography. Huh?
Yeah, you should not think like that.
Which one is that I should not think like that? Say they asked me to give you time to finish speaking.
Let him land, please.
The Benin claim that.
I'm just joking.
Listen, Humphrey, I'll address something. Anybody will interject anybody here, will go drop you. There are so many requests up here, but because we are trying to keep to the rules we don't dey here. On a normal ground, this place no dey calm like this normally. But today now na new months, and we won't make it be say we dey understand what we dey talk. So Humphrey, continue with what you have said. After you have finished, I will ask Eruku if he is okay with what you answered. Then we'll move on from there. So continue.
Okay. The Benins claim that OODUA was their descendant. The now called Benin claim that OODUA was their descendant. Meanwhile, the Yorubas claim that OODUA was the one that created Ife. But there's no there's no biography account of the existence, like before the creation of who was his parents, what was his what was this thing called? Is it genealogy? I don't forget how to pronounce that thing. So there's no definite account of OODUA's biography. So what are we to believe? That's why I just say everybody should hold on to whatever they believe. If the Benins claim that, oh, this is our historical account, let them live like that. If the Yorubas claim that this is their historical account, let them live like that. I don't think it's proper for another person to come rewriting or to come forcing down what they think. History can be fabricated by anybody. I can choose to, okay, I don't want to believe that I came from here or I do not come from here. I can decide to start fabricating my own history and pass it on to other persons as fact. So if people claim that, what was it called? It was, okay, like what he said before that, Uselu, and what was this other place he called again? They are all Yoruba people, blah, 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 blah. If they claim so, this is not a fight. How did it come into existence like that? At what time did Yoruba people migrate from Yoruba land to Benin and set up their own community and stuff like that? These are simple things you should be able to prove with factual dates. Who made the accounts? It's not as difficult as that. It's not that difficult. So if you have to make any claims about the history of another person, you should be able to provide dates and dates and dates of the accounts and who made the accounts reference. Not them say. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, you have spoken. Eruku Osha, you heard what he said, so respond to it.
What he said, my response is that if you say somebody came, that is Oromio, came from Ife to come to that place, what I'm still saying, what I'm still standing on, there wasn't any Benin. No tribe called Benin in those ancient days. In that land, there are some Idu people. They call them Idu. And there's no Benin. If you hear any Benin, I still repeat it again. If you hear anybody call themselves Benin today, they are descendant of Oromio. They are descendant of Oromio that came to that land. And they are occupying a space there. Benin is not the only people on that territory. Benin, you are just calling Benin today. And that Aziz is not only Benin that is on that place. We have many settlements. We have many people there. But those people that are calling Benin of today, they are descendants of Oromio, which they have linked with all those Hussein that I mentioned. I will still mention it again, which is I'm 100% sure those one are Yorubas, because those are the people that came with Oromio, that settled at Hussein, that settled at Udo, that settled at the other third one that I mentioned. But what I'm saying today is that no Benin on that land. Anybody call himself a Benin will be Oromio Pikin. Will be Oromio descendant. If it's not Pikin, because people they come not only Oromio was coming. It wasn't coming alone. It didn't come there alone. They came together. They came in group. Oromio led them to that place. But I rest that case, because if they reach that place, I'll tell them. And Humphrey, as I say, you are Benin. In Benin land, You people have pedigree, the way you people greet each other. The way you greet your elders that is in your family. Can you tell me one? The way you people greet, like some people will greet themselves Lamogun, some people will greet themselves Lauhe. So how do you greet yourself in your own family, please? When you want to greet your elders.
Sorry. Listen, am I allowed to ask a question or I'm just allowed to respond?
Answer this one he has asked you, then you can ask your own.
Okay. In my family, we greet like Gisan. So, is that okay? Can I ask my question?
You can answer. So, with that one now, I can accept that you are not from that lineage of that Oromio.
Can I ask my question now?
I can't say anything about you. Yes, you can ask.
Okay. This thing, you keep on saying that anybody in Benin now that claims to be Benin are all descendants of Oromia, right?
All descendants from Ufe.
That is Ufe.
Yes, that is Ile-Ife. Where we call it in the ancient day, Ufe. Which you people Benin call Ufe.
Okay. That's any Benin any person calling themselves Benin persons now are all descendant of Oromia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oromia was a descendant of.
They are descendant of. Wait, excuse me. When I'm talking, I say it's not only Oromia that came to that place. It came with entourage. You understand?
I get that one. I understand that one.
So anybody claiming Benin of today, they are descendants of Ufe, that are on that land now. Because in that place before, it was a settlement of different ethnics, and which
that was
never
Benin. Let me ask my question. I'm going somewhere now. Calm down. Thank you. This thing. You claim that every person that calls themselves Benin persons today are descendants of Oromia, which are not descendants of Ile-Ife. Correct, yes. Right? I'm not misquoting you.
Yes.
Thank you. So what happened before Ile-Ife, before Oromia came to Benin? What happened to the persons living in this place now called Benin?
I've already answered that question. I said there are some people settlement on that place wasn't called Benin. It was Igodo land. It was Igodomigodo. It was Udu land. I'm trying to tell you now that some certain people calling themselves Benin today, they are the migrant, they are the one that come from Uhe.
Like the Uselus and the Usains, right?
Usain, yes, and the Benin town, the pillar where the Oba is sitting down.
Yes, okay.
Where the
I
Oba
understand.
on that throne of that lineage of that throne, they are all Ufe people.
Okay. I understand you now. But my question now, my question is that when this your claim right now, this your facts right now, on whose account are you getting this information from?
Source of information.
What's the source of information?
That is my source of information. You people have source of information. I wouldn't tell you because
I'm already source of information.
Wait, excuse me. I've been dishing out some books before, but somebody tried to tell me that don't dish it out because you people will use it. You know that we Yoruba people. Wait, let me tell you something. I'm a Yoruba person. We Yoruba, we know history. Sometimes we tell you what you want to hear, but we have the main one. All what they are doing on this social media, we know everything, but we are waiting. Something will trigger something. Then you people will know.
Are you going to answer my question, or
I'm not going to give you anything because you say you people have Oba go to the palace. The Oba know the truth. They know where everybody come from. And another thing, number 2, Ayinde, I don't want you to still go because I still have question for you, Ayinde. So no, that's one
question now. Yeah. Mr. Ofri, Egungun, am I permitted?
No, I want to ask you a question, Ayinde.
Mr. Egungun, am I permitted to ask him a question? No, it's in connection with what Humphrey said. My question to you, Mr. Elukun, is just give me a concise history of how OODUA came to Ife.
OODUA never stepped Ife. OODUA never stepped Ife. That is where you people are making misconception. It was Oromiyan that came to Ife. Okay, you're talking about the
drop down. I have something to go already. Since I have no questions left for me, I want to make a conclusion and go down, please.
Mr. Eluku, calm down and answer the question. You are making a lot of errors.
OODUA never came to Ife. He was born and brought in Ife. He never came.
In which compound?
There, Shebi, you say you are from Ife. Why don't you go to your elders and ask questions?
In which compound?
No.
Let me tell you simple thing. Let me tell you simple thing. You don't know.
I'm coming back to you. Wait. No, you don't ask me question. I have question. Please don't cover something.
Wait.
You are not a Yoruba.
Because
I'm still telling you.
Humphrey is going now. Humphrey is going now. I want to make a clarification before he leaves.
You are not Yoruba. You are not Yoruba. Let me tell you the question I asked you. I asked you how many settlements are in Ile-Ife? Till now, you never answered that question. You wait.
Let me make clarification. You couldn't answer that question. You are just deviating from the question.
You want to let
Mr. Humphrey, please listen.
No,
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about history.
Because you say you are a mighty historian. You want to learn from me. You want to tap from my brain. Tell me how many settlements are in Ile-Ife. Tell me how many settlements.
I got permission from Egungun to ask you question. And I see that you were trying to beg the question. And I will answer the question by myself.
You didn't answer my question, right? You didn't answer. You didn't answer this question. You ran away.
Let me wait. I got permission from Egungun. You say, I said I'm a trained Agba. You are begging the question. Let me now answer the question in order to help Mr. Humphrey. Mr. Humphrey, the thing about history, you've actually said it all. You can't say your history, your historical account of history, your historical account is superior than the other. And that is why I am here. I asked him a simple question. How did OODUA come to be? He couldn't answer. Let me now take you back to history lane.
OODUA was born in Ile-Ife.
How can a great man how can a great person as OODUA be born in Ile-Ife and the account of his household is not accounted for?
I don't know. Let me answer the question now. Stop interrupting.
I know. I'm going somewhere now before you not correct.
I don't know the account of history is quoting, but go to Ile OODUA. In number 26, Laarin Street, you will see where OODUA Afeworo is. According to them there, that's why you people don't make research. You will listen to myths and you carry it around. The popular historical accounts about OODUA existence is that OODUA descended from heaven. That's why it is called when you get to that Ile OODUA, you will see the chain that he used to descend from heaven and see his staff with a hen on it. You see, that is what I'm telling you. You could not give accurate and acceptable historical accounts about how OODUA came to be in Yoruba land. You are not forcing someone to accept the superiority of your own account. Let me land. You will still react. You will react. Let me land.
Let me give you small.
Let me land.
Since you asked me, let me give you small.
Now, when according to the historical accounts, OODUA met several powerful people. Oba Lufon was there. Oba Tala was there. Eshu was there. Different peoples. They were living in Ife before. That is why some people, some Yorubas, we never agreed that they are from OODUA. Because according to the historical accounts that can be confirmed or that is popular, OODUA is not originally from Ife.
Oh boy, you are just.
It's not originally from Ife.
Okay,
he met some people.
Okay,
they were living lives before he came.
One house, please. One house. Aide, you will continue. Eruku, also you have your point, but Aide, you know that there is something called myth, mythology. So are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell us now that you believe? Wait, hold on. Do you believe? Aide, this is my question now. Do you believe in Superman and Batman? Answer.
You see, when I was analyzing, when I was analyzing, I said, I said something. I said, there's the accounts, the historical accounts regards OODUA existence or how it came to be in Ife is still mythical. It has never been confirmed. It has never been confirmed. You can never tell me that OODUA is from Ife. And I asked him simple question. OODUA was born in Ife. Simple question. Which account are you making reference to? That is number one. Number two. Wait, don't interrupt. Number two. Where is the OODUA compounds in Ife? And he resorted to argumentum ad hominem, attacking, I asked you this, I asked you. No, address my question.
Now, you have asked your question, and Osha is going to respond to you. Yes. And one thing I want to make out there is this. Are you getting me? Is that there is something called mythology. So for you to tell me that someone came from heaven, from the sky, with chain, with whatsoever, then came and started existing among men, that is actually a myth that cannot be confirmed.
Mr. Google,
but
Mr.
normally,
Genti,
you see, for us now, for example,
I agree with your point that it is a myth. You know, I make reference to the shrine, OODUA shrine in Ile-Ife. If you get to the OODUA shrine today, you understand me? If you get to OODUA shrine today, the mythological accounts I'm giving now, it is what you will see there. It is written in bold letters. I gave you the street number 26, Laarin Street. You will see it in OODUA, before the palace. It's beside the central mosque in Ile-Ife. You will see the OODUA. You will see one health center, then the central mosque. You can go there. You don't just come online to be dishing out what is not.
Anyway,
I'm not here to support anybody.
You can mute your mic. I don't want this place. Humphrey, hold on. I don't want this place to be crowded with noise because when everyone is talking, no one is listening. Aide has made his own claim now. So Osha, respond to him. Let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igogun. That is what I've been hiding before. I don't want to say something because I don't want to talk. But I'll give him small. Everybody, every race has its own myth. Every race. When they were talking, even the white people, even the Buddhists, when you ask the Buddhists, when they are talking about their Buddhism, they will say their thing come from heaven. When you have ask these Chinese people too about their mythology, about their history, they will say the person come from heaven. If it come from heaven, so also Yoruba people have their own myth about OODUA. That doesn't mean that it's like, okay, for instance, when they are talking about the Bible in the Jesus Christ or something, that Jesus was born of a virgin of a Mary, and he later come, they say Jesus is God. That came in the flesh of human being that is born. The same myth Yoruba people have, myth that OODUA descent from heaven, from that heaven. That doesn't mean say with that chain. That in reality, OODUA, there another history. OODUA was born as a human being, and the one that they say Ateworo, OODUA Ateworo. The OODUA is a person that after he was born, is a person that is very is like it's a warrior that always go on war. It's a man of war. There was a time, there was a scenario that happened in the olden days before when the Arab people was coming into the African land. In the olden days, when they are coming into the African land, OODUA was part of the warrior that went to meet them to go and wage war against them at the edge over there with other warriors. So it was when he was coming back in those olden days, our forefathers, they have the power to appear and disappear, to do things because we have African power. And when he came back on top of Ora Hill, Orioke Ora, Lorosi, and from there it came down. And that Ora still there. Ti Odia Orioke Oranfe, Dola ni Ile-Ife, in Ile-Ife. That's why they are saying OODUA descent. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't eradicate that myth of OODUA coming down from chain. But it came from that Okeora down. That's the difference between the myth and the real OODUA. And he's now asking me, who is the father of OODUA? Which I will not tell him. OODUA have father. And he's talking about Obatala and Oba Lufon, Oba Luri, all this Oba there. All those ones are different from OODUA era. When you are talking about OODUA era, it's different because in Ile-Ife, that is why I was asking him, how many settlements do we have? And we have many settlements of Ile-Ife, which they are rotating that throne with, which he didn't want. He didn't know nothing. He's just talking about what he read, and I'm still 100% sure that he's not a Yoruba person. I still stand it, and I'm still convinced because he never answered that settlement. How many settlement comprises of Ife? He still don't tell me that one, and it's not a Yoruba person.
All right, you have done that. You have addressed that. We are going to come back to this part. Let's put a pen on this. Aide will come back to you. We have a new guest in our midst, so let's hear from you. Yeah, Ola.
Mr. Lukosha. Hello, everyone. I just want 20 seconds to talk to Mr. Lukosha and Mr. Aide. So, Mr. Lukosha. And Mr.
Please listen, Ola. Make an introduction of yourself. Then you have the floor to make your submission. That's how it goes.
What would you like to hear? Like my address? House address?
Your address. Your carry Amazon package come from you. Where are you from?
Introduction.
Where are you from? Then you make your submission.
Are you a Yoruba or your Benin or your Igbo?
Okay. I mean, smart people can already tell from the name, but.
People can bear any name on TikTok. Where are you from?
Okay, people can be lying when they write it, but they can't lie when they say it. Okay.
And yeah, people can bear any name. When you go drop you here.
So yeah, please, because many people have been coming with names and claiming to be Yoruba or something. They have been here. Many Benin people.
Okay. So I'm Yoruba. If you are Nigerian, you can tell from the name. And if you think the name can be a lie, even the words can be a lie.
Nobody has time to go and be checking your this name, Oga.
Now the name you to home. Where are you from? You don't say, okay, I am from Igbo land. How do you even check whether that is true?
Yeah, this guy, all the KBI here, in Akopara. Listen, we have been coordinated over here in this live stream, and you came up here to make a submission.
I am a Yoruba person. So
simple. Go on with your submission.
That's fine. So very quickly to Lukosha and Ainde. So whenever you are Tebati Laarin or Lumi, take it easy. Beshi mama fura yini gbo teshi mama tadime entertainment la nje fun Lumi. Yoruba meje wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ti ara yin ga maya ni mo ni maya fura ni. Need to show you you can disagree with their points and do it in a way that is not like tearing one another apart. And also we can reach out to other people when we know some history are not so clear. So I heard discussion about where did OODUA come from. I don't know if that's the topic, but that's what I meant.
No, that is not the topic. It was Aide that was trying to prove that it's like it was the one that was dishing out wrong information about Oduduwa and Oromiyan.
It's okay.
Trying to go towards the Benin,
especially if he says
Hey,
Yoruba.
that's a topic here. That's a topic here. The origin of Oduduwa. It's a topic that leads to the main arguments.
Humphrey, you are just coming in. You don't know
Mr.
what
Bola,
before you
Mr.
arrive
Bola,
back.
please, Mr. Google, am I permitted to answer? He just asked a question now.
What's the question?
You asked a question. You see, what actually happened? Yes, you said what happened between me and Eluku. What actually happened is that.
That's not what I didn't ask that. I didn't even ask a question. If you pay attention, I was just saying I don't know the topic, but I heard so and so conversation about Oduduwa.
And now is what I want to tell you. You don't know, but you want to know. It's still a question. Now, what happened was that the initial topic is about the Beninese. And when I came up, I realized that there was a guy here called Comrade. They were telling him his history. I was like, the history you are telling this guy is somehow distorted, because I realized that Yoruba history was being used to gaslight the Benin people. And I said, when it comes to Yoruba history and the Benin history, they are parallel lines. The only meeting point in their history is during Oromiyan. That whether Benin exists independent of the Yorubas or Yoruba exists independent of the Benin is none of our business. Address Benin if you want to address Benin. If you want to use Igbo, Igodo, to address the Benin, use them to address the Benin. Don't use the Yorubas to address the Benin. Now, immediately, Eluku came up. He said, for saying that, I belittle the Yorubas. I said, in what sense? Telling you the nitty-gritty of what is happening here. You then concluded that I belittle the Yoruba. I asked him, what is the belittlement in what I've said? He was taking the history, but I know something underneath that he didn't know, he's not aware that he's sharpening some people historical cage of the Beninese. It's not that people hearing Yoruba is bigger than Benin, or it's not that they are initially happy with it, but they are just looking for available tools to neutralize the importance of the Benin. That has been my stance. It was like, I'm not Yoruba, and I said, do not think that if someone does not support your sentiment, the person is automatically losing his identity. I'm a Yoruba, I'm everything, but you must understand the context they are using the Yoruba history here. That is the point.
Okay. So thank you, Sha. Mr. Anyide, I assume that you are Yoruba and Mr. Luku is Yoruba. I know, at least from our interactions. But let's take it easy when we are fighting each other. Let's not bring out our biggest guns. I want to fight the Yoruba man. Where's that my biggest gun? Let me go and get it. But I want to fight somebody else. Where's my smallest gun? If it is not Yoruba person, I think that thing is quite common. So anyway, Mr. Elukosha, can you help me with something, sir? I want to address that Oduduwa topic. Googling. I want to use a subject that is more common to more people, so that people can see the Oduduwa point I'm about to make. So, for example, the character I'm going to use is a popular character, Jesus. So we are asking, for example, where is Oduduwa from? To answer that question very clearly, so people who are not familiar with philosophical discourse and religious discourse, metaphysical discourse, will get the picture, because they seem to already understand one. So we have to move from what we are familiar with to what we are less familiar with. Mr. Luku, John 6:38 to answer that question of where Jesus is from, for an example. Anyone can help me, anyone. It doesn't have to be. Oh, Busui can help me. Busui is more grounded in this. Busui, are you there? Hello, Busui. You are muted, though. Or are we all muted?
Listen up, Ola. Now, we will not here. Kakane power tapping on this live stream while we are doing this. And everybody speaking. In fact, let me put it on timer so that if you are calling on people to come and talk and all that, you know that it's your own time you are using to do all this. So let's go on.
Don't be agitated, bro. Don't worry.
No, I'm not being agitated. I'm just trying to lay it out for you to understand. Busi, you can unmute yourself and help him out. He's asking for something.
Yeah, but
I think
so. I want to answer a question, and the question I want to answer is, where is Jesus from? So I want you to help me read. Don't give me your personal answer because they might say, "Nah, Busi, they're talking your own." I want you to help me read a passage from the Bible. When you open that place, just read a relevant line. There's a point I want to make. Where is Jesus from? Can you help us read John 6:38 to answer that question? If my time stops before he reads it, don't worry. I'll come back again.
Devices. This is sounding very low, so I'm going to switch the devices, and if you don't mind bringing me back up, please. It will take a second. Thanks.
Okay.
So maybe when Busi comes back, or anyone else can help, can just Google it, John 6:38, you will see the answer to that question. In fact, the point I'm trying to make is that where is Jesus from? The answer from the Bible, not the one that we personally think in our head right now. The one from the Bible, we've seen it before. We are familiar with it. But yet we do not raise our eyebrow and say, oh, very stupid, but we don't say that. You know why we don't say that? Because we understand religious and metaphysical discourse on one hand, and we understand literal historical discourse. But which are you saying?
No,
Ellie, Google it. I'm not worried. Google it. You know exactly what I'm talking. Just Google John 6:38. John 6:38 to answer that question. Just tell us what you find there, and that's it. You don't have to read it word for word.
Okay.
Google it. Or somebody.
I've come down from heaven, not to do my own will.
Okay. So if the Bible is saying, "For I have come down from heaven," that passage seems to answer the question of where is Jesus from. It is from heaven. It came. In fact, it's not a case of, I was sent by God. I was sent by God is vague. This one is even closer to being more literal. I have come down from heaven. So somebody can answer the question of where is Jesus from with that passage. And when we read that passage, our head does not blow and say, wow, this is where Jesus was. That same question that we answered now, for I have come down from heaven, Jesus came down from heaven. We can also answer it again. Where is Jesus from? We can answer it in another part of the Bible. So can you help me read Matthew 2 verse 1? So people are not going to say, Nami, the answer, it's the Bible. We are familiar with this. I'm trying to move.
Listen, Ola, this Bible you are preaching here, you need to even understand if we even were there here. So that you don't make reference. We don't even give a damn about anything that comes from that book.
You would understand now. If we are more calm and we breathe in and out, we will get my point at the end. All we have to do here is maintain calm. We already have sides here. There is a story that we hate. There is one that we love. We want to enjoy ourselves and have fun. We want to mock some people. If it's not going my way, I'm going to be angry and all that. Let's just relax. But so in Matthew 2 verse 1.
Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king.
Thank you. So I asked a question about one individual. I go into one document and I get two kinds of answers. This answer is not the first time I'm hearing it. You have heard it before. We have heard it before. Where is Jesus from? I flip the pages. It says he is from heaven. I asked the question again. Where is Jesus from? I flip the pages. Somebody said he is from Bethlehem, a place in West Bank, present-day Palestine. So when we read this, Muslim, Christian, atheist, when we read this, do we go, oh my God, that's a contradiction. How can it even be from two places at the same time? Nobody does that. You know why we don't do that? Because we activate play. We tell our brain to work properly when we read those two. And when we tell our brains to work properly, it works properly. In other words, we recognize that one is a religious, metaphysical narrative, philosophical narrative, and the other one is a literal historical narrative. Two types of discourses. One is religious / metaphysical. The other one is literal, earthly, historical. Because our brain is working when we told it to work, that is why we understood this thing and we never cried. We never said contradiction. We understood two types of narrative. Now, we told our brain to work. When it comes to OODUA, it's usually like we tell our brain, do not work. And once you tell your brain, don't work, guess what? It usually will not work. This is why when on one hand we say he is from heaven, and on the other hand we said he was born and raised in Okiora, your brain will do, oh, contradiction. It's not like your brain is just playing around. It is you who have told that brain not to work in this instance, and you have told the brain to work in one instance, the same kind of narratives. Simply, one is philosophical, metaphysical, religious, and the other one is earthly, historical, geographical. So we've seen an example. I'm using what we are familiar with. I'm not just bringing this Jesus thing into your life for the first time. You've seen it and you had no problem with the two narratives. So now what's going on here? You might now say, oh, this OODUA one should make me revisit the Bible one that I don't have a problem with before. I must start having a problem. That would be hypocrisy. So the point is clear. When Yoruba people say OODUA is from Okiora, what they mean is as follows. In fact, we have a whole, what's it called? A whole explanation for how the first human beings begin. And we must recognize, Mr. Luko Sheba me mute, but mo benye mute, mute by Eba me mute in Shigonsa. Exactly, and both could be wrong. So that is you revisiting what you've understood to not be wrong before, but because of this animosity you have for this other group, then the other one that you've always understood must also be wrong now. So that is you telling your brain, now stop working. The point I made earlier. But let's now scratch all that. Let's scratch what we've heard, what we've understood. Now we hate it so much, it pains us because our brain now understands no contradiction. But it pains us. Let's go to the Yoruba worldview. The Yoruba people have observed in antiquity. We wake up, our ancestors woke up in the morning, they see the moons, they see the stars, they see the ocean, they see human beings, they see plants. Because when they see these things, their brain is working like every ancient people. They are philosophical people, so they begin to ask questions. These things that I'm seeing, how did it first begin? The Yoruba people pondered these deep philosophical questions. I don't know about other people in Nigeria or in other groups in Nigeria, whether their ancestors were deep philosophical people, but I do know about the Egyptians, that the Egyptians pondered those same questions. I don't know about some Nigerian groups, but I do know that the ancient Chinese pondered that same question. The ancient Zulus in South Africa pondered that same question. The ancient Australian Aboriginal, the Aztecs, those great civilizations pondered it. Yoruba, amongst great people in the world in ancient time, pondered that question. I will leave an open one. Did your ancestors ponder this question? Anyway, having asked that question, all these people in the world, they answered that question. Stainless, I'm sorry you're feeling agitated because of the clear submission. My apologies. All these ancient people, when they pondered this question, again, I did not mention any group in Nigeria. I did not say the ancestors pondered it too. They might just have been eating bushmeat and drinking palm wine without doing. So, yeah. When they pondered it, did they provide their answer? Of course, the Egyptians provided their answer. That's the myth of Osiris, how the world began. They answered it, how human beings came. Some gods, there was chaos, and some gods popped up human beings. Some will tell you it's about some tears. Some will tell you it's about some masturbation that sprinkled somewhere and created the first humans. That is their own answer, the great ancient Egyptians. If you go to the Chinese, they tell you about the first mythical being called Pangu, created the oceans and everything, and humans emolded. That is their own answer. Go to South Africa, they will tell you about Unkulunkulu, the first being that created everything, including the first man. That is their own answer to that philosophical question. The Yorubas also answered, how did the first human beings come to be? How did the earth? We also provided our answer. Our ancestors were philosophers. Again, did your ancestors ponder this question? And if they did, what was their answer? I would like to know. So now, what's the answer of the Yoruba people? How they contributed their own answer to the world heritage of the deep philosophy of how did the world begin and humans. Yoruba said that God was in heaven and he sent down heavenly beings and he gave them tasks. Each of these tasks, each of these beings have something to do. One was supposed to be the king of men in the world when they get there. One was supposed to create the earth crust and plant life. One was supposed to mold the first human beings and so on. This is our own answer to that deep philosophical questions. How did our ancestors come to this answer? Did they do it by purely racking their brain and doing philosophy? It could be that. Or did God inspire them and showed them, this is how I did it? It could be also that. Or in fact, it could be both. It could be both creative ingenuity and divine revelation. It could be either of both, it could be both. But the point is that Yoruba people, ancestors, they have contributed their own answer to this world heritage of how different people answer that question. Again, how did your people answer the question? Now, of those divine beings that came from heaven, one of them was named Obatala. So when we are emphasizing this heaven thing, we seem to be de-emphasizing others and emphasizing only OODUA, as if it was only OODUA that came from heaven in that mythological answer. In the beginning of time, there was one of them, those divine beings, not human beings. Oh, one was called Obatala, one was called Ogun, one was called OODUA, another one Oshun, another one Orunmila. All these divine spirits, they came. When they got here, the Obatala one was the one who molded the first humans from clay. Remember the way Yahweh molded the first human from clay in the Bible and in the Quran? Exactly, Obatala molded the first human and God puts in his active force for them. This is our answer. Did this actually happen or not? We might not be able to find answer to that question. Was it true when the great ancient Egyptians says the first human was formed from some masturbation? We might not be able to answer whether that is correct or not. The Chinese one, was it correct? We might not be able to know. But the cocoa is that they all contributed their answer to the world heritage. Again, did your ancestors contribute an answer? I would like to know how they answered this question. In any case, OODUA became the king of everybody. And that's the story in summary. Fast forward many centuries later, billions of years later now, away from the story, humans were living in Earth. Some people emerged in Ife, great people for their times. People have lived before them. People continue to live after them, obviously. These great guys, people began to associate them to those spirits in our story. So they would see a king who is so great, and people begin to do philosophy and say, this great king, you must be that great king in our story. You have come back again. This great sculptor who can sculpt terracotta and bronzes, you must be that great artist in our story who molded the first humans. Oh, you this great metal smith, you know about iron working so much. You must be that great spirit in our story who used his sword to clear the path when the spirits were coming. So people began to associate the real human beings with the spirit in the story, and they began to see them as a reincarnation, a rebirth, an embodiment. So in other words, when you see somebody who is a king in Ife 1,000 years ago, what people have done to that king called OODUA is that they begin to see him as a reincarnation of a spirit by the name OODUA in that story. He might have had his own separate name like Otete, like Oshiora. So this is what the Yorubas mean when they say OODUA is from heaven, and also when they say he was born and raised in Okiora, and from Okiora entered the bowl of Ife. The same way we have no problem with understanding Jesus being from heaven and also being from Bethlehem. OODUA is from heaven is a philosophical narrative to answer a particular question, and it relates more to the spirit form in the beginning of times. While the king, the human who ruled in Ife, was born and raised in Okiora and came from there to join the politics in the bowl of Ife. I hope that answers the question in a very comprehensive way. Thanks. You may ask questions now. If you're disappointed, you can still ask questions.
That was a great one coming from Ola here. I know there are people who would ask you questions to this. And also, I will want you to remain on the platform so that we can also link it, because we are here. Some Benin people also have the school of thought that the OODUA Republic itself, or OODUA as a people, come from their lineage. Why some Yorubas also have the claims that it is actually the Benin's who come from them. So my question is which in this? But that one should hold. Let me get to hear from other people. Also, we have a new person who just joined us. Dubem.
Good morning.
Unmute yourself. Good morning. One name, Madukeko Sade.
I've been here for a bit. Do you? Okay, no.
Hold on now. I did here. I know we know the bias over here. Gente. Dubem Udo Deba.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cannot there be no? Oh, na just see Kamaluko Sade. All right. You can mute yourself. We'll come back to you, Dubem. All right. According to what Ola have said here, anybody who has a question for him can unmute and ask your question now. Eruku, are you satisfied with what he said here?
There's one person saying something in the comments that I was lying about the Egyptian. I would like to know what they say if they can bring. Are you saying the Egyptian people?
Don't get distracted now. Ola, mute yourself first. Don't anybody who is in the comment section and wants to address you should come up here and address you.
Come up, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So Eruku, I saw you unmute yourself. You have a question?
No, Olabola has already said it all. All what I've been keeping that I don't want to say, he has already said it.
Okay. All right. No peace. Do you have a question for him?
True. I don't have any question, I don't have any question for him. I only, the truth is bitter.
No PC, I did tell you. Okay, all right, because of time, anybody who wants to address him, don't stay in the comments. You come up and make your submission. All right, Busi, let's hear from you.
So as far as the creation story is concerned, there's nothing else to add because Olabola actually did justice to that. But then the other thing about the kings and who was first king and all of that, I think the first thing I would like to say is, so there's so many topics on earth, there are so many subject matters, and we are not all SMEs in every subject. So sometimes it may be, I think it's advisable that some of these things, we don't necessarily have to speak on everything, because when I came in, I heard some very narratives. So when someone was talking about, there's nobody called Laarin in Ife. And then the question that I really wanted to speak to two things. Number one was the creation story. Olabola has spoken to that. The other thing is the Agba in Ife. And yes, we've had Agba before OODUA himself became Agba. But the thing is, and I think a lot of people get confused by this. So you can have many of us Agbas in a place, but not necessarily have the Agba of the place. So you cast your mind back centuries ago. You have a place that has settlements dotted all over the place, and about 13 of them, and each of them has its own ruler, and that ruler was called Agba. By the way, just to answer what you said earlier, that was before anybody thought of the existence or the possibility of the existence of a place called Benin. And so the idea that the Agba came from there is just ridiculously stupid. So there were 30 settlements, and each of them already had the title Agba, because Agba is what we call our king. So there were 13 of them. Later they became 16. There were even more, but then we just streamlined them to 13. Now what OODUA did that was different after it came in from the place called Okiora, which interestingly is also in Ife. And if you want to know where it is today, it's on the way to Ilesha. It's east of Ife on the way to Ilesha. When he got there, what he did was to unify the 13 communities and became the very first king of a united Ife. And so the idea that there were kings there before he got there, and those kings were not the kings of Ife, they were the kings inside Ife, ruling their own separate settlements, autonomous settlements, like some people still have in Nigeria today. And I think it helps, like Olabola said, if you really want to understand things, you go from the known to the unknown. So the known in Nigeria today is that there are some communities in certain regions in Nigeria that still have autonomous, they call themselves autonomous communities. They don't have central chiefs, they don't have central kings, they just have their own community leaders. And that's what Yoruba was like about 1,300 years ago, about 1,300 years ago. We were also there. Okay. The concept of autonomous communities will be strange to a Yoruba mind because we evolved out of that thing over 1,000 years ago. But then the point is that when we evolved, what we did was we had a person who came and said, you know what, instead of having this small establishments, small settlements, everyone doing his own, let's band together and create a kingdom. And so we had the very first kingdom in OODUA. So the idea that there were kings, he just came and did all these things. Sometimes if you don't know enough about something, again, it's not a crime if you're not an SME on that subject matter, but it's okay to just not come out here and misinform people in the name of trying to make up for whatever you think. And by the way, before I stop, the idea that people are using history against Benin, it's a sad thing, right? There are people that will do it regardless of what you do. What you don't want to do is to now reduce your own history in order to make up for the Benin people. In other words, you don't want people to look down on Benin, which is fair, but you can't now, demean yourself in the name of self-deprecation in order to make Benin people feel happy. That is just stupid. I just want to add that thing about the whole talk about king, how many kings were there, one king was reigning. There's a huge it's a huge topic on its own, but that's the little I could put out there for now. Thank you.
All right. That was the submission from Busi. And it's so unfortunate that what's his name? Ainde. Your voice was actually very loud before now and you've gone off. So anyway,
Egungun, can you hear now? Is that not what I was asking Ainde? I asked about the settlement.
He don't come off for here now.
That he was dragging. He was going up and down. He said there wasn't any settlement.
I got you. Drug and violence. Please mute yourself. You are just joining us. So we have Ola here. So Ola Kunle. Unmute yourself.
Ola Kunle, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. First and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Moderator. I really appreciate the way you moderate here. You are not biased. You go to the point. And I just want to appreciate all those who have spoken so far. First and foremost, I would like to also acknowledge the fact that all of us cannot be grounded in history. So if someone disagree, someone might be a Yoruba person, and the person might not be able to be so grounded in history-wise. So this platform, such platform like this, is a way to enlighten the person. So I believe when we want to, it should be educative. Not, if somebody disagree with you, you start tagging that person, either they bribe him, or he's a bastard, is this or that. I think that would, the essence of that education is lost. So that's my what I observe. I have any platform I see, if we are discussing anything, I try as much as possible because when you look at the situation today, you see some platform, Yoruba against Benin, Benin against Igbo, Igbo against Yoruba. My own, any platform I see, I'm a typical Yoruba man. And that does not mean that I know everything about history of Yoruba. I know the one I read. And just like what Mr. Busuyi said here, everybody might not be grounded in certain subject. So my appeal, I don't know, some people might not take it, some might take it. We that are making this type of educative something, I think it's high time we use this energy to preach tolerance and peace. Because there is no way all this history does not link one or the other. So if somebody comes from Benin, I want to distort history. Just like what Mr. Tiobola said, you can see the way he analyzed it point by point, educatively. I also learned a lot from his submission this morning. So I think we should make a situation whereby we should try as much as possible, after teaching us about history, let us now see a way where, despite all these differences, we can still be human. We can still be human. That human aspect is what make me to see a lot of things in most of these things we do. Let us be human. Because at the end of the day, this life is so short. As a Yoruba, as an Igbo, as a Benin, as an Hausa, one day we all live. What is the legacy we want to leave behind? So, Mr. Moderator, I really appreciate the way you conduct it. When people come here, in as much as you tell our history, let us, as much as possible, see a way. Some of us read Bible. Bible says forgiveness, love one another. But on some of these platforms, you can see hatred. You can see where people spew hatred. And an average Nigerians back home, they are just bothered about what they want to eat. So those of us who are educated enough, let us try to educate each other, tell our history. It's either you disagree, and when you are correcting that person, let us educate her with love and understanding. So that's my own submission, Mr. Morito. Really appreciate for this opportunity. That's just what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Today we have the history class, just like is going on right now, and everyone has a say. Aide, you said you have a question. You can send in your request and come up and ask your question. So while you do that, we are going to shift over to drug and violence. So drug and violence, introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Gungun, for this opportunity. I want to thank my brothers, Professor Labola and my brother Busi. I've been learning a lot from them. Now, when I joined, Ainde was saying something. Even though me and Ainde shares the same surname, because that is my surname also. But yes, if we don't, I just want to say, if we don't really know history, we should not come up and be giving interpretation of or saying something that we don't know, or something you've not read, or something you cannot give references to. Stories you cannot give references to. Please don't come up to mislead people. Now, when I joined, he made one statement. He said Yoruba and Benin they didn't cross paths until Oromiyo. That is a lie. That is a big lie. Now, I wouldn't go into Yoruba history. I'll go through Benin's history. Okay, and then the history, one of the earliest history that was written by the Benin, data that was collected from the Benin in 1939/1940. It was written by a person, a white man who lived in Benin, to collect data about the origin, the history, and the government in Benin. And the name of that person is called H.F. Marshall. H.F. Marshall. He wrote a lot of report in Benin. Now, I will go by. So, for people that are with us, that are listening, there is a book you can download from lagosmuseum.ng online. Just Google search intelligence report on Benin City. Intelligence report on Benin City by H.F. Marshall. Then I will read as follow. I won't take our time. It's about the creation, what the Benin themselves talked about their own origin. I will start. They said, according to the Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Unwe, was the cradle of the human race. This is Benin tradition, Benin history, what they documented. That is what I'm reading to you about the origin of Benin. Now, they said Ife, locally known as Unwe, was the cradle of human race and was the only land in the world. OODUA, the first king of Ife, possessed a snail shell which had the magical power of creating earth. Shortly before his death, OODUA called his 7 sons and given to each of them a portion of the medicine from the magical snail shell.
I'm reading from Benin History of Origin, sent them out to form the inhabited world. One of Oduduwa's sons was called Obanigodu. That was one of Oduduwa's sons. And receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast. Now, creating land as he went, he finally reached the present site of Benin, and there he and his followers settled down and gave the place the name of Ungoda. You know, so now this is what Benin people documented. You know, when they were doing origin research, and this is in the book of Intelligence Report on Benin City by H.F. Marshall. So in this we can see from here. Okay, I'll go by saying they also said it should be noted that certain of the intelligence are not longer prepared to accept this traditional history, but claim that the original inhabitant came straight from Egypt. We all know that this was when they started saying they are coming from Egypt. But initially, the Benin, they claimed that they came from Oduduwa, who was actually already in Ife, where Benin called Ife Unwe. Now, if you look at this, their history, you will understand that even the Benin said they came from Oduduwa in their own history. Now, I will continue. I'll round up soon. They said the descendants of Obanigodo are said to have ruled Ungodo. The name was later changed to Ile for many generations. Their names are not okay, and so let me just round up. So now, what the Benin? So we all knew that this politics that was playing out when they said Yoruba came from Benin, this and that. This politics started playing out later in the 1970s. Now, even in this book that I read, they talked a Caladian in their history, we know, which is the son of the last Ogisowodo, right, who was banished, right? I don't want to go into details, but the history have it documented that this guy, or who they call a Caladian, that the Benin now are lying, this guy actually was banished to Ugoton. He was banished to Ugotun, and it was recorded that was where he spent the rest of his life. Now, what the Benin are now lying is that they said this same Ugotun now navigated. See, when Ugotun is on the southern part of Benin, of Benin, right? So they now said he navigated from that southern part and Waka trekked about 300 and something kilometers to the west, to Ile-Ife, to become Oduduwa. And we all know that this is a very big lie, because even the time that the Owodo actually Owodo existed, which Kalade existed, Oduduwa at that time was long gone. Oduduwa was long gone. Okay, so Oduduwa was long gone. So there was no Oduduwa at the time when these people documented their story that Kaladian is Oduduwa. Now, but now they said it was Oduduwa. This is where they get it wrong. Now they said Oduduwa's son said that Kaladian, because they were trying to bring him back to their place, that the Oduduwa now said they should go with his son. No. Even in this document that I just read, if you can download the PDF, read it. He said that it was the Oni of that time who was the father of Oromio. That it was the Oni of that time. They didn't say Oduduwa. And because Oduduwa has long gone, so it might be the fourth Oni, it might be the fifth Oni. I can't say that because they didn't say that, but it was the Oni of that time.
You cannot be saying Oni. Oni.
Yes, Oni. Thank you, Mr. Professor. It was the Oni of that time that sent Oromio. It wasn't Oduduwa. So this story of a Kaladian that Benin they are now trying to impose on the Yoruba history is for political reasons, not because it is that is how it is. If you look at the earlier documentation of the Benin history, you will see the truth in their history before they started changing, doing the Red Book and all those things. So this is my submission for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that you have brought out there for them, the Ile Binus. So if you people have anything to say, you can come up and then send in your request to debunk what you've heard. Because I know you people, most times, some of the Ile Binus, they don't want to accept the truth because maybe the oath their grandfathers have taken. Before that, we'll go to Elias Opara. Elias, unmute yourself. Where are you from? Elias 1, 2, and 3.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome in.
Yeah. Thank you. God bless for your the way you organize your stuff. So what I wanted to say is that really, to my own point of view, I'm not citing anybody, but I believe that migration, for example, now I'm an Igbo man. I traveled to Lagos, but Lagos is a Yoruba land, but I live there. After 200 years, I'm already a Yoruba man. So what I'm saying is that really history of origin, sometimes I may be a Yoruba man, but my history and the other Yoruba man is not the same. Means that some people migrated from Yoruba land to Benin land, and some people also migrated from Benin land to Yoruba land. So it's a mix. And some people also, their origin come from Igbo, they migrated there. And it's like that. It's a mix because migration, people move from one place to another. So you can be a Benin man, but your roots of origin come from the Igbo part of the location. And you can be a Benin man, but your roots come from Yoruba. Thank you. God bless.
Okay. That was so fast. So I don't know why the Ile Binus, they are the only ones who don't want to accept where they come from. I don't know what they are or why they are running away from their origin. So, but I thank you for that submission you've made. We want to use your box to bring in someone who wants to come and debunk something. Laarin. And they accept your request. I have accepted you from this end. So while these two are still here, let's keep on tapping on this live stream and also sharing it out to our people out there so that they can come here and get themselves enlightened instead of just going around looking for what to believe. To believe is to doubt, but if you know, it comes with facts. That's why belief can never walk in the court, but knowing with evidence. So that is what it is. And they accept your request, and I will bring you up here. Okay, he's up. So Ainde, you said you have a question for Allah who has spoken first. So the question.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the, let me say, privilege given to me. Mr. Bola, I followed your historical analysis with some analogical comparison with the one in the Bible. The eyebrow I want to raise is that in your analysis, you believe that every race, every tribe are trying to give an answer to the history of creation, how they come to be. And you made mention of OODUA. The OODUA was, when we look at it in a metaphysical manner, OODUA is a deity. Well, that is not arguable. When we look at it in a realistic manner, OODUA was born in Ile-Ife. Did I get you right, sir?
Absolutely correct.
Now, like I will say, if you look at different histories, I've forgotten the writers, like Fagua and some other prolific writers regard the story of creation.
Fagua?
Hello, can you hear me?
Of the name you mentioned so that you don't throw names that you are not sure of.
I said some of the prolific writers of the Yoruba history and the storytellers like Dio Fagua, we could actually deduce that the account of history you just said is an aspect. It is not what will I call it? It is not absolute. You have it that OODUA was born in Ile-Ife, and another historical account have it that OODUA migrated to Ife. How are we going to strike the balance? But I don't get, if you look at the biblical history you make reference to, you say Jesus Christ, according to one verse of the Bible, Jesus Christ was sent from heaven, which actually
he came down from heaven. entails
its spirituality, spiritual powers. Why, on the other hand, you gave the location, the name of the mother and father of Jesus Christ, and where he was born.
I only named where he was born.
It was included. His father was mentioned in the Bible. That is why I said you make reference to Bible. His father, his mother was mentioned in the Bible. Can you please mention the father of OODUA, his mother, and where he was born in Ile-Ife? That is number one question. Because if you are learning, we need to ask questions too.
I have had a question. Don't tell me why you asked. Don't worry. Just continue with more questions.
That is number one question. Number two is that, are you saying that...
I press mute small. You will be dishing out the question one after the other so that once it clarifies, we move on from there so that we don't have so many questions up here. So, Tio, Ola, you can answer to the first question he has posed, then we'll move on from there.
So let me do it as an engagement. So there's something you said, I said absolutely correct. And then I realized that I misheard you. So what you said was that he was born in Ile-Ife. He was born in Ife. So let me quickly do a slight clarification and you get the point now. So when we say Ile-Ife and we say Ife, these two statements, sometimes people use them interchangeably, like they are precisely one and the same thing. That may be correct in a sense, but the more strict clarification is as follows. Ife is a wider area and has Ile-Ife inside it. Ile-Ife is the capital, is the seat of the traditional government. In other words, beyond Ile-Ife, you are still in Ife. So Ile-Ife is in Ife, but Ife is wider. So think of two circles. You draw one large circle and you draw another smaller circle inside that large circle. That big circle is called Ife. That smaller circle inside is called Ile-Ife, the capital. So you can see that Ife is still wider now. But we can also use them interchangeably. People don't get technical every day when they talk. So that's the slight clarification I want to make. And Yorubas usually use the word Ile. Anytime you hear Ile, it has a prefix. Or you hear Ode as a suffix. Just know that what the Yorubas are telling you is that that place is the capital of a wider area. So there might be some suburbs or countrysides, but the capital is also there, the place that became the capital. So Ode Oyo, Ode Ondo, Ile Ife, Oyo Ile, Ode Ijebu. When you hear Ile, Ode, and so on, you are talking of the seat of government, while you have the suburbs surrounding it is still part of the wider Ife. So Ife is the wider area. So OODUA was born and raised in Ife. So your question is, some writers said OODUA migrated, now that I have clarified, Some writers said Oodua migrated into Ile-Ife. That how do I balance that? So you understand the mythological narrative of heaven and being born. That was clear, especially using what we are familiar with, the Jesus narrative, and also the creation story of how some spirits came from heaven, and the king, the human Oodua, is supposed to be a reincarnation, reappearance, and a reborn embodiment of that spirit. In other words, Oodua has come to this world before as a spirit, but now he is born. Everything is clear. So how do we now reconcile this with the narrative of Oodua being a migrant, moving from one place to another? That seems to contradict the idea that he was born in Ile-Ife, born in Ife. So the reality is as follows. I mentioned the place where he was born that you asked. There is a place in Ife. So Ile-Ife is the center. Now think of a place to the east, in the northern direction of the east. There is a hill there called Okeora. You see that hill? It's not the only hill that surrounds Ile-Ife. There are 7 hills, about 7 of them, that surround Ife. Okeararomi, Okepao, Okejugbe, Okeora, and some more that I can't remember their name. I might get it later and type it in there. So one of such hills is called Okeora. Some might even call the whole thing Okeora, but there is one that has that name specifically, Sha. It is on the settlement that was formed on this particular hill. That is the settlement from where Oodua was raised, born and raised. Other people live in other parts around, in other hilly terrains. Some people live in the valley in the center. No, that is where he entered Ile-Ife from. Yeah, that is where he entered Ile. So nobody in Ife will tell you that there is one earthly location apart from Okeora, where Oodua came from. There is nobody in Ife that will tell you that. There is no place. If they would tell you anything before Okeora, they would go into the religious narrative. They will call that place heaven. And it makes absolute sense. Point me to one person in Ife that says, before Okeora, there is a place on earth that Oodua came from prior to Okeora. There is nobody. I'm challenging you. The only thing you would find is that Okeora is the first earthly location of that guy. If they would take it to before Okeora, then they are leaving historical narrative. They are going to leave the realm of historical, literal, and geographical. They are going to religious narrative. Okay? Oodua is the earthly location where Okeora is the earthly location where Oodua was born and raised. So if you have a problem or clarification, again, history is not made up in your head. I might think now, for example, I love that Oodua should come from South Africa. That's just me in my head thinking. And then I'll be mapping it from South Africa. He now entered he rode his camel, and then he now hid and lived in Okeora. And then from Okeora, he now came into Ile-Ife. People usually don't even travel like that they were coming from a plane somewhere. And when they want to enter a city, there is a place to pass. So they now first climb the hill and then come down again. It typically doesn't work, except if the hills are continuous chain that covers the whole place. But if the hill is not a continuous chain, there are passageway everywhere, people don't move that way. It doesn't make sense on an intuitive basis. And beyond intuitive, there is no such traditions. If it exists, it only exists in your mind right now. Of that Oodua came from another earthly location. It doesn't exist in Ife. Okeora is the first earthly location from where he came. And then from that Okeora, he migrated into the center, into the bowl. So the question now is, where is Okeora? It's in Ife. Where is the bowl? The center. The center is also in Ife. That center is today called Ile-Ife. That place became the capital. In fact, the person who made that place to be the capital is Oodua himself when he came and reorganized the government. So that center became Ile-Ife in the center. Where he was coming from is Okeora. 2 locations. One Okiora. The next, Ile-Ife. Before he made it Ile-Ife, what do they call it? Where he was coming from, Okiora. The center was called Ugbomokun, the center. So he came from Okiora and moved to a place called Ugbomokun in the center. That Ugbomokun, he reorganized it to be the capital. So people started calling it Ile-Ife, Ile-Ife. The whole area together, including Ugbomokun and the Okiora, is everything. The whole place is called Ife. Okay? So if you know of any narrative in Ife today that says there is an earthly location in Ife, I'm not talking about any other part of Yoruba land that came later, in Ife that says OODUA was coming from a particular place on earth and then came to Ife, Okiora. Tell me that location from Ife narrative. There is none. So that is what, so I've answered the question of where OODUA was born and raised, and then he migrated. You see that migration that people talk about, moving from one place to another. It is from Okiora into Ugbomokun, that is into where it became the capital, Ile-Ife. Now let's now address other narratives outside of Ife, particularly from the Oyo axis, that says that the migration was a long one from Mecca. Of course, we can already see there is a lot of holes in that one. Oh, they came from Mecca, traveled in 90 disability, something there's a lot of things that doesn't add up there. But where do this narration, the one that was written in Samuel Johnson's book, where is it from? Where did Samuel Johnson get it from? We know that thing that Samuel Johnson wrote in his book, that OODUA came from one distant location in the Middle East, Mecca, Israel, Canaan, all those sites. Yeah? I don't know what specific location, Egypt. Where did he get such from? You can be sure that he never got it from Ife people. Why? Because we know what Ife people said around that time. You can be sure, in fact, that he never got it from anywhere in Yoruba land. In fact, a small Oriki of OODUA will tell you where he's from. He is a ruler. He's a leader of a community in Okiora. He was a leader of a community there before he became a leader of a community in Ugbomokun, that is Ile-Ife. That's why he was called Oshinora. Oshin is another name for leader. So where does Samuel Johnson get his Mecca, Egypt, all those narratives from? Not from Ife and not from anywhere in Yoruba land. What you will find in Ife is that it came from heaven, the spiritual narrative, heavenly origin. The earthly origin is Okiora. That's what you will find in Ife. What you find in other parts of Yoruba land, in the traditions, is that he was Oshinora. There is no Ifa that you would hear somebody chant me some lines of Ifa concerning the history of OODUA. Chant me what stories you have. You would never find anything that says OODUA now, OODUA wambo lati ilu Mecca, Odovidegin. You will never find such coexist. It came later. So Samuel Johnson got this story from some northern people who were writing history about people in general. It's not like those northerners were writing history about Yoruba. They just carry their pen and it's Yoruba, they want to write. They were writing history about people in general. Themselves, Yoruba, Nupe, this one, that one. They were writing history book. They have their narrative about people that they used to say in their own part. And everybody must come from the Middle East based on what is called the Hamitic hypothesis. It's a religious, Christian, Judeo-Christian narrative that informed what they believe. So there is a Judeo-Christian narrative that is very popular, that that there was a flood that wiped up the whole world in the days of a certain Noah. And then people were reduced to about 4 in number or so, or thereabout. And then from each of these 4, the world was repopulated. And then there was a group. So in any case, people of Africa came from that direction. There was that theory in the world at that time. This theory informed the mind of the northern people about the origin of everyone. And for that reason, they said Yoruba. They didn't even mention OODUA. They said Yoruba, like Nupe, like this one, came from that direction. That's it. When our own Samuel Johnson read that book, this was interesting to him. It's not like he didn't hear the Yoruba one that we were created in Ife. Of course, he heard that one, but at least he got attracted to one of the two. Oh, this one is exciting. It connects my people to a very far distant land, exotic location. He gravitated towards that one. Historians have analyzed the psychology of that gravitation. There is a book on it. And then what he did was, after hearing that story, he now created what historians today now call the Johnsonian hypothesis. What did he do? He didn't just stop at saying Yoruba people came. He inserted one important Yoruba man into the picture. Who is that man that he inserted? He inserted OODUA. This is how OODUA became somebody from the Middle East. That is the origin of that OODUA that you see, that you hear, that come from one far place. It was a Johnsonian creation. Leave Johnson alone and come back into the traditions. What you would find is that he is a native person. So if I have not answered the question, guys, you can help me retype the question. So Mr. Okaleti, if you say you did not answer the question, I'm assuming you know the question. Please help me retype it. Help me, guide me, please, so that I can answer it.
That guy is
Are you done, please?
No, I'm almost there.
And the order, when he finishes, you address. All right.
Yeah. So OODUA is from Okiora. In Ife, there is no earthly location that he came from into Okiora. So now, no, that's the beginning. And then he moved into Ubomokun, which was later called Ile-Ife, and they recognized it. Is there any other question you asked that I haven't answered? So the point is that this thing I'm narrating now.
You asked about the parents.
Oh, the parents.
Yes,
okay.
yes. Before I react.
Yeah. So, so the parent, as regards the parents, let me ask you a question. Can you unmute? And I'm not doing this to make you feel anyhow or make anybody feel anyhow. I'll tell you about the parents.
I'm with you.
Yeah. And it's not a personal thing. I want to make you see something. Not your dad, not your granddad, not your great-granddad, the one before your great-granddad. What's the name of his dad and his mom? Do you know? No, don't tell us. Do you know the name? Remember this, I traced it back. It's not even
Yes, I know.
You know them, Abi? You know them? Hello, Mr. Ayede. There's a reason why I'm asking. You see me.
I know them. I know their names.
Okay. Is there a point where you don't know their name anymore? And that point is not even as far as OODUA? Or do you know their names all
I still know the names of like 15 generations.
Okay, let's even assume that you are the smartest of everybody. Most people only know their great-great-grandfather's name. After that, they can't remember any name. It doesn't mean that that man that they can't remember does not exist, though. It just means they can't remember. So now let's pause. If all of us here cannot remember our great-great-great-granddad's name, and that man is not even half of the time of OODUA, so don't we think we are exhibiting double standards when we are saying the one that is far away, you must know his name? So that's the first double standards. Number one. Number two, Obatala, is he from Ife? From the history you know?
Yes, Obatala is from Ife.
Okay. What is his dad's name and his mom?
He's from Ife because there's no any counter.
I'm not asking why he's from Ife. I'm asking what is his dad's name and his mom's name.
That says that
hold on.
Obatala was sent from heaven. The history we have about Obatala.
Hold on, sir. I think you are missing what I'm saying. Maybe I'm echoing. You are hearing something else. You have answered my first one. Obatala is from Ife. And now ask, what is Obatala's dad's name or mom's name? Anyone?
That is what I'm addressing.
Do you know the history? Do you know the name or you don't know it?
No, I'm coming. It is not a yes or no question. No, it is not a polar question.
Honestly, I'm saying, what is the dad's name?
Oh yeah, let me explain. Let me explain that aspect. The Obatala history, as it is told, says that Obatala was sent from heaven, and there was no any counter historical account regards that. I
agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying, what is his dad's name and his mom? I agree with everything you are saying. So let's just go to the new one that we don't know whether we agree. I agree with everything you said. What is his dad's name and his mom's name? He's from Ife. What is his dad's name?
Like you don't get my point. You are just agreeing on the point, sir. My point is that when you look at the Obatala historical accounts, it was all agreed that Obatala was sent from heaven, you understand, to the Yorubas. And till the moment, till now, there's no account that says otherwise. But unlike the Oduduas, there are several accounts giving analysis on his existence. That's my point. If going by your historical accounts with the biblical analogy, you can also agree with me that you need to mention the name and the name of the father and the mother of Odudua to have that direct connection, biological connection with Ife. That's my point.
Okay. So it's called cognitive dissonance. You don't see how you are contradicting yourself. So if somebody tells you Odudua is from Ife, indigenous of Ife, your next question is, oh yeah, what is his daddy's name? But if you said Obatala is from Ife, indigenous of Ife, and then you will say, I don't have to answer his daddy's name. That is the contradiction. So it's something you need to pause and think on. Most people, so let me tell you, most people have not thought about some things before, and that's fine. You need to go and sit down and think like, that might have...
No, there's nothing like cognitive dissonance there. You don't get my point. I'm telling you about several accounts. Let me make it simple. Let me simplify it. We have several accounts regarding Oduduwa's existence.
Which account?
We have only single accounts.
Which account and which account?
You said?
Which account and which account?
I just told you some aspect of historical accounts that I had, and that is also in the shrine of Odudua in Ile-Ife today. And you are giving me another account. And let me just make it simpler. You see, you are talking about Okeoranfe. Okeoranfe.
There's no place called Ayinde, relax, you are shouting. There's no place called Okeoranfe. There's no place like that.
Let me land. There is Okeoranfe. It was shortened to Okeora. Okeora.
You don't know what you are talking about. There's no place called Okeoranfe. Oranfe is from Okeora. Relax.
Wait,
it's from Okeora. Okeora is a place.
Let me tell you. You will still react. Okeoranfe. Why that place is called Okeoranfe is because the Oranfe of Sangogon was residing there.
Can you please stop?
Sangogon is not Oranfe.
Can you please stop?
Why are you mixing things together? This guy is
please let me land.
Is a totally different person. Can you please stop saying
let me land.
I'm actually angry.
One house.
That's why I say you are not Yoruba.
Let me land.
You
don't interject me.
You will land. Hold on. Hold on.
The host, don't be annoyed there. The moderator, this guy over here is not correct. He's only lying. I don't like someone who is lying. If you're not from, if you're, for example, I'm from Igbo. My mother is from Ejo. I don't know anything about Ejo history. I will talk about the one I know. For me, for my understanding, this guy is from Benin or Benin.
He's from Benin.
You need to talk about the Benin history, please.
Please, Mr. Google, can I land?
Yeah, I don't like this to spoil people's history. If you don't know about people's history, don't talk. Thank you.
No, please. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Busayo and every other person we have here, we're going to allow him to land. And while this is talking, you try to...
hold on, sir. Now me they talk. I ask him a question. He has failed, and I'm saying, okay, leave my question. Let me continue. The guy not here.
Way forward, yes. I get you. Now you ask the question. So what we will do here now? We say we will try. If person they talk, make we they pick point anything when in they talk, so that once in land. Now those things when in talk, we will feel use talk to him. But the moment we start interjecting him, he might forget what he wants to say and also start beating around the bush. So let's try and wait. Again, they say, Ayinde, you asked him a question. You wait for him to finish. And once he says, I'm done, then you now can come up. Let's try and do it like that. Make the whole thing legit. And also, let's try and be tapping on this live stream while we proceed forward. So, Ola, please continue.
All right. So the point is this: people ask ridiculous questions that contradict their own opinion. In other words, they are saying, if truly Odudua is from Ife, tell me his daddy's name. And then when you ask that person, is Obatala from Ife? He say, yes, Obatala is from Ife. So yeah, tell me his daddy's name. Then he starts crashing their head and say, well, let me explain. I can do. He's from heaven. That's what. Well, Oduduwa is from heaven too. If you want to go by the mythological narrative, you said you go to Oduduwa shrine. They told you it's from heaven. So if the heaven thing makes you not ask about Obatala's father, well, the heaven thing should make you not ask about Oduduwa's father. So what we are saying is that maintain a particular energy. I went to Ife. I heard that Obatala is from heaven. Therefore, I will never answer you about his father. Guess what? You also went to Ife and heard that Oduduwa is from heaven. Therefore, you should not ask about his father. Maintain your energy. Ask yourself, this thing that they put inside my head from our town is not correct. I have to go back home and go and reorganize myself. You must make up your mind. Does heaven mean you should ask about his father or not? If heaven says don't ask about Oduduwa's father, or Obatala's father, heaven should tell you not to ask about Oduduwa's father too. So what is Obatala's father's name? That's the question that you would ask when I'm done. That you would answer. What is Obatala's father's name? Don't say, I went to Ife shrine, they told me Obatala is from heaven, so I will not tell you his father's name. Well, you also went to Ife shrine, they told you Oduduwa is from heaven, so why are you asking? But the point is this, heaven or no heaven is a mythological narrative as we have demonstrated here. In other words, Obatala truly did not drop. He must have originated as an earthly person. He's a real person. He reigned at the time of human Oduduwa. They fought. If they fought, they must have been contemporaries. He must have been born too, like Oduduwa. The heavenly thing about all of them, Oduduwa, Ogun, that's a mythological, spiritual, philosophical, metaphysical narrative. So now, what is Oduduwa's father? The human guy that was born and raised in Ife. There are several Oduifa that will tell you. I would play some of them. 1 second, let me carry my laptop. So don't think in Ife, people don't know. I'm trying to get my laptop, 1 second.
Yeah, for the benefit of people that are not Yoruba, Ifa is like the Bible in the Yoruba religion. So that is what he wants to play. Thank you.
How do you know what I want to play? So the answer as to what is Oduduwa's father's name? That answer, I sat down with Babalawo. Of course, I know why that name is not popular. Oduduwa has been elevated to a patriarch level. So when a person has gotten to the level of a patriarch, what happens to them is that the name of their dad gets disremembered slowly and slowly. Why? Because he is the more important figure. For example, ask Edo people, what is the name of Pa Idu's father's name? Even though Pa Idu is they just cooked it up. What is the name of Pa Idu's dad? Mr. Eluku, Eba me mute, Ema Benusa. What is the name of Pa Idu's dad's name? They will tell you, I don't know. And it might be fair that they don't know. Why? The more important person gets to a status where any other person around him gets disremembered. That same thing happened to Obatala. Dropping from heaven is mythological. He must have been a normal human being. What is his dad's name? That became less important because he is the patriarch. And so on and so forth. So asking the Babalawo now, say, Babalawo, I know this thing. He must have had a dad. The name must have been suppressed popularly. But if you dig deep in Ifa, there should be a name of his father remembered, at least his father, if not the mother. Most people can't remember their great-great-granddad's name. Let's be honest. The person lying that my 15th generation, if you told him to be asked, listing them now, you see him start making up names. So the question is, what is, I told him, what is the dad's name? Tell me, sir. He mentioned 3 ways to know Oduduwa's father's name. 3 different ways. He said, in certain Oduifa, Oduduwa's dad's name was mentioned clearly. That is how he told me. So that's number 1, Ifa verse. Number 2, he mentioned certain Yoruba asseverations. Asseverations may be ayajo, that Yorubas would, those commands that Yorubas make as incantation. So in that incantation, they would say, this thing must come to pass. This thing that I want must come to pass, except if so and so is not the father of Oduduwa. That's when this thing should not happen. So Oduifa verses, incantation. And number 3, He said in Ile-Ife, this Baba told me, when they are in Igbo Idio, Igbo Oduduwa Grove, there are certain songs that they sing. And that song about Oduduwa, because they are in his grove anyway, they mention the name of Oduduwa's father. I really want to play this thing so that people can hear for themselves. God, I must find it. So, but anyway, let me mention the name and then we will not hear it. But that question, again, people must grow up and realize that, oh my God, it's not a gotcha question. It came from heaven. Well, Obatala, we don't know his name. It goes as follows. It said the first Ifa verse is Oturameji, that I will find it there. If you know Oturameji so deep, that's what he claimed. And he also said if you know Ogbeka, you would find the name of Oduduwa's fathers there. It's like the scripture of the Yoruba, but it is not literature, it is orature. Meaning that it is not compiled since ancient times in writing, it is narrated. So, Oturameji, the relevant line goes as follows. Jeye Lobi Oduduwa Lomo, that's the line that is relevant that I remember when he narrated it. I would have him do a proper recording. Jeye Lobi Oduduwa Lomo is what I was told. That's the name, number one, in Ifa verse, 2 Ifa verse that he mentioned to me. Another one that he mentioned was the asseverations. I can't remember how he put it, but it's something along the lines of when you want to make a incantation, you say something should come to pass and should not come to pass except if Jeye is not Oduduwa's father. That's number 2. And the number 3, he said when they are in Igbo Idio, they sing so and so and so song and they mention Oduduwa's father's name. Let me see if I have it here. You are Yoruba, so he spoke in Yoruba. So what he's saying is that when we are in Igbo Oduduwa, they sing a song, they say, Oramfe, Jeye loruko baba Oduduwa, Ora lo bilomo. What we have here, we have the name Jeye, we have the name Ora. So we know how Ora is identified in Ife traditions to be sometimes God himself in heaven. But the human name here, 2 names of a father are mentioned, Jeye and Ora. So if Ora is the God in heaven, like Eledua in some Ife beliefs, Jeye the human must be the human father, while Ora or Eledumare must be the divine father for the Oduduwa being sent from heaven. So the name of Oduduwa's dad is mentioned in the traditions. But why is it not popular? Of course, for the same reason why Obatala's father's name is not popular. For the same reason why Orumila's father's name is not popular. For the same reason why Oshun's father's name is not popular. These guys they've been elevated to the status of patriarchs and matriarchs. And once that happens, everyone around them gets less popular over time than their own. Just like your own great-great-grandfather, the most important person in your family line is the one whom your family name, that family compound is named after. Have you ever asked yourself, why is your family compound named after this man? Why not his own dad? The only reason why he's not his own dad is because he must have been the most important at some point. And the name of his dad has been disremembered. Not that his dad does not exist. Everybody has a family name and a family compound. That is the name of a particular person. What about his father? What is his name? You usually don't know. Not that they don't exist, but seem like that name is so far away from you or disremembered or less important compared to his son. Not that they don't exist or they don't have names. And these are not even people far distant to Oduduwa's time, just somewhere close to you, but you don't forget the name. Now, you can't ask about Oduduwa, even though we've told you. Tell us about Obatala's name. Coming from heaven does not excuse you, because Oduduwa also come from heaven in the mythological narrative. I hope we've answered the question of how Oduduwa migrated. And if you're talking about many narratives, well, some Igbos say Obatala is an Igbo man. Does that change anything? So something is not many narrative if it is coming because you just have it there, out there. Somebody can wake up tomorrow morning and say, Obatala is an Ijo man, just like Igbos have claimed him. it doesn't change the fact that in Yoruba land, in the core traditions, such thing is not found. So the koko is that OODUA, in the traditions of the Yoruba people, the authentic traditions, Ifa, for example, not hypothesis of Johnson, traditions of the people, nothing is found there that says it's from another earthly location. The only earthly locations where he originated from is Okiora. And to wrap it up, I have given you evidence for the father's name. There are evidence for the origin of OODUA in literature. In other words, people have been going, you went to Ife Abi in 2000 and something. People have been going to Ife since the 1800s to go and collect the story from the mouth of the people. And guess what they've been told? They've been told that OODUA is from Okiora. I can show you one book now, Stephen Adebanji Akintoye, a history of the Yoruba people. You would find it there. OODUA origin. In fact, he put it this way. It is on the soil of Yoruba land that OODUA was born and raised. It is only in that soil that his roots can be found. And then he went on into the traditions, what the tradition says, how he came from Okiora. So you'll find it in that book. You might say 2010 is too early, is too recent. Go back in time, in the 1990s. Professor Akinjogbin's book that he edited, chapters contributed from different authors. It was also mentioned there how OODUA originated from where? Okiora. Go further back in time. Go into the years 19, maybe 80s. You would find it there, OODUA being from Okiora. Go into the 1970s. A book called History of West Africa by, it's not that, of course, Ajayi Crowther is long gone. There's another name that is similar to Ajayi Crowther, one Oyibo man. Crowther, I can't remember his name. Crowther is the name, and there's another Yoruba author that they both published that book. So different West African cultures, when they go to the Yoruba culture, they mention OODUA and they mention his origin. His earthly origin is Okiora in the 1970s too. If you go to the 1950s, in the divine kingship in West Africa, divine kingship in West Africa touches on OODUA. It makes it clear again, he's an aboriginal of Ife. If you go to 1940s, in fact, all the way to the 1920s, an account collected from Ife makes it clear OODUA is from Okiora. So the question is where is OODUA from? Where did he migrate from? He migrated from Okiora into the bowl called Ile-Ife, then called Ugbomoku. What is the name of his dad? You just heard it. Jeyelu Rukoba OODUA or Alobilomo. And that's it. Thanks. Anything else? It came from some distant land. It's not in the tradition. It's in Johnsonian hypothesis. That is what the students call it today. Thanks.
Okay. You're going to make later you respond to what he has said, and you see he took time to explain. Listen, we're not just out here normally us where we in Igbo. We get matters where we get at hand. But at the same time, if you see your people who are willing to educate you on it, on your own histories, you learn, because nobody will there will be library of information. Even all that way they talk, now still students in B, they try to gather in fact. You get me? So Owebu Moku. Then he gets something quite well that talk in the spirit of all this. Say like the Ijo people that the Igbos have claimed, and I want to point it out. We the Igbo people, we don't claim anybody. You feel me? If you're an Igbo person and you feel it in your blood,
that's not what I said.
You know, you said it. When you were making a reference, you said, and I said I was going to. I said I was going to speak on it. Hold on.
Yeah, you misheard me.
No. You actually had said it.
That's not what I said. You will hear it again and you say, "Oh, you misheard." What I said is that
everywhere good. I just wanted to let it out there that we the Igbos, we did our day. So, Ainde, please, you can respond. Did he answer your question the way you want?
That people don't think I said that. Don't you think it's important?
Okay.
What I said is that
I just wanted to.
I didn't say Igbos are claiming Ijo. I said some Igbos said Obatala, not Ijo. Obatala is an Igbo man. Some Igbos said that, and that is not a lie. So, and I said tomorrow, Ijo people can come out and say Obatala is an Ijo man. That wouldn't change anything because it is not
my brother, the Igbo people said that it will look. So, let me tell you, in this social media space, you know, some people claim Yoruba. Some people claim Igbo. Like this, my brother over here, who is Benin, from Benin, claiming Yoruba. But I didn't believe it's from Yoruba. It's from Benin. Myself, my mother is from Ejo. I don't know any history about Ejo. I don't know anything about Igbo. The one I can say about Igbo, the one I know little. If you look at me now, I'm not talking anything. I'm just motivated myself. I'm listening. I'm learning. You understand?
That's so.
We don't claim, the Igbos don't claim anywhere.
Everywhere good. Let's still continue in that spirit. Also, if you have sent in a request, because they still request, we're going to bring you guys up once there is a space. We'll create space for you people to come up. So, Ainde, you posed the question to Ola, and he took his time to explain the whole thing. So, are you cleared on that question, and do you have another question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
I really like where Mr. Bola took me to. Like, make a reference to what he was told in Igbo. That is the OODUA. The thing is, if you look at the two references he made, the references also acknowledge the fact that the father of OODUA, Geye, I believe that Geye is crowned. The father of OODUA, the great-grandfather of OODUA is Oranfe. Because the man, the tape you played, the audio you played, the man said Oranfe from Ora. Now, I was telling you people about the history of Oranfe himself. And I will still stand on my point that it is now that people are just looking for a way out to the history and to rewrite the history.
I don't think what this man is saying. He's just trying to bail himself out from what.
Listen, you don't interrupt people.
Hold on. One house. Drug and violence. Hold on, yeah. After he has finished speaking, you can unmute yourself and address him. We have Busayo here. We have Eluku also here. So once he finishes and mutes himself, then you can address him directly. So I need to continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. The point here is that I believe that the SFR and everything it made reference to is just fabricated, because it is not possible. It's been long. I also went to the OODUA that he recorded a Babalawo. Babalawo is not a custodian of history, or is not a custodian of knowledge. Maybe that is part of what he was told, part of the myth. And you don't agree with the myth that OODUA descended from heaven and got to Okeora. And I wanted to tell you the history about Oranfe itself. Okeora was an abode to Oranfe himself. Oranfe, Obamake, Osongogon. Osongogon, it was Oranfe that birthed Osongogon. But you people just jump. You interjected me then. During the time of Oranfe, when he was living in Okeora, OODUA was ruling in Ife, Odaye. We have three evolution of Ife. I'm not talking about the 13th Elus. We are talking about evolution of the Ife. Both OODUA and Oranfe, they lived in the same era. If you are saying that OODUA was born in Okeora, where Oranfe stayed, how is that possible? How is it convincing? You can search. Okeora was an abode to Oranfe, the father of Obamake Osongogon. In Ilefe, that is my compound. The head of Oranfe dynasty. Wait. The head of Oranfe dynasty is Obaluru. Is Obaluru in Ife. I will not be here listening to something and accept it. I question what I want to take in. In argument we learn. Yes, we agreed. But there are some things you need to question. Like Gaya now, Gaya is a makeup. That is why it is not popular. If it is restricted, if
Why is Obatala's dad's name not popular, sir?
I'm coming. Wait. If it is not made up, it would have not been restricted to the Ifas. I've learned from what Mr. Bola said, I've learned one or two things. You understand? And I will still further my research. I'm not reading alone. I was born in Ife, lived half of my life in the Gbodo that you are talking about. It is located in 26 Ilare Street, along Orobaido. And I described the place for you to know that I heard everything there. You will see a caterpillar.
There's no place called Orobaido.
Eh?
You said Orobaido?
Yes, it's trying along that axis.
There is no place called Orobaido in Ife.
I hope Egugu can hear now that I've been telling him that there's nothing called like that.
It is called what?
There's nothing called like that. I've said so.
It is called what?
I said it's Oroba Ado, which is in Leife, and which you are trying to say. They said it's a lie. It's not that they are burying the head.
Another issue. Don't go to another issue. I'm at fire. It's very the rescue.
Okay. Go on.
Oba Ido Leso Abi. It is wrong. Can you correct yourself and say it properly? That's how to do it. Emma Bashi, you said Orun Oba Ido. That's wrong.
How is it wrong? If you get to the shrine today, do you know where the shrine is located?
Okay, you know what?
Please, can you describe where the shrine is located?
You know what? Can you type it in the chat so that maybe I'm not hearing you? Can you type the name of that place? Orun Oba Ido. There's a type.
Please, can you describe the streets where that shrine is located?
I don't even live in Ilefe.
That is what is written.
Hold on now.
Because he lives in Ilefe. He said he's school there. He's school in Ilefe. That's why.
Can you just do something? It might be that I can't hear you well. Can you just type it? Type the name.
Can you see it now? Orobado.
Are you sure this is how they wrote it? You first of all said, okay, let me type what I heard you say before. Oba Ido. This is what you said before.
No. Orobado. Maybe you misheard me.
Him the answer. It was
that
the mention.
Now you see what I said.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. It's Orobado. It is not. If you look at that.
You are still saying
Orobado.
Ido or Ado?
Orobado.
Leave the Oba for a moment. Is it Ido or Ado?
Obado.
Okay, now you.
What are you saying? You don't need to change. I will describe the place for you.
It's not about describe now. You could have come from Kapele and schooled in Ilefe. That's not a problem.
No, it is not about school in Ilefe. This is the place I live.
The only person who rescued you here now is Eluku. When he was shaking, he couldn't come down for you to put yourself in the Adaga very well.
It's Orobado now.
You just corrected yourself. Everybody heard Orobado.
No. Maybe you people misheard, or that was a slip of tongue from my hand.
All of us at the same time.
From my hand.
Okay.
Let me tell you, the paint, if it has not changed, they painted it yellow. It beside the former prison in Ilefe.
You are from Ife. You are there now. Why will you have changed? Are you not there?
I've not been to Ife since. I've not been to Ife since June now.
You are back in Benin now.
Back in Benin. I stay in Lagos. Back in Benin. In what sense? I'm telling you the reality. It's not what I heard on the paper or something.
You said
I hope you know you're not the only person from Ife on this platform.
Please bring up the person. Bring up the person. Let's engage. Like I was saying before Eluku interrupted.
Now focus on yourself. What is the cocoa of what you are saying?
The cocoa now is that the chair you are talking about is a fabrication.
So you know this because
why? And why should we believe you?
Why should you believe you and not believe the Ifa and all those asseverations and the songs? Why should it be Ayinde on TikTok must be believed? Ifa must not be believed. The songs must not be believed. Those Yoruba incantations must not be believed.
Okay, let me tell you something about Ifa incantations and some other errors in the incantation regards the reality of people they are making reference to. In Ifa, if you see them chanting about Eshu, the description that was given to Eshu in that incantation is quite different from Eshu's reality.
Eshu's reality, where did you learn it from? Different from the one in the incantation?
Oh, I don't want to, if I close here, if I want to check it, I want to check some file, it will close, it will actually automatically drop me.
No, don't worry. Hold on now.
If you see,
I don't like when people make a statement and they can't back it up and they run away from it. Anytime you make one statement, I like that you back it up. Me, you don't have to teach me to back it up. I will back it up. But most people that are engaged, they forget to do it. It is me that will still be reminding them. That thing you just said, come and back it up. So you said the character of Eshu is different from what is discussed in Ifa. Can you tell us where did you get that character from, apart from Ifa? That character of Eshu.
Apart from Ifa,
yeah, you said
the Eshu worshipper. You see, that is the problem. There's difference between Ifa and the Eshu worshippers. Do you understand? There are difference between.
Where did you meet the Eshu worshippers? What did you ask them? What did they say?
They have their own incantation. They believe that.
Them?
Wait, in Ife, everything is in Ife. We have 401 deities in Ife.
In Ife. It's okay. So they now told you that that Ifa one is a lie and their own is correct. That is like they do something different from the one in Ifa, right? They told you that.
Yes, now is it not compilation? It's a compilation.
No, you don't know what you are. So it's either you are very confused or you are a
me, I want to say let's go back to the topic. This Ayinde is off topic, is off the topic.
You are just going from one place.
What is off topic? Wait. This drug and violence. You made mention of history now. You said OODUA had 7 children.
I'm reading from.
My drag in the issue me. You
were reading something from a foreigner. See, can you see? No, I've told you it is not left for you to refute it. I need your refuter. I said the Ifa, what Ifa are using is different from what the Eshu worshippers are saying.
Okay, so should I refute you?
Yes, I need your refutation with
so it means logicality. That you will let me refute you. You will mute, Abi?
Are we?
Okay, let's try it. Whether you will mute.
Have I interjected you when you were speaking? I don't interject people.
Okay, let's try it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten to that point where people don't have anything to say. If you bring them, so it has gotten to the point of where was OODUA born and raised? He was born in Okiora. The next thing that people should ask is, what is the evidence? We've cited the evidence in the traditions. The heavenly guy came from heaven. Who was he coming from heaven alone? No, with Obatala. Who else? Ogun. Who else? Orunmila. Who else? Oshun, and many others. We've heard that in the philosophical, metaphysical narrative. But all these guys, all the spirits, do they have human manifestation at least? Yes. Obatala, OODUA, humans as well, reigned as in Ife. So if they have human manifestation, they must have been born. Who is Obatala's dad? Oga no have answer. It is not because me I'm raising a standard for you. It is because you make the standard for yourself. You are the one who put yourself in that tough place. Ìwọ ló fi ra ẹ síbi tó ṣòro. Òun sọ pé anybody tó bá wá láti Ifẹ̀, a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ orúkọ bàbá ẹ̀. A dẹ̀ béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ pé is Obatala from Ife? You said yes. What is his father's name? You started scratching your head and started dancing and dancing. What does that mean? It means that of course he can be from Ife, and still his father's name is not known, like you don't know Obatala's father's name, even though he's from Ife, even though other people claim him too. So the point now is that why does that happen? Why is somebody from Ife and you don't know it? Because it could be any reason. It could be that this is so far in time and the father's name is suppressed because he has been a patriarch. That son is the most important. Just like your Agbole's name. Agbole Arikuyeri, there is somebody called that Arikuyeri. Why did they name the Agbole after that man and not his father or grandfather? Not that he doesn't have a father and grandfather, but it's because Arikuyeri became more important than even his own dad. And he was the one whose name was canonized. Okay, we made that clear. So now you see the ridiculousness of asking about Oduduwa's father as a proof of his Ife indigeneity. Whereas in the same breath, Obatala is agreed by you to be of Ife indigene, but you don't know his father's name. Almost nobody knows. If you want to know, you have to dig again and go into the where, Ifa. You can't go into the sky and be scratching the sky to know Obatala's father's name. You have to go into the records. What records do the Yoruba have? Orature, literature, Ifa, verses, and traditions in people's memories, and songs, and incantations. That's where you have to go. You would find it if you dig deep enough. Some people have dug deep enough for that Oduduwa one. Why did you have to dig deep? The same reason why you have to dig deep for Obatala's one. Oduduwa became that patriarch. He became more important than his father. That is why his name will be more popular and his father's name will be suppressed. Like Obatala, whose name is more popular and his father's name is not known or little known. Not that Obatala is from Japan. That's why we don't know his father's name. No, he is from Ife. He's just very important, like Oduduwa, like Oshun. So it's not about one person. Open your mind and say that thing that they've been pumping into your brain, that if you don't know somebody's father's name, that person is a lie. That person is from Japan, is from Egypt. Ask yourself, wait, Obatala, I think he's from Ife, but I don't know his father's name. This is a stupid standard. Let's go and do our homework again and come up with another standard. But even at that, Oduduwa's father's name is known. It's not so much remembered, but if you dig deep enough, you will get it. And I've played something to you so that it doesn't say it's me. You don't say it's me. So if I was telling you one man told me and I didn't bring any evidence, you would say no man told you that. I showed you, I played to you the man who told me. And you heard the name yourself. He said it. Now, what is your response? The weakest form of response that anybody can ever give is what you came up with. What is that thing? You just wave it off with your hand. Say, nah, lie, Joe. So when people say, nah, lie, Joe, it's that person is admitting to you that I have failed. I don't know any intelligent thing to say anymore. I will just say, nah, lie. So, nah, lie is the last bus stop when people see evidence. That is to say, I've been trying to be intelligent all along. At this point, I cannot muster any intelligent comeback. But I will not back down to say I have learned. I will just say na lie. And when I say na lie, please, people, you must believe me when I say na lie. What is the evidence that it's na lie? Don't ask me for any evidence. I don't have evidence. Just believe me when I say it's a lie. So that is ridiculous. I would now ask you to do better, come back again stronger, use all your brain power if you can, and bring something reasonable rather than just saying a lie. Okay? So we have heard from Ifa. So what people do at that point is they will say, that verse in Ifa, if I like it, I will agree with it. If I hate it, I will say na lie. If they ask me for the evidence of the na lie, I will say, just believe me. I am a man of God. I cannot lie. No, that's not how it works. You must be able to deal with information that you don't know before. At this point in time, you must tell yourself, Ayinde, call yourself 3 times. There are certain things I don't know at now. If I get it tomorrow, I will not threaten that I will kill myself. I will just add it to more information and said I have grown. You've heard it. Jeyelobi Oduduwa Lomo is what you heard. Oduduwa must have had a father. He's a real human being. He did not migrate from anywhere outside of Ife. The only person who said he migrated, the origin of that story is Johnson. You know what? I'm going to read from a book. And I've given you books, actually. I hope I find this place. So it's sometimes very difficult for me to find. But I hope I find it. So the history of the Yoruba people, I mean, every settlement was surrounded by intensively. I hope I find it. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is where Oduduwa's origin was mentioned. Okay, I think I'm there. Sorry, was there his name? Okay, yeah.
Hello, are you done?
Calm down. You've tried all your best. You couldn't muster any intelligent comeback. You just say, please, people trust
Are
me.
you done, please? You don't need to attack someone or
I'm not attacking
this
you.
thing.
I'm just highlighting what you did. So when evidence was brought to you, you tried.
What evidence? Is that an evidence?
Oh yeah.
Is that an evidence? That is not an evidence.
Hold on, stop. Don't disrupt. You said you don't interrupt people. So when somebody
you said yes now. I'm the one talking. Oh my God.
I never said yes to anything now. So when people tell
you said yes, you still want to be playing.
But guys, can we be true to her? Can we be fair? You've not presented a single thing, and you're the one asking for evidence.
Not even newspaper.
Doesn't that sound very
not even toilet paper.
to you?
It's like
you've not provided a single evidence. You've just told us what we should believe. And someone is talking, telling you, giving you references, and you keep shouting, "It's not evidence."
So, what he's telling you is this: you are saying anything I say to you people, don't ask me for evidence, believe me. That's you. But us, something is in Ifa. If Babalawo said it and we play that Babalawo, you will say, don't believe that evidence. But me, I don't have any evidence. Of course, I've never given you anything here today, but just believe me. Which one makes sense to your brain?
No.
Okay,
see,
so that you're saying. Now, hold on. Now, that no that you're saying. Use all the energy you want to talk. The energy you want to use to talk, use it, channel it into go and look for evidence while you are muted. Be simple.
Wait.
No, I'm not waiting for you.
When you are done, let me know.
Meet me at the level I am. I am at the level of talking and bringing something. Get away from the level of just talking and begging people to believe you. Bring something. So you must try. You are in level 0. Your level is that I will talk, and I will beg people that they should believe me. That's your level. Try and come up to my own. When I talk,
Please, can you wrap up? Let me say something. Let me react.
I don't want you to be saying things. We've heard your voice enough. Bring evidence. Get to the next level, the upper level.
Let me react. You see,
don't be
in argument.
Wait. No, I'm not waiting for you. I'm not waiting for you.
You have the honor. Let me talk now. You've talked.
Waiting for you. No, I'm still talking.
Well, what are you saying? You are just reiterating.
Don't worry. Let me reiterate it for people. You'll be working hard on where you will get evidence from. If you don't find it today,
I will get what? You know, evidence. I'm not one of the people you bamboozle.
No,
you understand? I'm a trained. Wait, I'm a trained.
I'm only telling you that
I'm a trained Agba. I'm a philosopher. You understand? You cannot just be dishing out. You cannot just be dishing out. You cannot just be dishing out something.
Evidence of that philosophy for us.
Let me
use your energy.
Wait.
Use your energy for
you have
evidence.
The honors of proof, Mr. Man. You don't shift honors.
No,
you have the honors of proof.
I'm telling you that
is why I'm drilling you.
Here,
that is why I'm drilling you. I have no claim.
Bring evidence.
That is where you are getting it wrong.
Bring evidence.
You are getting it wrong.
You must bring evidence. You cannot say, please believe me, I'm a man of God, I cannot lie. You must bring evidence. Bring evidence.
What is my claim here? What is my claim here?
OODUA does not have a father. Bring evidence that he does not have a father. OODUA is from a place that is not Ife. Bring evidence for whatever you want to insist on. Bring evidence for it.
You see, when we are talking,
let us name is not something. Bring evidence for that.
Let us make sure.
Let me bring evidence now. Allow me to read now to people. Some people are telling me in the
what you are reading as an evidence cannot be taken as an evidence. That is argumentum authoritative.
No evidence is evidence.
Appealing to false authority.
You are speaking Latin, but you have no evidence yourself.
I must finish what I'm saying.
What's the essence of Latin in this conversation?
Appealing to false authority.
Let me
I'm evaluating you. I'm evaluating false evidences you are bringing. You are telling me that I should listen.
You cannot stop me.
I gave you more than 10 minutes to explain. You are still saying the same thing.
Now you are not the host. Now what's wrong with you? Why are you delusional?
Like you've used 10 minutes.
No,
you are still saying the same thing with different words.
You will talk when I am done. You just finished. Let me finish.
You came up.
I think
you came up.
Make I bounce in here a little. I'm mute to go do. This thing, before he started making this explanation, he asked you that hope you are going to give him the time to present this evidence, and you yourself, you agreed by saying that you would not interject him. So we are going to give him the 3 minutes for him to show you this evidence. After he's done, then yourself, you can come up and say what you want to say. But from everything here, they are the ones really getting you hard with better evidence. I think what you should do while you are muted is for you also to get one or two evidence that you can present to them, so that we can move from there. What we are here, we are not here to come and be checking which person brain big pass, but at least at the end of this live stream, you should be able to take one or two things home that you learned and you learn from
I
here.
agree with you, host. You can accept it as an evidence.
Don't worry.
He knows himself that is not an evidence.
Allow him to present his case.
Bring
Allow him.
something for us now. You bring something for us. Don't just beg.
Olabola, you can continue. Show us what you want to show us so that we can go back to him. Yes.
So what I said again is that while you are muted, any smart person will be running around to say, when I unmute now, I will tell story. And I know these people, they will ask me for evidence. I better be looking for that evidence. Channel your energy rather than be muted and be shaking. Don't shake. Channel your energy into running around and looking for evidence. That's when people will take you more serious. So my claim is simple. OODUA came into Ile-Ife, the bowl from Okiora. The heaven narrative does not apply to OODUA alone. It applies to all of them. You know that one. What is Obatala's dad's name if he's an indigenous of Ife? What is Obatala's dad's name? You cannot run away from that question. Wherever you are running away to, you are running to heaven. That same heaven applies to OODUA. Why does it not stop you from asking about his father? That thing that is stopping you from asking about Obatala's father. What is stopping you from asking about Obatala's father? What stops you is heaven. Heaven should also stop you from asking about OODUA's father. But in any case, dig into the tradition, you will see OODUA's dad's name, even though you don't know the name of the dad of the person whom your Agbole is named after. You don't know the dad's name. OODUA, I want to read now from A History of the Yoruba People. It goes as follows. There is no doubt that OODUA, this is from page 62, there is no doubt that OODUA and Obatala were the most prominent persons in the last stages of the war. Maybe I'm reading the wrong one. No. Emma Bino, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let's take this out of my time. I'm sorry. Let's take it out of my time. At some point in the growing tomorrow. Okay, yeah, found it. So, fortunately, it says, while much effort was being expended in following Johnson's ideas about the beginning of Yoruba history, in other words, while historians were looking at, please be naming the author, and that is for somebody who has not even read a toilet roll. You know, people have entitlement so much, they have forgotten their own position, like me. All I did here is to be begging people to believe my story without evidence. But when this other person is bringing evidence, I'll be looking, oh, the evidence is too blue. It should be red, small. It is too green. It should be light. Bring something. A History of the Yoruba People, S. Adebanji Akintoye, 2010. Fortunately, while much effort was being expended in following Johnson's ideas about the beginning of Yoruba history, in other words, while all historians were following Johnson hypothesis, without asking where did Johnson got his hypothesis from, the author continues, there existed all around us in Ife and other parts of Yoruba land an enormous wealth of traditions, as well as evidence in Yoruba political system and surviving practices and rituals about OODUA and his era. Ultimately, a different direction in the study of Yoruba history developed. So a new approach developed in African history and Yoruba history. What is that approach? An approach that is part of a more scientific study of African history in general, which focused on the indigenous evidence. What do the people say indigenously? Focused on the indigenous evidence as well as other source material for the reconstruction of early Yoruba history. Consequent upon these efforts, we now stand able to lay aside with respect the Johnsonian hypothesis. So the Johnsonian hypothesis does not hold water. Why? Because it traces only to Johnson and nowhere else. Now we can return to the traditions and see what the traditions say. We now stand able to lay aside with respect the Johnsonian hypothesis about the origins of OODUA and of the Yoruba people. It continues. All who study the history of Ife, all scholars, and I would give you a list of scholars who review this work. All who study the history of Ife and of the Yoruba people are now generally agreed that the great political changes which began in Ife in about the 10th century, these changes were indigenous in their origin, indigenous in their unfolding, and indigenous in their dramatis personae, meaning the actors, the persons. It continues, it is on the soil of Yoruba land that OODUA was born and raised. It is only in that soil that his roots can be found. It continues, the traditional account of the development and growth of the political troubles in Ife in OODUA's time are many and complicated. Countless versions exist, each one emphasizing a twist, each one emphasizing an orientation and an emphasis. Countless versions exist, each with its own twist, orientation, and emphasis. Even in spite of an intervening period of about 1,000 years, partisan differences and passions about this event are still quite real in Ife. Now, if you go to Ife, you still see people very passionate about those differences. Me and Obatala, we fought together, this one, and so on. Nevertheless, by carefully sifting through the infinite variety of traditions and versions, we can put together the basic traditional narrative that follows. Then he narrated the traditions. This is a book published in 2010. He was quoting a publication now. From this point now, he's quoting a publication from, I think, the 1990s. And like I have said, we would also read from books from the 1970s and 50s and so on. So what's the traditional narrative? Let's continue. 1 second. Traditional narrative says, some small settlements had for a long time existed on hills beyond the immediate environs of the settlements in the Ife Bowl. At some point in time, one of them moved down, one of those settlements on the hills moved down, staked claims to some land within the area, and started to build a new settlement. The leader of this group, its leader, was a man named OODUA, and so on and so forth. The tradition is so long. At some point in the conflict and inflation is so long. But the point is that we see what it says here. It says, all who study the history of Ife and Yoruba people today, they have set aside what Johnson said, because when they trace what Johnson said, it goes back to Johnson and nobody else. And now reverted back to the traditions. What is this approach called? It's a new scientific approach that developed in the study of African history, and Yoruba history in particular, African history. So what is that scientific approach? To look at what the indigenous evidence says, rather to consider one person's hypothesis. Look at the whole place, the indigenous evidence. The indigenous evidence points to the fact that OODUA was born and raised. All who study the history of Ife says this. Who are the all? Let's read the names of the people who review this work so you can know it's an academic work. It is not some work of me. I just go inside my room and they write something. So who are those? We have number one. If you go to page XI of that book, Dr. J.F. Adeajayi, the Emeritus Professor of History, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Dr. Elise Somoni, Professor of History, Department of African History and Archaeology, National University of Benin at Abomi, Kalawi, Benin Republic. Next one, Dr. R.C.C. Law, Professor of African History, Stirling University, Stirling, Scotland. Next one, Dr. Toyin Falola, the Francis Higginbotham Neal Centennial Professor in History, University of Texas at Austin, Texas. Next one, Dr. Funsho Afolayan, Associate Professor of History and African Studies, University of New Hampshire, Durham, New Hampshire. Next one, Dr. Adebayo Oyebade, Professor of History, Tennessee State University, Nashville, Tennessee, and so on. Okay, I've mentioned Dr. Elisa Suman, and so on and so forth. All who study the history of the Yoruba people today have agreed to put aside Johnson's work because it goes back to Johnson only. as far as the indigenous evidence concerned, Oodua was born and raised in Ife, Okiora, one of those hills from where he migrated into the bowl. That is what we've read. So I've quoted two references now, the book from 2010 and quoting a book from the 1990s. Again, you can find the same information in the History of West Africa by Crowder and Ajayi. Crowder here is not Ajayi Crowder. Of course, Ajayi Crowder was long dead in 1976. It's another Oyibo man. And one Ade Ajayi. If you check this book, you would see where Oodua was born and raised. That is the human now, the earthly location. It's clear there, in fact, in two different pages. Okeora, that's his earthly roots, the first earthly home of this guy. Okeora is there. Odimelo, Odimeta. If you go into divine kingship in West Africa, you will find it there again. Divine kingship in West Africa mentions where Oodua came from. Oodua is an aboriginal of Ife. You'll find that in the 1950s. And you can keep going back and back until even 1921. When Johnson was writing his book, someone else was publishing a book collected from Ife in 1921. Again mentioned that Oodua was from Okeora. That one mentioned Okeora in particular. So the origin of Oodua is quite clear. If you say you are from Ife and you hate it so much that Oodua is from Okeora, of course everybody Yoruba and Igbo that are listening already knows you are not from Ife. You might only have schooled in Ife, but you're something else. So that's the origin. What is his father's name? Well, what is Obatala's father's name? Oh, I cannot tell you Obatala's father's name. Why? Because Obatala came from heaven. Oh, really? Oodua also came from heaven. So why are you asking about his father? So it's a ridiculous double standard. But in any case, we can still tell you Oduduwa's father's name. A Babalawo told me. Oh, a Babalawo told me you are lying. No, Babalawo told you. I have played it. You heard it. Oh, now you hate the Babalawo. Babalawo is lying. And so it doesn't have an end. So when you make a statement that there is no acid test to see whether to prove or disprove, it doesn't make sense in the scientific world. So you cannot wave off that evidence by just waving your hand and say, please, people, believe me when I say that it's a lie. No, you just said 74 people are dumb by saying they should believe you without evidence, without bringing anything. You can't beg them, no matter how much you roll in the ground and beg them that they should not believe me. No, you need to bring something. I have brought something, they've all heard it. It is not from me, it's from a traditional source. 3 independent traditional sources. One in the Oduifa that he mentioned, another one in the incantations, and another one in the songs. All of them cannot be a lie at the same time. Do better. Do better than begging them. Bring something. And Obatala's father, who is he? Don't tell me he's from heaven. That's why you will not say the answer, because Oduduwa is also from heaven in the mythological narrative, yet you still ask about his father. But even at that, we have told you, we can give you. Yeah, Ukuna, Ubailu, sorry if I'm shattering your world.
Host, can I also?
Yes. Chip in. You've been here for long. Chip in.
Yes. So me.
Stefana.
Yeah. And everywhere we're making chip in. Don't they? Yes, now. Drug and violence has something to say. Let's hear from him. Then I will come to you.
Speak after this guy so that you can.
Yeah, let Ainde go first, okay? Because me, I won't talk to Benin people. But let
I think you speak after Ainde. I promise you have a lot to say.
Everywhere good. Igbo. And also the guest we have here. What we are here to say is that the Lebinus are the only ones who are not accepting or admitting where they come from simply because they don't have a history. And many people are here to set that record straight to them. Also, while we are here, let's keep power tapping here. And also, you try and pick up one or two things. We might have our differences, like as it stands, but try and pick up one or two things from this live broadcast. So, Ainde, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me start from his points. From his point of argument. You were the one, let me address this first. You were the one that came up to give a claim as to antagonize some account of history. And I'm using the same different account of history to evaluate your points you are raising. Number one, you actually brought about biblical analogy that talks about Jesus Christ in order to explain the double faces of Jesus Christ in connection with OODUA of having double faces, the human face and the spiritual face. And I said, if you are using this analogy, the logical onus is on you to prove further. If you can prove the parent of Jesus Christ, you can name them, and Bible also mention those names without any antagonism from any other angle. It was all accepted. Why the same thing cannot be applied about OODUA? And I ask you a simple question. Give me the name of OODUA's parents in Ife. If your own account of history as a guest Samuel Johnson on, give me, and you must do it in a due-toed. We cannot be, I don't support psychovancy. Whenever you are having a new information, you try to question the information to know whether it is genuine. You parabolated. Later, you came to the fact that you met one Babalawo in Igbodo that actually gave you some understandings about the parenthood of OODUA. And I said, okay, agreed. But why is it that this analysis you just gave is not popular? And this is the first time I'm even hearing about it. And I spent nothing less than 5 years around that Igbodo that I used to go every day. I said automatically, maybe, certainly, no, not even maybe, certainly, this is a fabricated story. And to be sincere, I have read, like, if it is not 20, it will be like 20-something books on Yoruba history without mentioning Jeye as OODUA's father. I can be giving you different books about Yoruba history in connection with OODUA. You understand? You can go and read Ayo Adedotun 2014. What the forest told me. You can read what's the name of this person? Invention of Women. Oyeronke Oyewumi, 1997. You can also read several things. Akiwumi Ogudinran, 2020. The Yoruba, a new history. You understand? These people, are you telling me that your Babalawo is more fast than these people, the anthropologists that studies how humans develop and their behavior, history? You understand? That is what I'm saying. You now shifting the onus that because I could not give the name of Obatala's father, Obatala's mother, automatically it is not a matter of necessity to know the parents, the name of OODUA's parents. Whereas that is shifting of pole. It is your onus, it is your claim. You even go as far as going to Bible to bring out Jesus' history to buttress your point here, without putting into consideration, logical consideration, that people will not be psychovant like others. We have some minds that possess evaluative mind. To ask me this question, how will I prepare to answer this question? That is my point. And secondly, it is not about belittling Yoruba. It is about history. When history is told in diverse way, please, can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
We are managing.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. When history is told in a diverse manner, automatically you cannot come up to say that, no, this is the right one, this is not the right one. Before Samuel Johnson, there are some storytellers and historians in Yoruba that gave accounts of what Samuel Johnson said. You brought about refutation. In the refutation, did that writer, Akinlade, or what did you call him? I've forgotten his name. Did he give detail of OODUA's childhood? childhood days? Did he give details of Oduduwa's people's name? If you go and read the book I mentioned now, A New History of the Yorubas, you will see all these things there. They are unable to give the actual account of Oduduwa's existence, of coming to Ife. And we are saying that we could not ascertain parent of Odudua, but we can see that Okambi, Odudua gave birth to Okambi. If you look at the time frame, are you telling me that the time frame between Odudua and Okambi was a century? If you can know the father of Okambi, who was Odudua, why couldn't you know the father of Odudua? Please, we don't need to deceive ourselves. I'm not here to disparage the Yoruba culture or heritage. I defend it always. But when it comes to clarification and scholastic analysis of issue, we don't need to be coming up with some unconvincing points with Hallelujah boys. That's my point. You are the one that claimed that so with reference to Bible. And they all agree. I was forced to agree because I was not trained to use a book that is questionable to defend your point. But we have to agree because of the discussion. Now we agree. We now pinpointed one of your flaws. You resorted to insults. That's my point. On my own analysis.
Are you done?
Hold on. Oh, can I go down and quickly come back with my iPad? I want
Road clear, go come. So try and summarize your listen. Yeah, go on.
You understand? When someone comes up, you people must have the mind of questioning the persons, regardless the title attached to the person. And that the person is talking about. Nobody was there, and I believe if I were not here, if I was not here, this argument will not be like this. But because we need to know the nitty-gritty and the actuality of that historical account is giving. And you are not telling me, you are telling me that someone go and interview Babalawo in...
Can you round up, please?
You don't force me to round up. Someone went to interview Babalawo in Igbo. You now say that that is an evidence. It is wrong. That is fallacy. Because the Babalawo is not an authority. He also had the same story that is not popular from someone that is not an authority. And I've never seen a settings of traditional worshippers that are making claim to Ijeye as Oduduwa's father. As Oduduwa's father. And that was why I had the logical conclusion that it is a fabricated story by the Babalawos in which the interviewer failed to question him about that. That is simple. What I'm saying here is that you cannot say your own aspect of history or your own account of history is perfect when it is devoid of reflection in reality. You are not quoting people that you support the same school of thought. That's my point. I'm a fucking Yoruba person. You telling me that I'm not Yoruba on this is none of my business. I'm doing my work not as a Yoruba person, not as an Edo person. I'm doing my work as a scholar here. That is why some people will just have the temerity to come online and be bamboozling people, in as much as they lack ability to question them. That's my point. Until he brings the realistic reflection of what he said and give me another account of history that actually supports the Babalawo's point. I gave you history of Oranfe.
Let's move on to something that really makes sense.
It's okay. No repetition again.
You are repeating yourself at this point. Let someone else speak.
Merry-go-round.
Hold on.
Please, I'm speaking after drag. Thanks.
Yeah, Ainde, we have heard all you have said, and like your brothers here, they said that they want you to point them to. Yes, Nnebute, just add the word. So, Nnabia. Okay,
Yes,
Nnabia.
now.
So, Ainde, someone came up to ask you a question, and he said that he doesn't want to take time so that we can also use the box. So, Imowe, unmute yourself and ask your question. Welcome in.
Welcome. Ushatola, welcome.
No, excuse me, madam. You can tell us where you from. Is the rules here? Don't be annoyed, eh?
Okay.
Yes, it's okay. It's just we need to know. Thank you.
I said, not questions, not all questions are polarized questions that you say yes or no. Because there are some questions that are of composition.
Stop shaking.
What do you mean by straight answer? What do you mean by straight answer? Èmi lọmọ Ọlábìyí, ọmọ Ọ̀rànfẹ̀ Eléná, ọmọ Ọ̀rárótìmí, ọmọ Balúru. Write it down. Write it down.
Father,
Why are you asking? Why do you need my father's name?
second question.
Can you see? I say that is a fallacy of composition. Why are you
You
asking?
already answered it now. Don't make it rowdy by force by fire. You already answered it. So yeah, let's move. Let's have it, Daryl.
His father's name
or something.
is Gurudu. Is he Eluku's father's name?
No, your father's father.
Okay, the father that fathered my father. Okay, that is Agbola Alawoki. So that is the least I can answer. I don't answer fallacious questions. You know, I will be telling you if you continue, but it is absurd for me to be answering a question of fallacy. This is fallacy of composition. This one leads to that one. This one, it's fallacious, Mr. Woman. Worked up as in I've been here for the past 7 hours.
No, who be Mr. or Mrs.
But I've told you, like I said, that is illogical. Answering question that will lead to question that will lead to question. See, when do you think people? Why not? Do you know Oromion's father? Do you know Oromion's father? Do you know Okambi's father? You have no point. You have no point. Do you know Oromion's father? Do you know Oromion's father?
Let me tell you, excuse me, please, excuse me. We don't know, listen, you people, listen, we are here to learn, you know. We are here more than, I will say, this is some hours now. We need to learn. For me, I will say I didn't learn anything from here. You understand me? We need to cool down. Everybody need to cool down. Thank you.
Is it five that you want to ask? Oh yeah, continue. Continue asking. I've given you that privilege to continue to ask your question. That privilege to continue to ask your question.
It's all good. Yeah, Asa, send your request. Let me see. Okay. So, Drag, you had something to say since, so say it now.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we hear from our new guest, yeah.
Please, let me just make this submission before Uncle Drag and Violence. Thank you so much, the host, for allowing me to come up. This shows that you are very objective, because I don't give you buzz in the comments. So sorry. Ayinde, you can bamboozle people, but you can't bamboozle everybody. You are not from Ife, and I'm going to tell you. You just chanted. Excuse me. You just chanted the panegyric, a false panegyric. You just chanted it. No Yoruba person will chant panegyric by saying "Emi Oma Olabiyi, Oma Orarotimi," and like that. What is the meaning of Orarotimi? Kilonja Orarotimi. You can see how you have been.
Do you want me to answer?
Hold on, please. Hold on. You are too cantankerous. You want to argue everything, even when you are not making any sense. Now, let me tell you, you quoted some books. You mentioned the one Ayoade. You mentioned some other books that some of us have read. None of those books would agree with your side. Maybe you think you are the only one who read philosophy here. You say you are a scholar. How are you a scholar? Which university do you lecture to make you a scholar? I want you to answer. You can see the progression of my answers. Ìwọ ọmọ Ọlábíyì, ìwọ ọmọ Ọ̀rárọ̀tìmí lọ́ràfẹ̀. From Ọlábíyì, your father, you jump to Ọ̀rárọ̀tìmí, then you jump to Ọ̀rànfẹ̀. Èmi gan tí wọ́n bí ní Ondo town, tí wọ́n trace lineage wa to Ọ̀rànfẹ̀. I will still do like 300 lines of praise name before I will get to Oranfe. You now jumped from Olabiyi, your father. Bam, you jumped to Oranfe. You are a liar. You are not from Ife. That's how to catch you. One of my forte is oral literature, and I deal with panegyrics. I teach English and literature. Let me tell you that in a federal university in Nigeria, I won't mention the federal university. So you have just shown us that you are lying. In panegyrics, you don't follow that kind of process. You might have read philosophy. I read English and literature. Now, you don't follow that kind of process in doing our panegyrics, because panegyrics is what we call praise poetry. So when you mention your father, you should be able to trace at least 20 generations before you will mention Oranfe, Onileina. Even the Olugbo that traces himself to Obamake or Sangaga, he will first trace about 10 to 20 of his generations who have ruled in Ugbo Kingdom before he will get to Obamake or Sangaga. You just jumped from Olabiyi and jumped inside Orarotimi. Then in Yoruba land, who gives the name Orarotimi? Who gives that name? Orarotimi. We have Olarotimi. We have Aderotimi. We have Oluwarotimi. Please, where did you get Orarotimi? Mboloti Olarotimi lewa. Ogunrotimi lewa. Please tell us where you started bearing Orarotimi.
Madam Asha, don't tell ignorant people to tell you anything. You are making people dull because of Magbama Komatosu person. So, or Alunje or Ramfe. Don't, like, it's torture when we listen to this guy. You can tell he's not smart. You can see all those things. So,
it's not really smart to know.
You don't need, wait, if people are evaluating you, you don't need to resort to attacking the personality of the person.
Attacking you.
You are not intelligent than I do. You are not intelligent that I do. That is why you are hot.
Bros, it is not by telling people you are not intelligent like I do.
He just said it.
You are already showing your intelligence by the way you are talking here. Now, let me tell you, sir. You have been
Please
doubling down.
let me clarify. Let me clarify everything you've said.
Hold on. Calm down. Please take a chill pill. The way you are even cantankerous, coming up in every argument, shouting, is already showing that you are worked up, you are tensed. You know that you are being found out by every corner. So you are trying to know.
After 7 hours
you are
on
using,
this page.
you are using Ogboju, sir. You know, I'm just coming up now. I have not been with you for long. You are using boldface. And boldface does not hold water in a scholarly thing. Somebody has presented enough document. Now, you said something in your presentation where you were trying to counter what Professor Labola said. You said you attacked Ifa. Then you attacked the Babalawo. Now, let me ask you a question as a philosopher. You said you are a philosopher. Now, let me ask you a question as a philosopher. Now, the philosophies of Aristotle, of Plato, of all those people you people read in philosophy, were they written straight away as those philosophies were made? Or they were called out of the oral traditions of Plato and all those people? That's number one. Number two, how dare you, after Olabola has told you how African history is reconstructed from oral traditions, don't you think you are shooting yourself in the foot by attacking Ifa and attacking Babalawo? How do you get oral traditions of a people if you do not ask their priest, if you do their religious priest, if you do not look into their religious text? How do you reconstruct their history? How? You are not making sense here, sir. You are not. You claim to have read philosophy, but you are already doubling down and shooting your philosophy degree in the foot. Because how do you reconstruct? Because in historiography and history, now a prehistoric, we call African history prehistoric because African history that we are telling today were not written down. Everywhere in Africa, you can't argue this. They were passed to us through oral traditions. Now, if you are not attacking the sources of our oral traditions and you claim to be Yoruba, you are telling us that Africa does not have history. That's what you are telling us. Because we did not start writing history until the 1800s, aside the things that Europeans wrote about us. You are telling us Africans do not have history, so we should not believe anything coming from Africa. Sir, I think you have not made anything. Stop using the word scholarly, please. Or stop using the word scholar. You are no scholar. Because if you were a scholar and truly a philosopher, you would have known. You are just shouting fallacy of this, fallacy of that. In fact, you are the one who is an embodiment of fallacy here. Because you have made so many fallacious statements. You have destroyed your own premises of argument. Yet you are claiming fallacy of composition, fallacy of this, fallacy of that. When actually you are guilty of that fallacy of composition, where you could not in your panegyric, you jumped from your father, you jumped to around Ferunilena that you cannot even trace yourself to. Sir, Ekbele, sir. I'm going to go down here. Google Pro Max, please bring me down.
Please,
Let me go.
Don't go down. You cannot just
yes, before you go down. Hello. Yes. Before you go down, I am sure that Aide will have one or two things. But Aide, Biko, you make it in this way. Don't insult her. Now, woman she be. No peace. Don't tell you say
No,
with the
people want to
respect women.
respond to her.
No
Let
insult
just hold on.
her.
Let's not respond to him. Then he will respond to everybody. We've been listening to him for so long. It's torture. Please.
Please, just give me 1 minute. I want to just tell you something.
Hold on. We've been here.
No, not to Aide, not to Egungun himself. I want to tell you
just chill
something.
now. Please relax. We've been quiet since. I've been here for a couple of hours. I didn't say anything.
One house.
Let's all respond to him before he speaks, please. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Busaya, before you, Busaya, we have Drag. Drag wanted to say something since. Let's allow him say that, and so that we can go to Busaya, then back to Eluku. Then they can now respond to our lady that just spoke now. So, Drag.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to go to the history of Benin. I think that is the topic, right? So
I think we should first of all deal with this guy before we go to Benin, to be honest.
All right, okay. I'll do it for now, then let's finish with this.
Drag,
Busuyi, you can respond. I will respond to what you said after Busuyi.
Okay, Busuyi, so the mic is yours now. See, are you still there?
Busuyi.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Sorry, I thought I was muted. Thank you, host, and thank you, everyone. I was driving earlier when I was hearing some interesting things, some of them very brilliant, some of them absolutely ridiculous. So the idea that somebody came from Ife and therefore means that you know the history of the place, that doesn't even work. There are things that my brothers and I discussed, and they asked me, how did you know this thing? And guess what? They're even older than me. And guess what? We are from Ife. And guess what? We're from the palace. So all this around fair, I'm from this mountain, of this hill, of this Kiniko, I know Ife. You don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. Now, to start by saying Ora or Okeora is the same thing as Okeora Fair, it doesn't see. I'm actually quite angry, and the reason I'm angry is because not only have every question you've asked has been answered, but for some reason you decided to just make it go round and round again to assert your dominance just because you want to be a contrarian. In other words, you're not really arguing because you want to make any point. You just want to argue to make the other person seem foolish. But the problem is that while you're trying to do that, you're actually showing yourself to be that. So when you talk about if I am from that place, when you talk about from the palace, I am from the royal family. When you talk about Laarin, that's my Ibeni Agbolewawa. So all this thing you're shouting about everybody, and people are in the comment section say if a person cannot speak, if a person is not from Ife, they cannot speak Ife history. I'm not Roman. I can discuss Roman history, right? There are people here who know English history, who know Roman history, who know history of Norse mythology, who can talk about Greece. They are not even from there. If you're having an academic conversation, being from a place does not change anything if what you are saying contradicts the tradition of the people. So the question is, when you're asking where is this person from, the question is, what is the tradition of the people? Not what am I thinking because I'm from there. Nobody cares. And it's actually quite disrespectful for you to say things like, you know, all these Babalawo are just making things up. I'm not a traditional worshiper. I'm a Christian, right? And I'm proud to be a Christian. But I think it's not just disrespectful, it's our stupidity to talk about what the priests have said and say it's just nonsense, you just made it up. Even if I don't believe in their spirituality, I have to have enough respect to listen to them, because if you call yourself a scholar and you want to understand the history of a particular place, who do you go to? You speak to the people, you speak to their priest, you speak to the palace. If you say the palace it makes no sense, the priest makes no sense, the people make no sense, then for crying out loud, where are you getting your history from? So there is a tradition that was on the ground, and for some reason, the book that was published in 1921 by Samuel Johnson, it's a brilliant book. However, it's not without its fault, and the fault is that when he was talking about the origins of the Yoruba, he did not tell us what the Yoruba people say. He told us two things. Number one, he told us what Sultan Bello said through Clapperton, and he told us what he thought. Now, you cannot think the origin of a people, just like what the guy on the stage is doing right now. You cannot think out the origin of a people. You have to ask them. So Sultan Bello talked about the Mecca connection, and you will find it in that book, right? And Samuel Johnson, who was, of course, Ayilogun, also now mentioned his own, hypothesis of what he thinks, or where he thinks Yoruba people must have come from. Now, what he said, I'm sure he said in good faith. When other scholars now said, you know what, this guy, this man, we respect him and everything, but is this really where we're from? And they decided to go to the tradition and ask those people, where are you from? Who are you people? And they told them. So what did they do? They record those things. Now, let me say something here. The idea that oral tradition is just oral tradition, they're just talking, it's disrespectful to your elders. Because what we are reading out from books, especially the book that Olabola read earlier, which is a history of the Yoruba by Stephen Adebanji Akintoye, what he wrote in the book is what the tradition says. In other words, he's not making it up. It's not a recent invention. It's been in Ife forever. And again, that thing about Oramfe and Obama King, I'm going to ask, and Osangogo, I'm going to respond to you. And maybe you got your history from a particular person. I don't want to mention the name, because I don't want to start, cut another wala. But that history you are dropping all over the place, you cannot find it in any book that is peer reviewed. Maybe you'll find it in books that are shared in beer parlor and things that everybody says you have written something, but nobody of any significance will mention those books as source. Meanwhile, you mentioned Akinwumi Ogundiro, and I wish you did not mention that book, because there's no way in that book. I have read the book, I have the book, I have given people the guy book.
Is so bold, he thinks.
He's so bold to mention Akinwumi Ogundiro. There's no single page that Akinwumi Ogundiro contradicts anything that Olabola has said that's written in Banji Akintoye's book. Not a single page. The only thing that is close to contradiction would be that he calls him a composite character. But that, and again, please don't just throw names of people out, assuming that everybody listening to you, we're just so dumb. We're not going to go check.
Let me ask everybody on this under the sound of my voice. I just want to ask one simple question. If you're Yoruba, don't Google this question, please. Don't Google the answer. Who is the father of Awolowo? Obafemi Awolowo. Who is his father?
Don't Google.
Who is
I don't know.
Don't Google. Oh. Please don't Google. Who is Obafemi Awolowo's father?
I don't know.
You know what? I can assure you.
Nobody is even talking about the Obafemi Awolowo's father because
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. No, exactly. The truth is, 99% of Yoruba people do not care about his father. Why? Because when you become larger than life to the rest of humanity, history starts with you. That's how life works. Obafemi Awolowo was born in 1909. It's not even so long ago. We're talking about another character, Otete, that was born in the 10th century. The man who was born in 1909, you cannot even tell us the name of his father. Why? Because it doesn't matter to you. Because for Yoruba people, even in 2024, as far as First Republic or pre-independent history is concerned, it begins with Awolowo in our minds. But we don't really care about who his father. But we know his father was David Awolowo and his mother was Mary Efunyela Awolowo. But we don't really care. And it's not because they don't matter. It's because history started with their son. And that is how everything was. That's why you don't ask who is the father of Zeus or who is the father of George Washington. Who is the father of George Washington in America? You don't care. Who is even Rishi Sunak? Donald Trump. Who is Donald Trump's father? You don't care because as far as you're concerned, history begins with this person who is so larger than life. It looks as we should rewrite history starting from that person. That it's not because they don't have parents. It's because they have become larger, not just than life, than their parents themselves. And so we don't go around asking people, what's your father's name? What is your mommy's name? If I don't know your daddy or your mommy's name, therefore you did not exist. That's one. Number two, you cannot use that argument. You cannot use that premise to argue the existence of OODUA and forget to use it to argue the existence of Obatala and Oranfe that you claim to come from his family house. And guess what? There's no book on earth that will tell you the father of Oranfe. None.
You thought you are from Oranfe because Oranfe does not. Who is his father? No.
There's no book. There's no book on this planet. And I'm not just saying like I've read all the books. I've not read all the books, but I'm going to tell you this. There is no reason to look for Oranfe. And by the way, when you said Oranfe was the father of Osongo King, again, there are Ife people on this platform. So let me quickly say a very, very long history. I'll cut it short. Ife had 13 settlements, like I said earlier, with autonomous communities. And sometime before Christ, they decided to come together and create a form of confederacy. The very first chairman of that confederacy is a person we know as Oranfe. Obatala lived centuries after Oranfe. Obatala happened to be the last chairman of the confederacy. In other words, Oranfe was the first one, and that's why you have the song in Ife, Oralo Nife, Oralo Loke, Oralo Nile. The idea that he owns the land because he was the first, there was a tussle after he became the chairman of the confederacy, and eventually they settled it, and they have that record of that history in the song I just sang very quickly, Oralo Nife, Oralo Loke, Oralo Nile. The idea basically is they're telling him that he's the one who is the king of all the kings of all the settlements in Ife. There were many other chairmen until Obatala, who was a contemporary of OODUA. And guess what? At that point in history, there was no Osongo King even at all. In other words, Oranfe existed, many chairmen came after him, and then the last one was Obatala, and then there was the tussle between himself and OODUA, and then we had OODUA, and then we now had other kings, and then we had, the person you can call Osongo King. And even that, we can talk about who that person really is. For you to say immediately after Oranfe was Osongo King and I'm from his lineage I think you should go back home and ask exactly where you're from. Because, and this is my problem, if you want to discuss history, you don't have to come from that place. Just be honest and have your sources. And it also doesn't make sense to come up with Latin when you're asked for the resources of the things you're saying. If a person comes with books and says, these are my references, read this thing, read that thing, and then you come and say, Institute Primus Inter Pares, starts throwing Latin out there, it doesn't change the fact that you are not making any point based on, there's no premise. In fact, there's nothing to support your premise. So the conversation is not about changing language from Greek to Latin. It's about saying, read this book. And when you say read this book, please understand that some people here have also read that book. And when we talk about traditions do not care about how you feel today. OODUA was a real person. We can talk about the mythical idea of OODUA that we have, and we are proud of that story as Yoruba people. that he came from heaven, he came on a chain. If you have a problem with that narrative, then you have a problem with your existence as a Yoruba person. And the reason is that if every culture in the world has a myth of origin, including the Christian and the Jews who had the Adam and Eve story, and the Semitic people generally, even the Arabs now, because of Islam, also have that story. But interestingly, the Arabs had a different origin story before, Islam came. But you take the Islamic one, you take the Christian, Jewish one, you take Chinese one, you take Egyptian one, and you don't really ask those questions. But for some reason, as soon as you hear that someone is coming from heaven, your head just opens and you're like, I'm a scholar, I'm a scholar. Calling yourself a scholar doesn't make you one. And being a contrarian doesn't mean that you are knowledgeable. If you want to go about what someone is saying, you can say, you know what, guy, I don't understand what you're saying. This is the question I have. And then when the person tells you he's from Okiora, you don't now come around and say, tell me again. It's as if you are dull of hearing. He mentioned where he's from. He even told you his father's name, Jaye, and then you said, no, that father's name is not the father's name because you just heard it. You're making it sound like history starts from you. You're not even that significant. Like I don't want to say something, but there's nothing about you that makes you so important that history has to be what you have heard. You don't have to have heard anything for us to believe in it. You don't know it. I did not know it as well at a point, and then you learn. And when you learn, you don't tell somebody that I'm still standing on my foot. I'm standing on my foot. What if the land you're standing on, you have this, if I don't know something, it does not mean it does not exist. The existence of a thing is not dependent on my knowledge of it. I may not know it. That does not mean it does not exist. So when I'm told it exists, I say, okay, I'm going to go check to be sure you're correct. Not to say, shut up, I don't know it, therefore it's a lie. Who are you? We don't even know you. I mean, I don't know people. I went to Ife. I don't even, I'm sure we couldn't have gone to school together. You must be maybe years after me because there's no way anybody in my set will speak like this. School. Philosophy, I took philosophy classes in the same Ife and we don't talk like this. We're not this dull. I know, let me tell you something. We can all be ignorant. It's not a crime, right? I can be ignorant of so many things I don't know. To add ignorance with arrogance is the depth of stupidity. You don't know and you're proud that you don't know. And then you are insulting everybody. Then somebody responds to you, then you tell the person that they're insulting you. Do you think you have a monopoly of that? We keep quiet not because you're necessarily saying anything that is special. We keep quiet out of respect so that we can listen to each other. But the point is that we don't always have to agree on everything. But when it comes to traditions, we were not there when it was brought up. We were not there when they started telling themselves these things. The idea that they just made it up because you were going to come up on TikTok, that's the reason they came up with Okiora, is ridiculous. And it's insulting not just to the people on this platform, but to the people who are our elders. To say they just came up with it because you're going to come up on TikTok so that somebody can say something to make you feel afraid and change the Johnsonian theory. Johnson made his own hypothesis, and we are proud that he did. But we don't have to agree. And why? Because it was not connected to the traditions of the people. It's simple common sense. And let me make something before I go. Let me make something clear. The idea that if they don't write something down, it's a lie. For a person who calls himself a philosopher, you probably know about Socrates. And to the people who are listening as well, I think it's important for us to remind ourselves some things. Why am I so pained? Because it's talking about my history.
Mr. Brooks.
I kept quiet, I didn't talk since.
Àìdé kọ́ ìwọ́kọ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ló ṣe bá sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìsìn àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ àwọn àgbààgbà lẹ́yìn ló bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí orí òpin.
Àyìndé fi tí àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ gbọ́rọ̀ yé.
Lẹ́bi àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ àwọn tó wà nílé àwọn tó fi sílẹ̀ ní tó mi tó jù mí lọ lé wọn àwọn ló ń bá wí orí ẹ̀ gbalẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n mo bá sọ̀rọ̀ abẹ́ tó ń bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ ní comment section ọwọ́ àtàwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìwòlẹ̀ pẹ̀jọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí TikTok.
Àyìndé o ti wá trouble ló bọ́ Bùsú yìí no dey talk o you don make am talk.
Let me finish by saying this. If you study Greek philosophy, you know that there's a man called Socrates. We refer to him a lot and we say, oh, Socrates said this, Socrates said this. But it's important to remember that Socrates never wrote a word. I studied a bit of philosophy in Ife.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro, for that. He didn't write any word.
Not a single word. Socrates never wrote a word. Everything we know about Socrates today, we know because of Plato and Xenophon. They're the ones who told us what Socrates said. And then Aristotle came, who was Plato's student. So Aristotle will say, Plato said this, Socrates said this. Aristotle was not even taught by Socrates. Plato taught Aristotle, Plato got stuff from Socrates. Socrates wrote nothing, but we have books by Socrates today. And guess what? We have no qualm saying that, you know what, Socrates must be very, very wise. Why is it that we think that the oral tradition of our forefathers, I'm not talking about the one that they're just rewriting in 1970 in Benin. I'm saying the ones that have been in antiquity. Why do we think that they are less important than whatever book you just picked up on the trash? Let's get serious. If you have a problem with somebody's rendition of history, it's okay, but bring out something. Don't just say, tell me. They told you, you're not going to mention book that we have read. And lastly, before I drop the mic, in your life, Ainde, in your life, if you ever see me anywhere, and I hope we see in person, don't you ever open your mouth to say what you just said to me. That's all, thank you.
No, brother, please, brother, please. We are here to.
You don't hear what they talk saying.
I want correct. No verse, brother. No verse. Everybody here. Wait now. We are here to learn, and me, I don't know anything about history. I know if you come now. I will not start now to talking about someone history I don't know. I will tell you true. I don't know about Igbo history. You know, I thought the one I know. Please, we are not here to insult person. If you speak today, I will learn. If you speak, I will learn. I beg. We just correct ourselves. Anybody who make mistake, he correct himself. You understand? Thank you. I beg.
Bro, please, bro. It is not that we are here to insult people. Sorry, sir. It's not that we are here to insult people, bro. Google. It is the arrogance of this Ainde. You know, do you know how painful it is when you are from when somebody comes on the social media to narrate nonsense stories of your origin, of your own father. That is what Ainde is doing. And he's so arrogant about
this woman had spoken I'm from Ife. As if that makes you authority on anything. I'm from Ife. This woman had spoken before.
Busi has made one house. You know, I dropped.
Let me respond to you.
I had you respond. You know, I had dropped before now. So Busi has made his point, and again. Yes, there were things he uttered while he was saying whatsoever thing he said here. Let's try and make it respectful, you get, so that nobody will feel that they are being biased over here. So, Olabola has something to say, then we'll go down to Eruku Osha. So, Olabola, say what you want to say.
Look, Egungun, please, let me just say it before Olabola, because my own just straight to you.
Everywhere good.
So that Olabola can finish, can top it up. What I just want to notify everybody, you know that I've been the one that's been engaging this Ainde since morning, before the arrival of everybody. And you people can now witness that all what I've been saying before they came is the same thing. Those Yoruba, my Yoruba people that are coming here, all what I've said, is there anything different from what I've said with what they have said, what they are saying now? It's you I'm asking.
They have been also in the life. Nothing is different. They're actually making points over there. But we are here not to bring down other persons, but for them to pick one or two. But you're on point.
Okay. So what I just want to say that is still the same thing that is still repeating. So how can somebody, only one person out of the Yoruba land, out of all these people that came up now, I didn't know them. We have not even met each other. So everybody is saying the same thing. Where on earth did Ainde had his own history from? And I'll still say it before I leave. Ainde is not a Yoruba guy. He can live in Ile-Ife and school in Ile-Ife. He's just using that opportunity and be saying and be claiming.
Yes, my brother, you are correct. You have said this before. This guy is from Warren.
And you can see that people are now coming into. People are now coming up to debunk him. And I asked him one question. I asked him for his own pedigree that time. That is because all we Yorubas, we have Oriki. That we chant, it's our pedigree. When we talk it, when you say it, we know your lineage. We know where you come from. He couldn't even make... He only make one sentence, he cannot even continue. He say, must he know it? Now he want to be ranting about Oronfe. Now I'm happy that other people are here, and Ashati, Ishe, Yoruba too, has already given it to him that is not what he is, not a Yoruba man. Thank you.
All right, let me respond
from Eruku Osha. So, Olabola.
I will start with attitude.
Okay.
So it is okay to not know certain things. That is, to be ignorant about certain things may be fine. So, but what is not okay is to add that if me, I don't know it, then that thing does not exist. That's a dumb person who does that. We know this fact. This thing I just said, everybody here knows it. Like, to say that if you don't know something, then that thing does not exist. You are making yourself the center of knowledge. Only a retarded person thinks that way. Retarded and delusional. Delusion means that I know everything. In other words, if you come and tell me something and I say I've never heard it before, that thing is a lie. You are delusional. Something is messing, something is wrong in your brain. It's either there is something that people have in their brain that you don't have, or there is something that people generally don't have in their brain that you have. Something is wrong. So, meaning ignorance is fine, but when you now combine ignorance plus arrogance, hey, very deadly combination. In fact, when you have knowledge and you have arrogance, it is still a bad combination. Talk less of when you are ignorant and you now add arrogance to the ignorance. That one will give you what is called ignorance. You can go and Google it. It is called ignorance, meaning that being arrogant with the ignorance. So that somebody has exhibited it here today, and we know who. The person who said, I have never heard something before, I don't know it, therefore it does not exist. And he did it with double standards. Oh, a Babalawo told me, not one thing, Babalawo did not tell me one thing, 3 independent sources. 3 independent oral sources. So in case people think it's only one thing that the man said. 3. So you have a lot of battles to fight. You have to fight each of those 3, one by one by one. So OODUA, incantation, and songs in Igbo, 3 things that you have to fight. So when you fight one successfully, of course you have not fought anything successfully. You are just ranting and throwing spit up and down. My iPad don't wet for water from your spit. You have to, if you fight the OODUA finish and call the OODUA rubbish, you now go to the incantations and say the incantation is also rubbish. And you now go to the songs that they sing in Ogbodio and say it's rubbish. By the time you will be finishing calling all these 3 rubbish, you would have rubbished yourself in the presence of multitude of people. So in other words, this guy is saying, you cannot use that as evidence. When the people say something in OODUA, when they tell you story, we cannot accept that. Guess what? You cannot go to one Babalawo and tell you stories and no, we cannot accept. But the same person said he went to some people and they told him some stories and he brought that story to us that we must believe. But pick one struggle. Is it that we must believe stories that those Babas told us, or we must not go to them and believe them? Because on one breath, you are saying we cannot accept the stories, even though they are 3 independent or 3 independent. Is it that we should not believe them, or we should if it is you? In fact, if I quote one OODUA now, or even if I fake the OODUA, I can fake an OODUA now for you, and you would accept it. Why? Because it sounds like what you want to hear. In other words, what you are doing is that anything you want to hear is correct. Anything you don't want to hear is not correct. That's not how reasonable human beings whose brain has developed, that's not how they think. People whose brain has developed don't say, if I like it, then it's correct. If I hate it, it's no. Stupid, delusional people think that way. So ask yourself, which one are you? Something is correct because I love it. Something is correct because I have heard it before. Not necessarily. Some things you can hate some things and they are correct. You can love some things and they are wrong. You may never have heard some things before and they are right. In fact, most of the things that are correct, you've never heard them in your life. Because things that you know are only a fraction of things that exist as facts. So stop putting yourself in the way of knowledge to say, if I don't know it, it does not exist. You only successfully came out to advertise yourself and say, hey guys, look at me, I am delusional. That's what you've done. So as regards the Jesus narrative, the only thing I brought out in Jesus, that's the thing about analogy. Analogy does not mean every aspect of their life must continue to make the same parallel. No, you have not done philosophy here. Heavenly narrative is what I came to make people understand. Why? Because people are familiar with one and it makes sense in their head because they told their brain to work and it works. In this other one, don't tell your brain not to work because if you do so, your brain will not work. Tell it to work and it will work. You will understand that one too. That's all. Heavenly narrative. You don't have to tell me, oh, because you use Jesus, everything about Jesus' life, you must say the same thing about OODUA. But yeah, who is you will know Jesus' father? Tell me OODUA's. No, it doesn't work that way. Because I used his heavenly thing doesn't mean that I have to know the name. Everything about them must be. Tell me when OODUA went to go and fish with his disciples. I said, why am I telling you when OODUA went to go and fish with his disciples? Because you use Jesus now as an example. So everything you say about Jesus must be the... No, I can talk about the heavenly narrative about Jesus to mirror the heavenly narrative about OODUA. And Jesus went to go and fish with his disciple. The OODUA doesn't have to go and fish with his disciple for me to use that example. It's a very stupid kind of argument. If it can even be called an argument. Oh, when did Jesus went to heal the leper? I know it in the Bible. Show me where OODUA healed the leper and the blind. That's a very stupid kind of thing to ask for. It doesn't have to mirror every aspect of their lives. And Busuyi has used the perfect example. The father thing that you are insisting. Why did you talk about father of OODUA? You say, I talk about father of OODUA because you talk about, there is Jesus' father, we know it, and you are the one that brought Jesus up. If I brought Jesus up, does it mean everything about Jesus must mirror OODUA? They must wear the same kind of sandal and shoes, and because his name is written, this one too must be written, this one went to fish, this one must go to fish, this one healed the blind, this one must... No, that's... Again, think about it, then you are realizing how stupid you are. When you realize how stupid you are, it makes you uncomfortable. Focus on that place that makes you uncomfortable. Focus on that place. Don't leave it to. That place that makes you uncomfortable is where growth is. That thing you are seeing is growth. If it doesn't make you uncomfortable, you are not growing. You are growing as it's making you uncomfortable now. You are like realizing it's growing. So for those who are talking about OODUA from the people can cry. OODUA did not fall from the sky, just the same way Jesus did not fall from the sky. But Jesus came down from heaven in the religious narrative. OODUA came down from heaven, and we only brought the Jesus one so that because you know that one, you are familiar with coming down from heaven, just to relate it. Religious narrative. Who is the father of what's it called? Awolowo. Let me tell. I want to disagree with Busuyi. There. I would disagree with Busuyi using Ayinde's kind of arguments to disagree. What is Ayinde's argument? Ayinde said, OODUA's father's name. Me, Ayinde, I've never heard it before, and most people have never heard it. They don't know it off though. They don't know OODUA's father's name. Therefore, everything you are saying about OODUA's father is a lie. Why? Because I and many people have never heard it. The same way about Awolowo. Busuyi has lied to us. I don't know Awolowo's father's name off head. And many people don't know Awolowo's father's name off head. Therefore, Busuyi, you are lying to us. Awolowo did not have a father. You are a liar. And are you saying the stupidity in the logic you gave? Yeah. So because I don't know Awolowo's father's name, and when I asked my friend, Madam Hasha, what's Awolowo's father's name? And Madam Hasha was racking her head and wanted to Google. I said, no, don't Google, tell me. And now as I also asked people, don't Google. They could not say it. Therefore, Awolowo did not have a father, and Busuyi is a liar. That is your kind of stupid argument. So how do you know Awolowo's father's name? Apart from off it, you now have to dig. Except if you have done that digging before, you do some scratching, you do some little bit of digging. What is that digging called? Googling. You Google it and you now see it. If you think Busuyi is a liar, then your brain is really small. You didn't understand that Busuyi was not a liar. I was talking to Ayinde. Your brain is really tiny. If you think what I said is that Busuyi is really a liar. That Busuyi lied that Awolowo had father. He's a liar. Awolowo does not have father now. That's you have tiny brain. So how do you know Awolowo's father then? Not from off head because he's not popular. You have to do what? You have to do some digging and scratching. What is that digging and scratching? Googling. It is not just obviously available everywhere popular like Awolowo. The same thing, if you want to know OODUA's father, you have to do some digging. What is that digging? Googling? Maybe it's not available on Google. You have to go and ask. So why do I have to ask to go and know? The same reason why you have to Google to know Awolowo's father, and it's not readily available to you like that. Because he is the most important figure, and his name almost trumps his own dad and his granddad and his great-granddad. Not that he doesn't have a dad. Not that Awolowo does not have daddy and granddaddy, and he has all these things, but the name is not readily available.
Bala.
Yeah.
Sorry, even the Awolowo we are calling him, it's not even his name. His name is Obafemi.
Obafemi. So I mean, maybe the culture of surname make that one popular. We understand, but even if we say that's him, but what about is that why don't we know his father's name very readily available? Because he is the one that is prominent now. The same thing with OODUA. Guess who again? The same thing with Obatala. Obatala must have had a dad too, even though Obatala and
Olabayo, I want to address something where they go on, because as we day up here, still get people where they comment section.
Let me quickly wrap it up. So
Okay, wrap
Obatala
up
came
my
from
question.
heaven. They came from heaven. Doesn't mean that they are not human characters. That's just mythological narrative, spiritual, metaphysical. But the point is, we don't know of Oduduwa's Awolowo's dad readily available, not because he doesn't have a father, but because he is the most important figure now. Nnamdi Azikiwe has a dad. Probably if I ask Igbos now, what is his dad's name? They will scratch their head and do some scratching before they get it. It happens all the time. So don't say Jesus. The reason why I brought Jesus is Jesus, heaven. Doesn't mean Oduduwa went to fish or have 12 disciples or you heal the blind. That's a stupid one. You mentioned, I said bring evidence. You taught 90 people are stupid. That what is called evidence is just to mention name of a book, whether the information is in the book or not. I'll just say a name of one book. I'll just mention any book and I'll tell them it's there. I will not read it like that guy read his own. No. I will not read the book out to them.
Yeah.
But
They come. Una know how we don't day here since they do our matters here. And I no go like maybe say we day up here, una day down there now, they insult one another. You get? Kaise putaba no Igbo bi Igbo. I just not go do here. Name if I name me. You check the topic. The topic book Benin don't have history. And that is what it is, because they themselves have been running away. They don't want to claim where they are from. And you see them running up and down. So Kai Ju Chai name if I name me here. Everybody with the comment section be guided if you. So
I want to talk about Benin history when
pressure me, Baba. Jonah.
Continue.
So the point I'm making is this. When I mentioned a book, guys, pay attention to this. So I mentioned a book. He was not bringing evidence. I pressed his neck. He wanted to die. I was pressing his neck and said, bring evidence. He was the same person who was not bringing any evidence. Look at it. His mouth was so sharp. Tell me the year. He quickly asked me the year and I said 2010. I mentioned the book. I gave the year and I read from it. The same person who is quick to say, tell me the year. When it was his time, he said he has evidence. Tell us. He gave us the name of a book. Why did he give us the name of a book? He thought 101 people are stupid. When they hear the name of any book, they will just believe that thing is inside there. No, they are not stupid. They won't believe it's inside that book because you mentioned the name of any book. The only time they will believe something is in that book is if you read it out from that book. And if you are reading something else, they can verify what you are reading out to be from somewhere else. So you did not bring any evidence so far. You are back to square zero. Nothing. And in fact, not only are you back to square zero, you are back to square negative. Because the books that you read, that you mentioned, you didn't read anything. I have read it. There is nowhere disagreeing with me on OODUA. In fact, the guy did not even touch on the origin of OODUA because the focus of the book is another thing entirely. So why do we come up here and lie? That's my own. If I say, my father is the first to ride bicycle in West Africa, people are now asking me for evidence. And I'll say, it's in the book written but I just mentioned one name and one book. Because I have mentioned the name of one book, I have not still provided evidence. I should read out that thing, the author, the year, the book, and now read it out, and it is verifiable. That is when I'm bringing evidence, not by deceiving people and just calling the name of any book that comes to my head. Just call one book now. It was written by Karl Marx in the year 20. The name of the book is called Golden Arrow. Because I mentioned Golden Arrow does not mean it is there that my father was the first to ride bicycle. You think people are stupid, but you have only succeeded in proving that you are very delusional and stupid. He said before Samuel Johnson, they've been writing what Samuel Johnson wrote in Yoruba land. Please tell us which author before Samuel Johnson wrote that thing. And remember what evidence is called. You will name the book, you will read from that book out. And the last point, so you must do that. The last point is that We cannot accept any interview from Babalawo. Whereas you brought interview from Babalawo. Make up your mind. Should we accept it or should we not accept it? Now I'm going to go again and read more books. Quick, very sharp. So the first one I read from A History. Guys, listen again on evidence. How evidence is provided. A History of the Yoruba People by S. Banji Akintoye. Published in the year 2010. It goes as follows, the relevant part. All who study the history of Ife, all, and I've given you the name of people who reviewed this book. I want Agba scholar. All who study the history of Ife and of the Yoruba people are now generally agreed that the great political changes which began in Ife in about the 10th century were indigenous in their origin, in their unfolding, and in their dramatis personae. It is on the soil of Yoruba land that OODUA was born and raised. It is only in that soil that his roots can be found. It continues after he narrated the tradition, said, some small settlement had for a long time existed on hills before the immediate environs of the settlement in the Ife Bowl. At some point in time, one of them moved down, staked claims to some land in the area, and started to build a new settlement. Its leader was a man named OODUA. This is in that book, 2010. I'm still going to go further. Not only that book. Let's go to the year 1992. Let's leave the year 2010 and go to 1992. In this book by Professor Akinjogmin, it's called The Cradle of a Race, Ife from the Beginning to 1980. Another book. Go to page 83 of that book, published 1992, you would see the following. It goes as follows. Thus, the relevant part is just what I want to read, so we don't take time. Thus, when OODUA arrived from his own settlement, which was on one of the hills in the region, bracket Okeora, he was well received and settled in the area. Another book, Odimelo, Odimeji. Am I just mentioning the name of any random book that comes to my mind to bamboo? No, I am actually mentioning given author, given name, given year, and then reading out. You see how it works now? We'll continue. We move from 2010 to 1992. Let's move to 1976. The History of West Africa. The History of West Africa by Ajayi and Michael Crowder. Not Ajayi Crowder. Ajayi is another name. Crowder is another name. Of course, Ajayi Crowder did not live in 1976. These are other people. The History of West Africa, Volume 1, 1976, page 212. It goes as follows. The figure of OODUA, in bracket, OODUA, or Olofin OODUA, in bracket. The figure of OODUA marks a turning point in the history of the settlement around Ile-Ife. It continues. From his earlier settlement or base in the Ora Hill to the northeast of Ile-Ife. His earlier settlement, he came from that place to Ile-Ife. Well, where is this earlier settlement? In the Ora Hill to the northeast of Ile-Ife. Which book? The History of West Africa, Volume 1, 1970s, page 212. Another page from that same book, Ajayi and Crowder again, is the History of West Africa, Volume 1, 1976, page 210. Let's read what it says on page 210. It says, OODUA had his home in brackets, at least his first earthly one. His first earthly home. He had this home on where? On the Okeora, bracket, Ora Hill, between Ile-Ife and Ilesha. Odimelo, Odiwebi, Meta, Bimeriba. Another one. Yeah, Iwe Karon, Mofekai, Bikari. Another one, Parinda. E.G. Parinda, Divine Kingship in West Africa. This one was published in 1956, page 116. It goes as follows. On page 116, Divine Kingship in West Africa, 1956. It says, the most important king of the Yoruba was the Ooni of Ife. Remember the town? Ife. Ife. Ooni of Ife. So pay attention. As the ruler of the town of origin of all the tribe, the Ooni is chosen in rotation from 4 branches of the ancient royal lineage. His coronation is a long affair, since he is supposed to visit the 201 shrines in the town, which are said to have been established by who? By the Aboriginal OODUA. We see in this work in 1956 that OODUA is what? Is Aboriginal. I can go all the way to 1921, but I'll reserve that for a tweet that I'm planning in the future. But at least we've seen how many books now? We've seen the one from 2010, we've seen the one from 1992, we've seen the one from 1976, we've seen the one from 1956. 4 different independent work corroborating the indigenous traditions that you find in Ife. Johnson's work has been examined by scholars. I have read it. They've set it aside respectfully. Why? Because everything he says about the origin of the Yoruba and origin of OODUA goes back to who? Not to the traditions of the people. It goes back to him himself. That is why it is called the Johnsonian hypothesis. And this is what historians agree today on the origin of OODUA, based on what now? On the traditions of Ife and of Yoruba land at large. You can unmute and beg people, but trust me, people don't accept begging. They accept evidence. Bring it on. You have not provided one shred of evidence.
Okay. That was a very much from Bola. No peace, Mazem.
Nah, I want to do some better here. People did here. I would space out of them. Yota.
Oh, then they were there.
Nah, I dream. Yota go. Come not to Queba.
Can't even know only if the thing the devil. After Aide has replied to what all this Bola has said, then we have to move to Ainde, because Ainde told Asa to remain here, that he has a question for her after she had made her submission. So Ainde, you can respond to what Bola said, Olabola had said.
Sorry, who has the right to respond last? I'm just curious.
To respond last. Yeah. I think everything you were saying was directed to Ainde, right?
Yeah, I know. If he says something and directs it to me, do I have a right to respond? Do we continue forever?
Yes, you can respond to him, but let him finish so that you guys don't
I just want to know who has that right to respond.
Okay. If he asks you a question, why not you respond? So Ainde, the mic is yours now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Everywhere good.
Yeah, I really love the references you just cited, in which those historians are in the same school of thought, but I will refer him to a book. It's a journal of African history. Go and read a book by Dr. E.A. Fabumi. The book is named, the title is The Emergence of OODUA and the Origin of Yoruba Kingdom of Southwestern Nigeria. You understand? In this book, let me quote.
Read it out, yeah.
In this book is a journal. In this journal, Fabumi believes that most of the, like you said, that none of the historians actually agree with Johnson's view regarding OODUA emergence. But I'm telling you that this is one of the...
I want to open it now.
Yes, emergence of OODUA and origin of Yoruba Kingdom of Southwestern Nigeria.
Okay, 1 second. Don't be too... You have all the time in the world, don't worry. Emergence of OODUA. I want to see when this was written.
It was Lola Tomori that wrote the book.
Oh, not even Fabumi.
That is a review of Fabumi.
Emergence of OODUA. Don't worry, just tell me this thing. Emergence of OODUA and what?
And origin of Yoruba Kingdom of Southwestern Nigeria.
So what are we going to find there? And is it a...
You are going to find...
Is it a recent research? Or is it a...
Yes.
Is it at gmail.com?
It's a recent research.
Is it at gmail.com research?
What is that?
Oh my God. Answer a peer review journal. You are bringing Lotamo
this is somebody's time work now. Yes, this is somebody's assignment. This is somebody's
let me land. Please let me land.
Let's hear it. At gmail.com.
It's a review. It's a review work of Dr.
Make I let them know. I am Aide. Right now, the questions you are
I never
posing.
said it's a book.
We know it's not a book. I'm saying it's an at gmail.com journal.
It's a journal. It's a journal.
Me, I wrote at gmail. You know what at gmail.com is? I'm talking about
one house. Let me just make an like this. If all of us were there here, begin unmute our mic, they talk at the same time, we no go to hear each other. So right now, the person that is engaging now is Olabola. So let's allow Olabola and him to be sorting it out one after the other until we move to the next place. You feel? So Ainde, you are with Olabola. The floor is yours.
So
okay.
The paper
it's a journal.
Hold on. The paper you gave us. Hold on. The paper you gave us. I'm going to read how the paper, the first page of the paper. First page from the top, nothing before this thing. It says the
read it.
Hold on now. Nothing before what I'm reading. No, there is no word before what I'm reading. No title. This is the beginning of the title. The emergence of OODUA and the origin of Yoruba kingdoms of Southwest Nigeria by ESV Lolatomori Anvis. RSVMNIM. Email lolatomori@gmail.com. There is nothing here that says this is a journal. It's just an article that somebody wrote online. Nothing. It's not even a project work. It's not even a review of somebody else's work. Because if you are reviewing somebody else's work, hold on. If you are reviewing somebody else's work, in the title, you will put the title, you now say review of so-and-so person's work. Oh my one title. Nothing here says this is a review of anybody's work. This person just writes something on the internet and that's it. Why are we bringing something? Wait, somebody wrote something and at gmail.com right now something on the internet.
Wait. Let me read it out. Let me read it out. She make references. She make references to other books.
Of course, when people write book, they do that.
Can you see? Someone you can have access to this. You are arguing that it is not of authority. Then you want to force the Babalawo narration on me. You see, I intentionally drag you to this place.
No,
but we still bring out my. I will still bring out my point.
No. Don't do that to yourself. I use your standard.
Let me read. Let me read the abstract to the people.
You will read.
Please let me read the abstract to the people. I don't interrupt you in this manner.
That article is not peer reviewed.
It's not it's an internet article by one.
It's an internet article, and you want to drag it down our throats.
Can you
keep quiet. You don't have any meaningful reference. You don't have it.
You are bringing internet to me.
I'm far ahead of you people. Egungun, if you recollect, these
only people without
Madam,
any kind of whatever proves that they are far ahead. You prove that you are far ahead by giving us references that are peer reviewed by professors. You don't tell us with, I know Lolatomori. Sure, you want to hear it? I know Lolatomori. I know Lolatomori.
Who is she?
I know Lolatomori.
Who is she?
I think Lolatomori was a student of Agba who wrote something, maybe a paper.
She's a lecturer.
She put on the internet.
She's a lecturer. She's a lecturer. She's a lecturer of history. She's a lecturer of history. That is not even my point. Must she be a doctor before publishing journal?
So you are telling me now Lolatomori will now write something she has not, something that is not peer reviewed.
You
don't know anything about academia.
Wait, madam, that is not my point. Egungun is like, let me face Egungun. You see, Egungun, when I actually opposed their narration from Babalawo and their references from Babalawo and some other sources, I said this thing cannot be taken seriously because it's that particular aspect lacks authority. They were shouting, "You are bringing down culture. You are bringing down this. You are bringing." And this one,
are you there?
Please, madam, don't interrupt me.
Excuse me. How do you reconstruct African history without getting history from people with other traditions?
There's difference between.
Why did he bring Babalawo's narration to us?
There's difference between history and myth.
You don't even know what
there's subtle difference between
what is myth now. You not.
There's subtle difference. There's subtle difference between history and myth. Please, I don't want to go there. Let me go straight. Please, can I read my reference?
I I can actually contact Lola Somari in person. Where did Lola Somari get her own sources? Where?
Contact her. I don't want to. You want the access. That was why I said this.
Answer that question.
Egungun, please moderate this thing. When they were talking, I kept mute.
Okay, wait. So let's make this thing normal. Ayinde, how many references do you have you want to give us? Can you give us a number of the references so that once you give the references, they can check it out? And please, let me
done from this one. Let me just this one.
Okay. Yes. So once he gives the reference, Mola Bola, yes, you can checkmate it. All right. Let's go from there.
Now, the reason why I brought up this is because when I argue against the Babalawo's accounts of parenthood of OODUA, I said it's certainly a fabrication. They were all attacking me. They were all attacking me that, you are bringing Kinika culture down. You are this, you are this. That's not my point here. My point is that I now raised a journal by someone that they have access to. The one he was talking about, I didn't have access to it. A journal that they all have access to. Now, let me now read the first page of the journal for you to know that this person, the Lola herself, has read enough books regarding the existence of OODUA and how it came to be. It starts, in African history, there is confusion between the origins of kingdoms and dynasties. This should not be so. Reference Samuel Johnson, 1921, in The History of the Yorubas, was right when he wrote that OODUA was a descendant of Nimrod, which was corrupted as Namurudu. The Kush tribes were descendants of Nimrod, which established Babylon Empire and Sumerian Empire. The name Kush was corrupted by the Egyptians from Kush, the father of Nimrod, the second son of Noah. Before the founding of the OODUA dynasty in Ile-Ife, there was definitely autonomous aborigines people there. This myth of Eastern origin and so-called Kisra legend is found among several African countries. She makes reference to one book, The Come of Monday, May 17, 2024. Around the time the ancient Ife was being established, similar tradition of origin associated with the Bayajida legend, accounting from the emergence of the seven Hausas, such as Kano, Rano, Sauzu, Katsina, etc., also came into prominence. The myth associated with OODUA is the myth of a conquering people who took over the rulership of autonomous Aborigine people and established representative of OODUA dynasty in almost Yoruba areas. Some historians claim this immigrant probably came from the southern Nile area, particularly the kingdom of Kush, and particularly from its iron working center of Meroe, which we locate it in the present-day Sudan. Some Yoruba dynasties, such as the one in Ijebu-Ode, claim a wider ancestry, that is, present-day Chad, which is not too far from the postulated origin of Meroe, where OODUA came from. To be able to conquer existing population of Aborigines at Ile-Ife, the immigrants associated with OODUA must have had superior technology, such as ability to mine and use iron, both as weapon of defense and offense. I'm coming to the end. Talbot's research finds is that the immigrants to Yoruba between 600 and 1000 AD were present Amitic or of brown skin, who introduced another culture and provided the ruling families among the Yoruba. Biobaku, 1995, was of the opinion that the Yoruba first settled in Nupe country of central Nigeria, from where they crossed the Niger River to Ile-Ife. The Oyos rivers to Nupe as Tapas and Bogu, as Ibaribas, Chief M.O. Ogumola, 2000. Bada of Shaki, the Chief Samuel O. Bada, in Iwe-Itan Shaki, claimed that OODUA group entered Nigeria through Shaki, from where he proceeded to Ife, while Ogun founded Shaki later when OODUA was blind and he became the regent. From the foregoing historical analysis, the immigrants from Meroe, capital of Nubia, after the collapse of Nubia Empire in 100 AD, up to the emergence of Islam in the Arabian desert, Egypt was responsible for the influx of immigrants to Africa south of Sahara. OODUA could have imported the idea of driving kinship to the Yoruba country from Meroe, where the descendants of Nimrod finally settled and later migrated to West Africa through Lake Chad. The Oromiyan, the grandson of OODUA, in 1170 AD, while his son Eweka became the first divine king of Benin in 1002 AD, according to tabloids. You see, if you look at this history, the writer did not just assume. The writer was quoting different scholars that have written about the emergence.
Ayinde Ogun. So you want to take... Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people say that this was retarded, but yeah, let him just do it.
You are the one retarded and delusional. Because I'm giving you other historical accounts. I'm not conservative.
Both Igbos and Yorubas on this. You just read the comment section. Both Igbos and Yorubas are telling you that you are really now twisted history.
I don't want this.
Amaka said you are reading Wikipedia.
You people are claiming that. You people are claiming that all the historians currently do not agree with Samson Johnson. And I told you Samuel Johnson, and I told you that there are several historians that agree with him, and they have different accounts. You understand? When you see someone trying to evaluate some things, you don't talk him down or abuse him or attack him.
Okay.
A delusional person is someone that is not ready to change or adopt new idea.
Like you, Abi.
Except the belief he has, like the ballers. Like the ballers. Nobody.
You are describing yourself. You are describing yourself. I know Lola Tomori. I can take you to our office in Agba, Koko. That Lola Tomori's. I have that Lola Tomori's article.
I'm not even talking about Lola Tomori in person. I'm talking about the references she quoted. You people need to listen. Lola Tomori can be this, can be that. You can be the one feeding Lola Tomori. She has her own view regarding that, and she quoted some references that buttress to her claim. And I'm not here to say that the account of history.
Bọ̀dá Aláriwo ti tọ́ ẹjẹ́ tẹ́lómi ìsọ̀rọ̀. Bọ̀dá Aláriwo let someone
can you see? You people are manipulative. You people are manipulative and delusional. You people are manipulative and delusional.
See,
when you have people tackling you, do you think that people will be
now? Hold on. The people gifting you are the people that don't know anything. You understand?
Please, I still hold the floor. Where is Mr. Egungun? You just came up, hijack. How will I hold on?
Hold on. I want to say.
Let her talk. No. Let her talk.
Please, I'm still holding the floor. Except Egungun talks.
Wait, brother.
What are you saying?
I'm here. Wait, I'm here. No peace. I'm here.
You people are calling. You people are calling and manipulative.
Excuse me, bro. Excuse me.
You are not one of the moderators, Mr. Man.
Mr. Egun, don't know me here.
Mr. Egungun and Voice of Reasoning have been moderating this space.
Okay,
please don't tell me what I know.
Yeah, too. Do you know that?
You just gave me. It is my floor. Let me land. You cannot just come up. If you have any objection, you write it down.
Boot to good. Calm down first.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning. We are here.
Okay.
Mr. Google, I own the floor. If she has any objection to that, let her jot it down. When the baller was talking, when others were talking, I kept quiet, even as they were insulting me.
Ayinde, listen. What I wanted
This
to say.
is an act of manipulation, please.
I just wanted to ask you a question, Ayinde. Hold on 1 second. Are you reading this? Are you reading this from a book or what? I'm just curious to know that.
A journal that have several references. The thing by Lola, the only thing you can do is to go and check the references.
That's not a journal. That's just a random article on Google. Please ask me. What year?
You said
what year?
What journal is it published? Which journal is it published?
What year she did write this thing? It was 2020. This one was 2021. And the references.
Go
and check where you click. Go and check where you click to download it.
Click where?
Go and check where you click to download it.
You are lying because
like I said,
I have that Google article.
What's her last name, please? Lola what?
Wait.
I have that Google article. There's no year on it.
There is literally no year.
Let me bring it up.
Write it down.
It's just a random person.
Okay.
Lola, wait. My own point there is not about the writer herself. It's about the references. You can see that Lola Tomori mentioned more than 5 references. You people, you are just debating.
I have those references.
You are just debating. You are just debating.
You are quoting homework. I have the references that Lola was the book she was referring to. The one by Bill Bafo, the one by Samuel Johnson.
Please let me land. Let me land. If you have those books, go and check whether the quotation given by Lola Tomori is wrong.
The name and the year. Thank you.
It's wrong. You check the references.
She has gotten it, so you have your floor. You have your 3 minutes now to round up so that we can move on to another thing.
Thank you. But 3 minutes will be too small. Because
you have
if
5
I want to,
if
I want to address the absurdity that these people are actually caused in this engagement, it will be more than 10 minutes. But I will just be succinct by using.
You are not going to. Nobody is going to interrupt you. You understand me? Continue with that reference you are making, but know that once you are done,
they can even interrupt with sound reaction.
Listen. No, the more that interaction is happening, and you will just keep prolonging the issue. Just finish up so that people will ask you questions. You understand me? So, Umuibo, while we are here, let's be tapping on our screens. So, they continue.
Okay. Though at some point, some elements here actually brought the argument to absurdity, but I will not like to address that, because if I address it, I will be insultive and be using 50 words. Let me start from Madam that just went to Google. Where is the madam? I've forgotten her name. Aisha Atishe also. She was talking about panegyrics. The question that Lola, Tiwa Lola, or whoever that asked me the question was never a panegyric question. It was a question of what is the name of your father? And I jokingly extended it to my origin. What problem do you have about that? You don't just deviate from the point of argument and be addressing another thing. That is absurdity. Secondly, we are talking about Socrates, Aristotle, and some other philosophers. Though Plato made us understand all the works of Socrates, but at the same time, there are several scholars that even question the existence of Socrates himself. They say Socrates is just an hypothetical character in the work of Plato. You can't say that you have the history, you have everything, and you will not be questioned. It is not possible. Because she made mention of, are we going to write off Socrates because Plato tells us more about him? No, we are not writing it off. But at the same time, we will not just accept it without questioning it. That's why some philosophers also question the existence of Socrates. Back to Mr. Abusuyi. Mr. Abusuyi, you might come from Ife. Like you said, I agree with your first point. that you might live in Ife, do everything in Ife, and still not come from Ife. I agree. But when we are talking about history, history is a very serious thing. It's a very serious thing in the sense that I don't listen to the history or read the history from my own writers alone. That is what I will never do. I check others. I check others' accounts to know which one is near, because I know that history cannot be valid 100%. I will just check which one is near validity of reality during the time they want to capture. That's my point. Mr. Bola came up here saying that OODUA was born. And with what I read from Lola's thesis, we can all see that more than 5 or 4 historians also give different accounts. Some say OODUA came from Egypt, some say from Lake Chad, some say from this, from that. But my own point is, how do we find this thing?
That means he wasn't born. Oh, smart argument.
How do we now say, I have problem with giving biological postulation of OODUA in Yoruba land? That's what I have problem with. And you still don't give me reasonable points, because I still have some other books that can still go against what you are postulating now, or what you are making reference to. I'm not delusional, I'm not conservative. It's only a delusional person that will tell a history and we hold on to it without exposing it to other people's, compare it with other people's narration. With other people's narration. We are not saying that OODUA is this, OODUA is that. In fact, I know that it is an open-ended argument that will never have an end, but it's just to exercise intellectuality. Because it's like asking about existence of God, the creation of the universe. These are no open-ended debates. But you cannot gag me. I cannot be gagged to accept that because you have some hallelujah people around, to accept that your account of history, the account of history you gave, actually captured the reality then. I will be foolish like that, and I will be delusional like others here.
Yeah, you are foolish. Yeah.
Like others here. I've been here for the past 8 hours. I'm learning, I'm getting some other things.
About the time you've been here, just tell us about the topic. Be talking about the topic. Leave the time you've been here and...
You understand? You said Babalawo told you something. I said I'm from Orarotimi's compound. Orarotimi name in Ife. I forgot.
Why did they name the compound Orarotimi? Does Orarotimi have a father?
Wait. I forgot to address that to Mr. and Mrs. Ayesha Asha Ishe or Ishe. That Orarotimi is a surname given to people in Obaluru. Obaluru controls what you people now called Okeora in Loro Mukotas. That is why we believe that in everything we do, the Ora stand with us, is behind us. That is meaning of Orarotimi. I will never debunk anybody account of history here, but I will question it. I will surely question it.
Ainde, it's okay to question, Ainde. It's okay to question. But when
now, if I'm questioning your narration, you don't shift that onus back on me. That because I cannot give Obatala's mother's name, therefore OODUA mother's name is not really important. And I told you initially that if you look at the historical account that captures Obatala's activities. They claim that Obatala was one of the deities that descended from heaven. Including who? Including OODUA. So we are questioning the logic of your question. Wait, so I never said OODUA. You concluded it based on your assumption. Wait, you see the problem? OODUA did not descend from heaven. Did you not say it here that you went? You see the problem? The only problem we are seeing is in your brain. So you said you went to Ife. You see? And they told you that OODUA is also from heaven. I'm talking about Obatala. You are attaching OODUA in order to bring back your absurdity. Wait, you are confusing yourself. But you say you saw the chain. Are you drunk? Hold on. Please let me land. Let me land. You don't put words into my mouth. Into your mouth, okay. It's my mouth. You understand? And you don't reduce it to absurdity. I was telling you about Obatala and the historical accounts. You see, that is why you are not an intellectual. OODUA descended. Listen, Mr. Eluku. That's what you said. Mr. Eluku, listen. Come on, who is changing it? That is not what I'm addressing now. You people are more. Now, Obatala, the historical accounts we have regarding Obatala's existence in Ife is that he was descended from heaven by Olodumare. And nobody has come to counter that account. No, some Igbos have done that. Some guys have said that he is Igbo. Can I see the books regarding that? I mean, okay, maybe I will find it. But you've never heard it before that some Igbos said he's an Igbo. I've never heard it. Okay, I've never heard it. If you have never heard anything, can I see the book? Hold on. If you have never heard anything let me land. I've addressed that point. Let me land. Until you bring the book. Now, nobody countered that, even within the Yorubas. Does it make sense to you from a historical point of view that Obatala dropped from heaven? Historical. Let me land. Let me land. Most of the thing you said also has no meaning. That is why it's not historical, it is philosophical. If you want to evaluate myth, it then means that you don't know what you are doing. It is philosophical. Yes. We are asking you. Philosophical in what sense? Philosophical in what sense? In which aspect? Is it in epistemology or in metaphysics? If it is in metaphysics, it's reasonable. If it is in epistemology, it is not. Don't tell me that it is philosophical. Terminologies are around. This is the problem with Nigeria education. I'm trying to let you know what you don't know. Education when you use philosophical, they are breeding dummies like you. You throw what they teach you in school. You go and be throwing words around. In fact, you are not intelligent. You are not intelligent. I'm telling you about the word you use. You use wrongly. You are claiming something. Shut up. Obatala came from heaven. The question is, does that make sense from a literal historical point of view? That's the question. Not from a philosophical point of view. Literal historical. Can you see? You are just arrogant. You just corrected yourself. What, Kilonso? You just corrected yourself. What corrected yourself? You said from a philosophical point of view, and I said, which of the philosophical point of view are you making reference to? What happened to philosophical point of view? Please, Mr. Man, you are just dragging. If you fumble, you are set. Now let me continue with my point.
Can you round up and let another person talk?
Let me continue with my point. Who is interjecting me? Now. What I'm saying in essence is that no account of history actually go against that account. And you claim that you have some Igbo's account. I asked you, let me see the book, name the book. You now ask me again that have you not had it? Is that reasonable to you? Is that convincing to you? And you call yourself a scholar. That is why some of the professorship these days in Nigeria are questionable. Let me continue. Now, you now said, OODUA, because Obatala has no mother, we don't know his mother, we don't know his father. Therefore, OODUA does not have, we don't need to bother about that. Later, you still came up with a framework, fabricated story that one Babalawo told you. And I said, I don't accept this Babalawo's account because number one, it is not popular. Number two, Babalawo is not an authority in history.
Address the new point I was raised.
Well, it's part of my point. Don't tell me how to engage. When you are repeating, when you delve into reputation and tautology, I didn't say anything. That's why you are not learned. You are not learned to argue. You just want to insert your position. You want to force your position.
What if I say you are right? Will you shut up? What if I say you are right? Will you shut up?
What you say, you know that you are wrong right from the onset.
Yes, if I say you are right, will you shut up?
Please let me land. Others are learning. They are actually projected the stupidity in your analysis. If you will accept, you might be on different groups.
Guys, should we call the weary Okoyawo? Because we
you don't do that. Even if you have Hallelujah voice. Let me land.
Can Egungun take over, please? Egungun, can you say something?
You
guys wait. Everybody wait. Who brought this force of nature here?
I'm not the one who.
Please take him down, please. You are afraid. No, take him down. He's not supposed to be here, please. I think Ayinde's time is up. Let someone else talk, please.
Let me respond to you, Ayinde. You were talking like Ayinde, but that's not even the main point. The main point is that, see, the people who are contracting you people, they are doing a very bad job. Who notices that the way he's talking is similar to how that Yemi was talking? I will remove him.
Why did you remove him now? Why did you remove him?
Okay, he left by himself.
That's rude.
He's left by himself. So
he left by himself. So my one is that those people who contract these guys, if you are listening to me, you are doing a terrible job. At least if you must contract somebody to spoil Yoruba history, contract people who are smart, who are articulate, who talks sharp. Like the way he's talking, Elijamiro, is similar to how that Yemi. You remember?
Yes, that's the way that one talks too.
And the reason is it's not like they can't. It's not like they are trying. The people who are contracting them, it's not like they are going for the dumbest people. Is that smart people cannot accept such job. The only people they can find is people who will say, so they will call it. You can't even read from a book. You were reading like this. Let me show you how you were reading. You were reading like the traditional accounting of the Boshen Kankoni. Let's debunk you. So, as regards the Middle Eastern narrative, nobody said here on this. I've never heard it before that a Yoruba person said that Middle East narrative does not exist in any book. Somebody is unmuted. Let me be known. No Yoruba person has ever said that the Middle East narrative is not found in any book. No, it is found in some books. So you coming back to come and say, oh, see, the Middle Eastern narrative in a book is you repeating what we've said, that you can find it in some books. So meaning that you find the Middle East narrative in some books, you find the indigenous narrative in some books. Don't come and show us the books where there is the Middle Eastern narrative. Come and show us why one is wrong and the other is right. Because we have already admitted that you have that one. That's how I started. I started by talking about Samuel Johnson. I started by talking about something called the Johnsonian hypothesis. What is that Johnsonian hypothesis? Samuel Johnson wrote that OODUA is from the Middle Eastern area. It's already in books. That's what it means. Me saying that means that I know it's in book. So the question now is, where did Samuel Johnson get it from? That is what sensible people do. They ask. Historians have asked. This thing that Samuel Johnson wrote, where did he get it from? And they saw that he got it from two sources. One, from the northern people, and two, from himself. Lobaton, he did not get it from any Yoruba account, any indigenous Yoruba account, not from Yoruba. He got it from the north and from himself. What did he get from the north? He got a story written by Sultan Bello that says Yoruba people, Nupe people, this one, that one, they all came from Middle East. Who said that? Sultan Bello. Samuel Johnson saw that one and he put it in his work. But he did not stop there. He now did one additional thing. He put one important Yoruba guy Oodua, he put his name amongst the people that came from the Middle East. So Samuel Johnson wrote it. We know he wrote it. We are saying, did he get this from the Yoruba sources? No. He got it from the north and from himself. In what year did he publish his work? 1921, when he was dead himself. He had already gone. 1921. So if you go and read any book today, I challenge you, any book that talks about Oodua from the Middle East, that book cannot be earlier than Samuel Johnson. That's the cocoa we are saying. That book cannot be earlier than Samuel Johnson. In other words, everybody that said Oodua is from the Middle East, all of them go back to Samuel Johnson. Who? Talbot that woman quoted. I'm still coming to that woman that you read her article. That woman quoted Talbot. When did Talbot publish? 1926 or so, after Johnson. Meaning that it still goes back to Johnson. You also quoted you quoted many, everybody's after Johnson. They were still going to Johnson. Why? Because for some time, in historical scholarship, for some time, everybody was following Johnson's lead. In fact, academic and non-academic, amateur and non-amateur professionals, all of them at some point, they were all following Johnson. They were following him until they paused and said, wait, why are we following Johnson? They asked themselves that question. Academic professional historians, they asked themselves, they followed Johnson for a while and they start asking, why are we following him? Are we sure that thing that we are following in Johnson got it from the indigenous traditions of the Yoruba people? They asked themselves this question. And what did they find? They find, after they did the questioning, they find that Johnson did not get it from the Yoruba people. Johnson got it from the north, and he added his own persona. And that's the end of following Johnson. That was the end. Nobody followed Johnson again, because what they are trying to, the information they were using did not even come from the Yoruba people that they are studying. And they ended it there. So now let's go to the paper you quoted. When guys, notice something. When he started with the paper, he said the name of the paper is The Emergence of Oodua and the Origin of the Yoruba Kingdoms of Southwest. He was correct. There is a paper called that. But he did something interesting. And somebody caught him. He said this paper was written by Fabunmi, Dr. something Fabunmi. There's a reason why he did that. He knows that if he tells us the actual name of the author, we would find that that person is not really a PhD, historian, academic scholarship. He now had to make up a name from his own head, and he said Dr. Fabunmi. No, Dr. Fabunmi wrote any such book. Dr. Fabunmi did not write that paper. Somebody else wrote that paper. Who is that person? One Madam Lola Tomori. Email lolatomori1@gmail.com. I beg. I'm discussing peer review work by professors of history. You are bringing gmail.com internet writing. Are we are we normal here? So that's Madam Tomori. Now
I think she wrote it in her master's class or so. Some of these papers we present in our master's class for research methods. That's what Lola Tomori works in Akumba.
Like, so let's not even take this thing too serious, because without discussing the Madam Tomori, I do not behave like one. This is not an academic work near what we are discussing. We are discussing historical scholarship today. You are bringing at gmail.com article on the internet, and you are calling it journal article. Which journal published this one? No journal published it. Now, with a look. So, guys, Google it by yourself. The Emergence of Oodua and the Origin of You will see the name. You will see he lied that there is a Dr. Fabunmi. I remembered. Dr. Fabunmi wrote it, and when somebody caught him, he quickly said, no, Fabunmi wrote it, and she reviewed it. No, Dr. Fabunmi did not write anything. This is not a review. This is a paper by that woman, Madam Tomori. Lola Tomori1@gmail.com. She wrote it on the internet. This is, if you carry it to reach any peer review, they go tear them into two, say what nonsense. But let's even see what is inside. The Tomori was referencing who? He referenced Samuel Johnson. Who did I say originated this story of Oodua coming from the Middle East? I said it's Samuel Johnson. You cannot go beyond Johnson, because he is the origin of Oodua from Middle East. The only thing you can go before Johnson is Samuel Sultan Bello, who said Yoruba. That one did not mention Odudua. He says Yoruba as a whole came from Middle East, and Samuel Johnson put Odudua inside and made it his own theory. That Odudua coming from the Middle East, you cannot go prior to Johnson. Everybody must find their way back to Johnson if you want to say that thing. Who else did this person? He said Talbot. Talbot was publishing when? 1920 something. Biobaku, 1955. Is 1955 earlier than Johnson? Chifem Ogumala, 2000. These are people tracing their work back to Johnson. Everybody did it at some point. Even some of the brightest minds in historical scholarship, they were following Johnson at a point. Until when? When did they stop? Until a new direction, a more scientific approach emerged in the study of African history. What is that scientific approach? The scientific approach says that if you want to know about Madame Asha Atiton, her name, what is her real name, and all those things, you better ask her, especially when there is no political issue about it. Don't come and ask me about her, especially when you know that we have issues. I might not really give you the facts. At least start with her first. That is the scientific approach, saying, why are we looking at Johnson when Johnson did not even get it from Yoruba and we are trying to study Yoruba? Why not we go to the Yorubas and ask them what their traditions say? And all historians turned back for the first time, and they started looking at the indigenous evidence based on a more scientific approach for African history. And it is here in that book that I read, and I will read it again. It says, one second now. Odudua became a personage from the Middle East, and blah, 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 blah. In contrast, I'm going to find it. But anyway, let me just... So what this author was saying is that some of the brightest minds in historical scholarship, they followed Johnson for a while until a new approach developed in the study, a new direction developed in the study. But some of the brightest people, that is what you must do at some point. You follow the what's it called, pioneer, until you see that that approach is wrong, then you devise a new approach. So what is wrong in following Johnson? What is wrong is that whatever Johnson was saying was not gotten from the indigenous traditions of the Yorubas. It came from the northern direction and from himself. That is why today it is called the Johnsonian hypothesis. And all the scholars, Biobaku, they turned back into what? Into looking at the indigenous traditions. What did they find in indigenous traditions? I have read 4 books from professional academic historian, peer review paper, work that are published globally, not somebody writing on the internet and you lying that it is somebody else writing. Because you know that if you tell us the real name, something will be shaky there. So we already know, in summary, we know that Samuel Johnson wrote this, it's in a book. We know that some people reference Samuel Johnson. Talbot is after Johnson, Biobaku after Johnson, but we've seen what historical scholarship says today and what it tells us about the origin of Odudua. It's from the Yoruba, it's from Ife. That's number 1. Number 2 point you made, you said you cannot use Babalawo. Madam Masha, you telling him, what must we use? Which is very correct. What do we use then if you want to talk about the indigenous sources? You go to the shrines, you go to the priests, you go to the traditions of the people. But that's not even the approach to address this particular guy. You know why? He himself came here to tell us about him going to meet some Baba. And they told him this and this and this. And we must believe it. And we do believe it. So in other words, on one hand, his brain works correctly. He tells his brain, my brain, please walk. In other words, I have to go and meet Babalawo, and it makes sense to meet Babalawo for him. But when we go and meet those Babalawo, it is wrong. We must not do that. He has to make up his mind. Is it okay to meet Babalawo and to collect traditions? If you want to know the traditions, you meet those people. Or is it not okay? Or is it only okay when it is you meeting them, but it is not okay when it is us meeting them? He has to make up his mind on that. So the point I'm making is that, in summary, he also added, he said the name of Oduduwa's father is not popular. Therefore, he would not accept it. And we also said that the name of Awolowo's father is not popular. Therefore, Awolowo does not have a father. That's a stupid conclusion. It's already obviously stupid that because Awolowo's father's name is not popular, therefore Awolowo does not have a father. What kind of stupidity is that? Awolowo's father's name is not popular because Awolowo is the patriarch that is more important in the story. Ask Igbo people now. Tell them, do not Google. Do not Google. Tell me Nnamdi Azikwe's father's name. They will scratch their head before they can remember. Why? Not because Nnamdi Azikwe does not have a father. He has a father. But because Nnamdi Azikwe is the patriarch that is more important at that point in time, everybody starts from him. So because Nnamdi Azikwe's father's name is not popular, it's not well known, therefore he doesn't have a father, it's a very stupid and ridiculous conclusion. Obatala, let's talk about the philosophical thing. You said Obatala came from heaven. We know that. But guess what? When Obatala was coming from heaven in that story, Obatala was not the only one coming from heaven. There was Ogun, there was Oshun, there was OODUA. There was Orunmila. They all came from heaven, amongst other 401, all of them. But what kind of narrative is that? Is it a literal historical narrative? Of course not. That is a philosophical narrative, a metaphysical narrative, a religious narrative. So you saying Obatala came from heaven is why you don't want to ask about his father, is why his father's name is not known. It's stupid. Because you are conflating philosophical and literal historical. You are conflating them. Coming from heaven is philosophical. Obatala is a human being that lived around the time of OODUA. He must have lived. He has a father. So why don't you say, oh, I must know Obatala's father's name? You know why you don't ask about his father's name? The reason why you don't ask about Obatala's father's name is because you told your brain to walk and your brain listened to you. It worked. In other words, you know that Obatala is the important person in that lineage. Then his father's name must have been disremembered or suppressed or not so popular. Your brain worked. In the case of OODUA, you told your brain not to walk and it listened. It will not work. The same thing that it just worked now in the case of Obatala, it will not work in the case of OODUA because you are telling your brain different things and different times. In the case of OODUA, you say, my brain, please don't work. And it listened. It did not work. OODUA, even though he also has the metaphysical narrative of coming from heaven, you know that this must be human.
Bola, please, can you round up so that we can talk as well?
You can cry. You think I care about your tears? Cry.
No, please round up now. This is an intellectual discourse.
I don't give a about your tears.
Mute yourself.
I'm not crying.
Shut up. Shut up. When your brother was going on and on, did you cry?
You are literally crying.
I'm not crying. This is an intellectual discourse.
Mute yourself. You will be summarizing very soon. Force of nature. Bola. So you try and land your plane so that other people can move on. Force of nature, you are just joining. So mute first.
So to prove that you're not crying, mute your mic. If you don't mute it, you are crying. So in any case, you told your brain to walk. In the case of Obatala, you saw that he was coming from heaven, is mythological, and then you didn't bother asking about his human father, even though you know he's human. Your brain worked. Why didn't you ask about his father? He's a popular figure. His father's name is not remembered, like Awolowo's father's, like Nnamdi Azikwe's father, and so on. In the case of OODUA, he also came from heaven in the mythological narrative, the philosophical narrative, the spiritual narrative. But now, because you told your brain not to work, it doesn't work, and you're asking about his father. Why the double standard? Why not maintain the same standard? If the standard is correct, why not maintain it correctly? If the standard is stupid, why not be stupid consistently? Why choose to be stupid in one sense and not stupid in another sense? You must maintain the same energy. Dumb, be dumb consistently. Smart, be smart consistently. I'm not discriminating that you should not be dumb. So in summary, there is a book that talks about OODUA coming from the Middle East. That book is Samuel Johnson. That's the first. Any other writing that says OODUA comes from the Middle East, all of them trace back to that book. We know such writing must exist. But we are saying a new direction emerged in the study of Yoruba history. And what does that direction say? It says we should look at the indigenous evidence. And the indigenous evidence now tells us that OODUA was born and raised, because that's what the tradition says, in Yoruba land, in one of the hills. And that hill is called Okiora. From there, he migrated into Ile-Ife. We've read sources, books, peer-reviewed professional historian, peer-reviewed article, and peer-reviewed books. We've read it here today. And as regards OODUA's father's name, when we are going to Babalawo to go and ask, you quickly block us, don't go to Babalawo. And we ask, who has the right to go to Babalawo? You say, you have a right to go. And you went. and you brought us what the Babalawo told you. You said we must believe. But when we were going to those Babalawo, you blocked us and cried that we must not go. You rolled on the floor. It doesn't make sense. Be consistent. If you can go to the indigenous sources, we also can go. And what do they say about Oduduwa's father's name? They did not give me one answer. They gave me 3 independent sources. 3. 1 in the Oduifa, Jeye. 2 in the asservations, incantations, Jeye. 3 in the songs in Igbo, Jeye. 3 independent sources. We must go to Babalawo because you also must go. It's there in the sources. It's not just a popular name. In the same way as Awolowo's daddy's name is not popular, Nnamdi Azikwe's daddy's name is not popular, or Batala's daddy's name is not popular, or Ramfe's daddy's name is not popular, because these guys are the people whom history starts with. Thanks.
Okay. That's a great enlightenment coming from Olabola. So I don't know why you dropped.
A round of applause for Olabola, please.
Yeah, the host is not here right now. So if he was here, he would do 1 or 2. So back to it. I don't know why you dropped Ainde. It is none of the moderators here who have dropped you. And also, force of nature, you came up here and you want to just hijack the conversation. Where
No.
Okay.
He was repeating himself.
Okay. Still stay mute. So, Eruku, you've been here. Do you have anything to say before we move on to?
I have to repeat it so I can get inside. You have a thick skull.
So, Eruku or Sha?
Will you please stop the insult? You have no monopoly of insult, please.
You insulted me now, I should stop insulting you back.
The floor is for Eruku or Sha now, please.
You have no monopoly of insult.
Let's hear from him. Eruku or Sha?
Yeah, thank you very much, Egugu. You know, since morning we have been on this topic, and I'm so happy that you people now can know who is lying and who is saying the truth. And I'm so happy because I never knew that it will last this long. Because when I was talking this morning, when I was analyzing all this thing, this same Ayinde was just on the same, going round and round and round and round and round, the same thing. It's like I'm just asking who is bankrolling him. I think it's the people from Benin are bankrolling this guy. They are trying to distort the history. And there is no way history can be distorted, because when we, the Yorubas, the real Yorubas, we are still alive. The only thing they fail to understand that Yoruba don't normally bring they don't put all their eggs in one basket, and they don't normally bring things out. You know, since all this time he has been asking me who gave back to Oduduwa, I refuse to say anything. It got to a point I was very pushed to give a tip of an iceberg that I don't want to give a lot, because I know they will use it in future and they will turn it around again and be using it again in another way, which because they will never say the truth. My people said somebody that want to spoil someone's music, it will not sing it the way you sang that song. It will sing it differently. So that is why they are the one that Ayinde is saying that is a Yoruba. It's not a Yoruba. You can see it. It's being paid. He can live in Yoruba land. I didn't dispute that. But we Yoruba, we know ourselves. Like that so reason that lady, she's no more here now, said that if you see in the way the Yoruba talks, you will see it when we speak our Yoruba. You can hear it. You can know that this is a real Ogbonge Yoruba person than the person that is being paid or he lives in Yoruba land. Many of the Benis, I said it before, many people, many Benis, they bear Yoruba name because I don't dispute that we have something in common. We are the Ababa. We are the one that gave back to them. You understand? And I still repeat it. And I want us to go back to what you are saying, well, the topic of today, about the Benin history. Who is the Benin say Yoruba came from them, or the Yoruba say Benin came out from them? Who came out of who? You will just look at the language, the analysis of the Yoruboid things that is coming out from the Benin languages. When the Benin dialect, or when or language, can I say it? When they speak, you will know that it's Yoruba that is coming out from their language. It's not other way around. You can never see Benin words in Yoruba land, but you will see Yoruba words in Benin. the way they talk, the way they do everything, even their culture, the culture of the Benin is still the ancient culture of the Ile-Ife. And I make references to the ones that even the Oro, which we call Oro today. The same thing, you can see them like that. We are the Yorubas. So we are not disputing them. We are not trying to drive them away. Like my people always say that the goats didn't say it didn't come with sheep. It's not going to do with sheep. But if sheep say my mama no born black, then the goat will stay aside. If Benin said they are not from Yorubas, let them just stay in their kubiku, that small place. Because how can somebody come with that small? The minority say give back to majority. Where do they say that? Where do they got it wrong? How can they give back to Yoruba people? It's Yoruba that gave back to them. Even till today, they are Obas, they are everything. And I asked the question before the emergence of, or before the arrival of Oromio in Igodo land or Idu land. There's nothing like Oba. There's nothing like Bini. There's no Bini. Bini is just a new name. There is just a new people that come into that land. Because there are people that are sojourned there, that are living there before the Oromio. And if you see all these people that are claiming, that are trying to make chaos on the online, shouting and doing things, you will see that they are the same people, and which they are fighting with themselves. They are fighting with the truth. They don't want to accept. But whenever you are fighting yourself, you don't want to accept the truth, you keep rubbing yourself into the mud, and your secret will still be coming out. And what you don't want to hear, you will still be hearing it. Because how dare many people will say Yoruba come out from them? Who? It's glaring. It's glaring. If you see Yoruba people, you can see Yoruba is extension till Republic of Benin, till Ghana, Ashanti, till Burkina Faso, till Gambia. So, you tell me, where is the Benin people, where they speak Benin language? Even to Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago, to many places. So tell me where they speak Benin language. So this is the age where we have to open eyes and say, we get back to Isa, we get back to Igbo, we get back to Yoruba, we get back, ooh. So let me rest, because I think that there are some people that are still here now. I want us to go back to that, the content of today. Let us analyze it fully. Egungun, go back into what this today is. This thing you put out, the topic, let them come and defend it now. I'm happy that people are here now. Let them come and defend it. Thank you.
Right. That was
Bro, Google, please. Can we redirect it? Since it's Benin, don't have history. Please, let's redirect it and talk about Benin history. Because yes, there are some points I want us to bring up about that.
We're going to dive into that. You know, the reason for other enlightenment is that we try for other Yoruba people also who have been hearing some of these fake histories all around to come and key in and learn from some of you who know the history. You're the ones telling your histories, because we the Igbo cannot come and be telling Yoruba history, because me, I don't know. So
can I say something? I say something?
Yes,
Ayinde, honestly, I think that guy, someone paid him to come out and say things, because I've seen him on the Titanic and the Agba's platform, and he twisted everything, right? And someone came up and told him that what he was saying was wrong, but he still insisted. So if you see, I think someone is paying him to come up and change everything. To be honest, that's what I wanted to say. Please let us be careful about what we listen and what we take out to the public, because that guy, to be honest, I don't know, but there's something fishy somewhere. Okay, please, if you are the comment section or the FYP, please, let's not distort anybody's history, please. And what's his name again? Ayinde, please be careful, because this thing can turn around and, fall on you. Please be careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will advise. I will just suggest that we don't allow him to come up again.
Don't run, because I know they support nonsense.
We don't allow Ayinde to come up again, because it's just wasting our time. Let's move on.
I think I was the one that wanted to,
Yes, you're the one to speak next. Let me just make this quick one. Maya Anambra, thank you very much for that observation you have made. The reason most of these Ile Binus go around to do this is that, they've been keeping them quiet for a very long time. If it's a place where things work, they are not supposed to exist because of what their ancestors did. So many homes they broke, all in the name that they are selling their fellow human being. So they are not supposed to exist, and it is high time they let them know where they are from. And if they say they don't want to go back to where they are from, I think the best thing is to just take all of them and throw them into the Atlantic Ocean. So, Owebu Moku, Ayinde now has come. Don't worry, I get will ya juju.
Because onye na asias, onye na-ekwu abreziokwu.
Mr. Google, please, I want to ask a question. Where did you see me, Anya Anambra? You people, you just the.
Listen, see, I don't want to shout, okay? You've been to Titanic and.
Oh yeah.
Okay, don't rush me, okay? See, as I talk small like this, don't be so quiet, too. No try, okay? Please.
If you try, you go see me. I did all right for you now.
Aide, hold on. You say where is see you, and she won't tell you now where she see you.
Have you been to Titanic and Agba, so yes or no?
Yeah. If I've never come across that name. You people will just assume something in your head.
This guy is just an obvious liar. That's the truth.
What I said. I said this in the morning. This guy, I know this guy very well. This guy is not. Let me tell you something.
See, I can't just say something.
If truly no peace, if truly you know me very well, you won't know peace.
I know you, brother.
You people are lying.
Let me tell you something. You are not from.
Your network is bad.
You're not from Yoruba. I'm telling you something. You're not from Yoruba, brother. I said this in the morning. You're not from Yoruba.
I'm from Igbo land.
He might be Yoruba, but
I'm from Igbo line.
No, he might be Yoruba, but maybe
I'm telling you the truth.
No.
Yoruba people are
it's not from Yoruba.
It's not Yoruba.
It's not from Yoruba. Please, it's not.
Have you been
Yoruba? Kì í sọ fẹ́ sọ kì í wọ̀ fẹ́ wọ̀ ó máa ṣánkù ni ẹni tó sanwó fún ẹ̀rọ
His accent alone shows that it's not Yoruba. If I should do the analysis of his accent, you will know that it's not Yoruba. It's not Yoruba.
Mi ò ní ṣépè fún ẹ, bó o mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wà tán kì í ṣépè fún. Ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ráre nítorí unnecessary argument.
Àní kò sọ máa sọ lọ. It's not
from Yoruba. Calm down.
Let me tell you people. It's not from Yoruba. This guy is lying. Ìtàkùn tó sọ pé ó máa pa mí ò lè pa mí. Ó tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
Okay.
See, this guy is not Yoruba. His accent shows him out.
It's not from Yoruba.
His accent is not Yoruba.
No fault for his gimmick.
Yes.
It's not
there
from
are people
Yoruba.
who speak Yoruba fluently, but there's a way you will know their accent.
It's school in Ife.
Not Yoruba.
He can school in Ife. Truly,
he's not Yoruba. He's not in
Yoruba land.
He's a Benin guy. His accent shows him out. That's the way Benin people speak Yoruba. When they speak Yoruba, that's the way they speak Yoruba. So the other time he said Oruoba Ido. Later, when he was asked to write it, he wrote Oruobado. That's when you will know that this person is not a Yoruba person. In fact, we even overlooked that. No Yoruba person will write Oruoba Ado and write Oba Ado together. We write Obado. The person will write Oba Ado. That's to tell you he's not Yoruba. He's not a Yoruba person. He's a Benin guy. He is. He's an impersonator.
Okay. All right. We're diving back to the conversation at hand with the school of thought of the Ile Binus saying that the Yoruba descendants came from them, and the other school of thought that also is saying that it's a lie. That's a false narrative that the Benin actually are descendants of them. And the next speaker we have to speak now is drag and violence. So drag and violence, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I've learned a lot, from my brothers and sisters, Professor Labola, Madam Ashambusi. When it comes to Benin, me, I always be happy because these Benin people, we know that nothing. Ilebino people that are, they call them land of vexation. The only thing they sabi do now is shewo and cultism. That is why me, when it comes to Benin, I always be happy. Now, I made a statement when I first talked earlier, that I referred to a book by H.F. Marshall, and the Ayinde guy that they paid came up and said, why am I referring to a book written by an Oyinbo man? Now, Ayinde, I know say they don't pay you, and you are just like you are not even an historian. You are just looking for you just want to bombard people with the useless knowledge that you have. Now, this person that I mentioned, okay, spent officer, a British officer that was posted to Benin, and his job was to collect data. Collect information about the history of the Benin city and every other environs. Like he also wrote about the Usaini people and others. So it's not just like an Oyinbo man sat somewhere and started writing this history. Okay, his job was to come to Benin. He spent decades there to collect the data of their history. So go and read the book. I know you don't like to read. You read from online articles. Now I'll go back to the book before I make my point, because most of this stuff I'll be talking about will be from this book. The man's name is H.F. Marshall, and he wrote an intelligence report on Benin City. The book was published in 1939/1940. So I will start by saying my first point. One of the things I learned from Professor Labola was that when the Benin people called, when they want to refer to God as Ogene. Let me start from there. And this is also, if you go to the Benin dictionary, their dictionary, they refer to Oni of Ife or Oni of Ife as Ogene. And we all know Professor Labola taught us where that name. I read that name. According to the lexicon of the Benin language, the Ogene has its etymology from the Yoruba word. That is the first thing I want you to know. It has the etymology from the Yoruba word, which is Owoni. Where the GH is silent, and
Ogone.
Yes, thank you.
Ogone.
Yes.
The same thing we call Owo is Oro.
Yes. So that is where okay. Thank you, ma. So that is where the Benin people got, they borrow most of, we don't speak, I don't even speak Benin, I don't even know who they are until recently when they started making noise on the internet. But ever since day one, they have been speaking own language, So now I'll go to the second one, okay? If you are asking me, one thing I've learned from Professor Labola and our Madam Asha and Busi is that there's always reference, right? If you can check the Benin Edo English dictionary written by Rebecca something, an Edo woman, you will see this in their dictionary, right? Now, the second thing I want to talk about is that the Oba of Benin. Okay, don't let me go to his place yet. But yeah, there was a conference of Yoruba chiefs, okay, in 1937. Conference of Yoruba chiefs in 1937, and the photos are out is on the internet. The photo of that conference, that was the first. At this time, there was nothing like Southern or Northern Nigeria or something. So there is nothing like because they are it's not like they called it Southern chiefs. No. So this was clearly conference of Yoruba chiefs, and the Oba of Benin, guess the people that were there. The Oba of Benin was present. It was number 3 in that conference, like chiefs, the Yoruba chief in that conference. We have the Alaafin of Oyo, and we have the Oni of Ife. So where the Oni of Ife was made he was permanent chairman, okay, of all the chiefs, right? So what am I trying to pinpoint? before this Benin historian started changing history, the Benin people has always been, they have always been part of the Yoruba. Me, I don't see Oba of Benin as the name, as the way they portray him as God. Me, I see him as a common chief, as a common chief in Yoruba land. He's not even up to the level of Oba in Yoruba land. I see him as just like a Bale or something, right? And me, the current Oba of Benin is more like a politician, and that's where I'm heading to. Why Benin are trying to play out all this politics that they are doing, because they are minority and they are trying to get relevance and all. Now, the third thing I want to talk about, where their lies started from, was the story of Ekaladeyan that they keep shouting. Ekaladeyan is OODUA. OODUA now went to Ile-Ife. We know them, royal harlots. Now your voice that they use, Joy Edo, I'm using your voice, That is what, because you guys are non-entity. So you always want to impose Ekaladeyan to show that Ekaladeyan was the first, is OODUA. Does that really make sense? Yoruba wrote that red book in 2004, or when they did, and you guys started, it wasn't even 2004, and you guys started shouting the red book. If they bring out any point that is not in that red book, you will say it's a lie. If Yoruba, that is a musician in Ajegunle before he became Oba of Benin, is that the person that now turned historians that you want us to be believing? No, it will never work. So what happened? I'll read H.F. Marshall's book. I'm going to read that part because it is history class, and I don't know much.
Slow down.
Yes. Thank you. So I've learned. I'm a good student. I'm a student of Professor Labola, Mr. Basiye, and
my brother.
Yeah.
Can you slow down a bit? I want us to systematize what we are doing here.
Okay.
Because of our host and the people here who want to learn, let's systematize it.
So because the
topic is Benin don't have history. Yes.
Point to make were very, very important. So what you cannot do for yourself is to cheat yourself. You cannot rush through a very important point and rush like that.
No, please don't rush.
Okay.
Let it be systematic so that these people can also learn.
Okay.
That book you want to read, what point do you want to bring out from there? I want us to...
The point is about Ekaladeyan.
Please, can you hold it? Hold it a bit. Hold that Ekaladeyan. Let's do it like this. The topic is Benin don't have history. Do we agree with this?
Yes.
Yes, we agree with this because Benin's history is predicated on Yoruba history, and that history is what they are trying to turn around. They have forgotten. Now, what Benin are doing is that they have forgotten that the Esan people are around them, that the Shekiri people they also had history with such people, and that my own people from Ondo State, the Mahin, the Owo people, the Ondo people, they are all around. Our ancestors were around and they saw all these interactions. So today, let me tell you, Benins do not really have history per se, except what the Portuguese wrote about them. Until 1936, in 1933, when Egareva wrote that book in Edo language, and later it was translated to English. So let me say it here today, that when this narration, this twisted narrative started on the social media by Izzy Omoruyi, Elereke Buredi, and some other people, they started by saying that both the Yorubas and the Igbos should go and the Esans that they used to drag them, that it was on Facebook, that we should go and read what Portuguese wrote about them. They specifically mentioned Portuguese. They specifically mentioned German explorers. They specifically mentioned Russian explorers. They specifically mentioned the British. Now you can see the references we have now, the sources. Professor Labola is going to come up and is going to bring some of these sources, what is said about Benin people. So I want us to systematize it. Now we are going to run through some of these things they claimed were written about them, and then we will now zero in on what Egareva wrote in 1933 that was later translated into English in 1936. That's how we systematize something in research. Now, when we came out, for instance, I came out on TikTok and I started bringing out points from those Portuguese. Beninese have changed mouths today and they are saying we are Eurocentric. We are too Eurocentric, that we are quoting from our colonialists, the colonial masters. So that's why I'm saying we are going to also zero in on Egareva, who wrote about them, their own traditions. We are going to read their own traditions. And some other time, if we are going to have the time, we are going to also check out Esan tradition. We are going to check out Ishekiri tradition. We are going to check out Mai and Owo traditions. So we are going to do it like that, bro, drag and violence. Okay. So I don't know who is going to take it up from here. I've been able to systematize it. Okay. Please, let's take it up from here.
Let me round up. I mentioned earlier.
Please, okay. Yeah. Round off so that someone can take it up from there.
Yeah, Benin doesn't have history, right? Maybe I should just go to that back. I should not rush to Ekaladian since Professor Labola is here. But let me just read about the Benin creation narrative. And this creation narrative actually came from the Yoruba, from Ife. So I'll quickly read through it, and then I'll give Professor Labola. Now I'm reading from that intelligence report. So from the creation of Benin, this is what they documented. They said, according to Benin tradition, Ife, locally known as Nwe, was the cradle of the human race and was the only land in the world. This is Benin history now. OODUA, the first king of Ife, possessed a snail shell, which had the magical power of creating the earth. Shortly before his death, OODUA called his 7 sons and given to each of them a portion of the medicine from the magical snail shell, sent them out to form the inhabited. One of OODUA's sons was called Obanigodo, and on receiving his share from the magical snail shell, he set out with his followers to the southeast, creating the land as they went. He finally reached the present site of Benin, and there he and his followers settled down and gave the place the name of Ngodo, certain to the present inhabitants of Benin claim to trace their descent from the first migration. What am I trying to say? So I'll stop here. So what it says is that this is one of the first data. It was published in 1939/1940. This is one of the first stories that the data that was collected from the Benin people, that they originated. This is their own myth, that they originated from Ife. Okay, so this shows that Benin doesn't even have their own history. All their history are attached to Ife. But today they will lie that Ekaladia, OODUA, and all those things. So I will stop here, and Professor Labola will do justice to this history. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just listen, or except if someone wants to argue. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Drag and violence. Thank you very much for that. This thing you just read out here. Also, while we are here, Igbo, and also the guests we have right here, let's keep on power tapping on this live broadcast, and also to share this broadcast to them. If you are an Ile Binu in this comment section, you can come up and defend if you know that your ancestors did not take an oath never to speak the truth. So the next speaker we have right now that will be talking to us is Mr. Olabola. So, Mr. Olabola, the mic is yours.
My Oga, make a listen for now, sir. Madam Ashade here, madam. So anybody want to argue?
Wait for you.
Okay.
We'll go to our lady down there.
Bro, Google, please, let me let me say something. Let me say something before someone else. Now, you could hear what was read out about that myth of origin by Benin people. There was a time I made a video where I said that every ancient people group in the world have their myth of origin. Go anywhere in the world, you will have myth of origin. Go to the Greeks, go to the Chinese, go to the Japanese, go to the Koreans, go to the Assyrians, you will have myth of origin. Now, you just heard Benin myth of origin. These are people who always attack OODUA coming from heaven. And I hope you are still here. Did you just hear Benin myth of origin? In that myth of origin, did you hear that they actually are claiming that OODUA coming from heaven? You know, you said it was only Obatala that came from heaven in your own whatever. I hope you heard that myth of origin now, that it has knocked out your earlier claim. Now you can see now how we are bringing out their blocos to tell the world how these people are perfect fabricators of history and facts. Now that's just one of their myth of origin. There's another one I'm going to also share with you that says, and it's also like this, which is a copycat of our own myth of origin, that says, yes, so Osanobua, you know, when he wanted to create the earth, that was where they started their fabrication from. In their earlier myth of origin that it was read out to us, they claimed that OODUA, the king of Wuhe, which is Ile-Ife, did this and did that. That's the first one that Drag and Violence has read. Now, the second one where they started their fabrication, they said Osanobua, that's why they said Edo or Dion, that Osanobua, when he wanted to create the earth, he created the earth in Igodomigodo. And when he wanted to create the earth, he chose the Ogionoriso, that's the king from the sky, and he gave the Ogionoriso a shell and a winged animal. A winged animal. They didn't say whether it was a hen or a cock. They said a winged animal. And that inside that shell there was sand. And then a bird now came. You know, before the Oba or the Ogiso, before he chose that shell and the winged animal, that a bird came and started telling their Oba, the one that came from heaven, that choose that shell with sand. Oh, he was just singing to the Oba, choose that shell with sand. Oh, choose it, choose it, choose it, choose it. Eventually, the king from the sky now chose that shell with sand and the winged animal, and now came from heaven. And when it was coming from heaven, the whole earth was filled with water, and he now poured the sand from that shell on the water, and it now formed what we know as Igodomigodo today. Please tell me, how is this different from the myth of origin of Ife, where OODUA poured sand on the water and the winged animal that he held scattered it and it formed a dry ground that we call Ife? Tell me how it is different. There is no difference. That is where they started their fabrication. They only changed the scene from Ife to Igodomigodo so that they can claim Edo or Dion. That's what happened. That's their second myth of origin. Now, these are people who drag Yorubas, saying that OODUA fell from heaven, that OODUA did this, OODUA did that. Now, the question we should ask Benin is that Ogienoriso, how did the Yorubas claim that OODUA came with a chain? How did their own Ogie come from heaven? Did he carry alien moto? How many people have watched some of these alien films? You know, all those whatever they used to come with, or was he a UFO, unidentified flying object? Is that how he came and landed in Igodomigodo? These are questions we really need to ask Benin people, since they want to drag OODUA coming from heaven, not coming from heaven.
Madam Asha.
But that is.
Yes, I will drop so that you can bring Benin people. If I still have things to read, but let us bring Benin people.
Okay.
I'll drop.
Benin people, please, we want to bring you up. Come and tell us about this myth of origin. Since you are attacking our OODUA, and we have told you several times, no historian, no academic historian is going to claim Oduduwa coming from heaven is not a myth of origin. You only need to pick a dictionary and check out what a myth is. And we have told you that every people group in the world have myths of origin. Now, if you are a Benin person, other than telling me to keep quiet in the comment section, please send a request and come and answer my questions. Your Ogienoriso that came from heaven, how did he land in Igodomigodo? Did he come as a UFO?
Landed in Benin City roundabout. I think
okay. Maybe Benin City roundabout.
Yep,
did he come from there?
Now where he head knocked ground.
Did you crash land? Did he crash land? Because you have insulted our own ancestor too much. Did he crash land your Ogienori? So did he crash land from heaven? Because we have read 2 of your myths of origin. They are copycats of our own myth of origin, and they still trace you to Ife. Now let me share another one they have shared. They said the Ife they are referring to, that their own Uhe is not the present day Ile Ife, that it is somewhere in Ife or Mala.
Don't say that, don't help them to popularize. It's the children who are saying it on TikTok.
Okay, it is the children. Now, yes, actually, your ancestors.
If you don't say it well, it will look like that's what.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Labola. Actually, according to your traditions, and I'm going to cite references now. Your traditions tell us that the Ile Ife you are referring to is the Ile Ife where my own ancestors come from. The Ile Ife of Oduduwa. Yes, because according to your dictionary published by one Rebecca, it's online. I have the link. Anybody who wants that dictionary, I can send you the link. I can give you the link. A Google Pro Max, I can give you the link. In that dictionary published by an Edo woman, I don't know if the person published it before this fabrication started, where in linguistics you cannot fabricate, it is scientific. According to that dictionary, the Ile Ife that the Benin people refer to, their ancestors refer to as Uhe, was our own Ile Ife. The Ogone,
because we have many Ife, Madam Asha, we have Awanolani Kogio. I
know. I'm still going to get there. I'm still going to get to the
mention the state. You are the state of the Ile Ife. You are
okay. Yes, the Ile Ife of Osun State. The Ile Ife of Osun State is what is being referred to in their own earlier traditions. That the Ogone they are referring to in their dictionary. That Ogone that they used to refer to God was also what they were using to refer to the Ooni of Ife, because that Ooni of Ife in their traditions was a father to number 1 Obagodu and number 2 Oromiyan, because Oromiyan traces ancestry to that Ogone.
He is not the same.
Who they were calling
Ogone.
Okay.
So the father of Obagodu is not the father of Oromiyan. At his so because some of you attack.
But in their tradition, yes, he's not the father. Yes, truly, he's not the father of Oromiyan, but the 2 of them.
Even in their traditions, he's not the father of both of them. It's in the revisions that they are trying to do that. So we have to say
they are trying to do that.
Exactly. So Obagodu is the son of Oduduwa in our tradition and in theirs.
Yes.
The father of Oromiyan is not mentioned by name in those traditions. They just said they went to Ife and met the reigning Ooni. Exactly. So this is not the time of Oduduwa. So let's make it clear to people.
Now, in their tradition, that dictionary said that it was that Ogone or Ogene was the Ooni of Ife. But today, Benin people are telling us that they were referring to is in Kogi. Now, what they don't know is that Ife or Mala, in historical literature, especially there is a book called The Making of the Ata. You know, Isi Omoruyi has gone to hire Abdullahi Agba, who is also distorting both our history and the history of the South people, claiming Igala homes everywhere. Now, in that book, The Making of the Ata of Igala, this Ata of Igala, that dynasty started around 1500s. Yes, that dynasty. Now, the people that were in all those places that the Junkun met were Akpotos. That is in that book, written by British. Okpotos. And these Okpotos people were Yoruboid people. I have a video where the Ata of Igala has come out to say that, to agree with this book, that the people they met in that Ife or Mala, in that area, all those places, even till where you have as Idoma land today, were Okpotos, who spoke a kind of Yoruba language, number one. Number two, and that is why today Igala is 60% Yoruboid, that's what he said in the video, and 10% ancient Idu language. That's what he said in that video. That a kind of Benin language, that's how he said it. And that Igala is 30% Jukun. I hope people are listening now, because they have gone to hire Abdullah. Is either you call them Okpotos or Akpotos. The tradition wrote Akpotos because it was a British writing. But the remnants of these people called Okpotos, some of them are still around Agba in Kogi State today, Agba, into some part of Ekiti. And that house, they still call their house Okpoto. The Yoruba side will call them Okpoto. Okpoto, not Okpoto or not Akpoto. But the British wrote Akpotos. Then in some academic papers, you will see Akpotos. Now, the Ata of Ghana has come out to confirm that these people were Yoruboid people. And that 10%, just a 10%, some of them came from where we know as Igodomigodo today. They were around that place too. And that is why Igala has 10% Edoid, whatever, presence. But the same Igala are claiming everywhere in Igbo land and claiming Yoruba land and claiming OODUA today. So I think I have laid that to rest. Another thing that Benin people have come up with that we have not found in their tradition until 1970 is that Ikaledaran story that Dragon Violence was trying to talk about. That Ikaledaran was, I think he committed an atrocity against his father. And his father banished him. That's what they claimed in their tradition. And now, their earlier tradition that we can find in Lingroth, in Cyril Punch, who wrote about this tradition around 1889, was that Ikaledaran was actually chased away from Benin City, and he ended up in what we know as, in that book, it was called Gwato, but in some other works, it's called Ugoton. Now he ended up in Ugoton, and that Benin soldiers and this Ikaledaran and the people he met at Ugoton, they were having this back and forth kind of fight, until eventually he and his people from Ugoton were granted their sovereignty. That is their earlier correct tradition that was relayed to Cyril Punch and was referenced in Lingroth, page 53 of Lingroth. I have the book. Anybody wants to read it? Now, this same tradition was also referenced in the first book written by Egareva, who claimed that Ikaledaran ended up at Ugoton. Now, starting from 1973 thereabouts, the story started changing. And when it changed, it began with Oramiyan. They said that they called Oramiyan Omononya. But when you go to Benin today, it is Oramiyan Primary School. You will not find Omononya Primary School. They said that Omononya that came to Igodomigodo to found the Obas dynasty, that Omononya was actually their lost prince, Ikaledaran. And that they discovered that he was now, they didn't tell us how they discovered that he was now in Ife and he was doing well at the court of the Oni of Ife. They didn't tell us how it came about. But when they discovered that this Omononya story was not going to run, they changed their mouth again and said that, oh, it was no longer Omanonya, that Ikaladeran was actually that father or ancestor of Omanonya. That is the fabrications we have been having from Benin people, starting from 1973 particularly. But in their earlier traditions, Ikaladeran went to Ugotun, established a town there with the people he met on ground. He lived his full life there and he died at Ugotun. But recently, because the Benin people were so ashamed of their history, because Benin actually does not have any history without Yoruba people. Benin does not have anything without Ife. Now, Benin have already started saying that they taught Ife people bronze work. Whereas in fine art, in art history, Ife bronze work, Ife art is at least like 1,000 years.
Madam Asha, you can clarify it. Benis are not saying, it's just the children on TikTok saying. Let's clarify.
Okay, the children on TikTok, okay. Children on TikTok. They say I should not say Benin people. The children on TikTok.
People are saying, and also the one that Benin people are saying generally, that they have newly started saying, even back at home, we can talk that one. But the ones that they have not started saying back at home, let's not push it to the people back at home. Let's just leave it to those who are saying it.
So, we are just trying to clarify, Benis, that their history is predicated on Yoruba history. Now, on TikTok, now they are claiming that they are the ones who taught us bronze. Whereas in art history, if a bronze work is about 1,000 years older than Benin bronze work. On TikTok, they are claiming to make beads, that the beads that Igbos are wearing originated from them. Whereas in our history, in the history of southern Nigeria, in fact, in the history of Africa, the only place where beads, glass beads, were made was Ife. So how Benin is now claiming supremacy because they have seen Igbo people wearing beads, they are now claiming that the beads originated from them. It's on TikTok and on Facebook. They said beads originated from them. But the literature tells us that beads originated from Ife and was taken to other parts of Africa. And Professor Labola is going to come with references later to debunk this and to show you where Ife beads actually got to Mauritania, got to Ghana, got to Mali, got to many places. That's that. Now, Benis are also claiming the Ada and Ben. And they are using it to also claim supremacy over every other ethnicity and tribes in the South, and even in the Southwest, claiming it over our people. But in Yoruba history, the Ada itself is a Yoruba word. Ada, that means cutlass. It's a Yoruba word. But beyond cutlass, it has its metaphorical meaning to show judgment. Now, you can see that. They are also claiming it today. Now, the Eben, they are claiming Eben. Now, the Yorubas call it Abere. The Owos call it
Abere.
Abere.
The Owos. So, with tone, because people forget the tone, they just remember the letters. Okay. Group of people all draw on Abere. So,
okay. Abere. What do the Owos call it? The Owos call it something else.
So synonym, but you job be and lanson. So or the back when Abere, elephant and silen yaje Abere. Umawa nasalized in Bami.
Okay, Abere. Okay.
So it's Abere.
I have never gotten the pronunciation of that. Now the Owos call it. Yes. Yes. The Owos call it Akbe, right? I think the Ondos too, they have a name, they call it. I'm going to find it out.
Same thing, yeah.
Now, let me go to the Red Book and the claims in the Red Book. I know that many of us who are here, both the Yorubas, the Igbos, and the Benins, they have come to tell us that Benin people, they conquered many places. They conquered Eastern Yoruba land. They conquered Lagos. They conquered this, they conquered that. But do you know that all those things they wrote in that red book of their conquest, do you know it's a lie? Do you know that in academic and very peer-reviewed journals about Eastern Yoruba land that they claimed they have conquered, do you know they never conquered those places? Do you know they went there as traders in Lagos, in Akure, in Owo, in Ekiti? Do you know they went there as traders? And today they have written in their red book of lies that they conquered those places? That's number one. Number two, do you know that Aniom, please listen to me now, Aniom, that the Beninese are claiming to have ruled over this one, that over. Anybody who has read the work of Olaudah Equiano will know that there was a kingdom around that Aniom in those days that existed with the present, with these Benin people. It existed alongside their own civilization. And that for a long time, that kingdom was not really conquered like they claimed they conquered them. Yes, there were some back and forth wars like that. But one of the things that happened in those days is that the way people settled in those days is not like people do today. Many of those places, it was their royal houses. You know, they were like in villages, in clans. Yes, Agba Kingdom. Thank you, Richie World. I've read about that Agba Kingdom. That kingdom existed alongside the Benin Kingdom. And these people have been claiming to have conquered everywhere. Do you know they never conquered that kingdom? That, please put it in your right hand. Esan, let's go to the Esan. Do you know that this claim of we conquered the Esan, we conquered the Esan, do you know that many of the wars that the Beninese themselves fought, most times, were fought by these Esan warlords? I'm going to give you an instance. Sometime in Benin history, the Nupes, for about the period of 150 years, the Nupe raided northern part of what we know as northern part of Edo State today. That is why you will see the presence of their civilization in northern part of Edo State. And that is why the Edoid people there, to some part of Akoko Edo, they are mixed. Their languages are mixed with some Nupoid languages. Do you know that it was this Esan people that helped them to fight off this constant invasion? These are people who are claiming they have history, but this is not said, it's not reported in their history. Please, let's keep on power tapping, please. I'm just bringing out how we are going to systematize this discussion, because I'm going to prove here that Benin no get history. Now, people's history, then they claim. Do you know that the Fulani jihadists, when they entered through Auchi side and wanted to overrun, because they had been stopped in Oshogbo, they had been stopped in Ekiti, they also wanted to come in through Auchi. Do you know that it was not the Beninese that stopped them, but the Esans that stopped them, and some of the northern Edoid people there? But today, when they will report that glory will go to Benin people, Benin Kingdom. Let's put that in our left hand. Ogedengbe Agbogungoro, the one that led the Ekiti Parapa War, that we call the Kiriji War. Do you know that man wanted to overrun Benin Kingdom for the Eastern Yoruba people because of the troublesomeness of the Benin people who came to trade and were always wanted to claim our land? Do you know that? Do you know that the Oba of Benin had to beg Ogedengbe with gifts in order for him to retreat? But today, these people will come up and come and tell us they conquered Eastern Yoruba land. Put that in your left hand. Do you know that the Mahins, they pied 2 Obas of Benin? Number 1, Orogbua. They wounded him. They deathly wounded him, and he went to his land to go and pie. And then his son, Eheng Buddha, can't get both face, can't go face Mahin again. The Mahin are the Ilaje of today. They can't go face Mahin people today. Now, so then pie Eheng Buddha can't throw him inside water. The man can't pie, but beneath today, they have exhumed that from their history. They tell you is that they conquered Yoruba people, they conquered these people, they conquered Eastern Yoruba land. I have just given you a framework. Start discussing every history that connected us with them. The Beninese have fabricated every history that connected us with other people in southern Nigeria. That's what they have been doing. They have fabricated everything and have presented another side of history. And that is what you find in their red books. Now, this other side of history they have presented, they contradict the earlier traditions from Benin Kingdom. They also contradict what and all these other Europeans wrote about them. So, please, let us bring this Ayinde down. Let's bring up a Benin person to come and actually defend some of these things we have brought up. Because I'm going to go off now and ask.
Benin people are running away. They can't come here and have a reasonable
Professor Labola to take over.
No, he's already on stage. Is he not a Benin person? He has come to defend Benin.
Ayinde, you want to defend your... I've just provided a framework.
Who is Benin?
Oh,
so why are you coming on stage if you are not Benin?
Where am I coming? People
Why
that
are
are
you on
here, are they Benin?
No, we said
we are talking about Benin history.
Then you came up to come and defend Benin.
Which can Benin? Came up. I was sent.
Then please, can you allow a Benin person? Because some of them are saying that I'm lying. And I want them to come and debunk, because we are going to let them come and debunk us. We have references.
They are hiding under the bed. Anytime they see me around, they will be hiding tightly.
Please, Benin people, come up. I have provided a framework of all your history.
Benin people, I will not talk when you are lying. I will just let you lie.
Where is Joy Edo Blood? Where is Izzy Omoruyi? Or Jogban, we admit that you have gone to buy. Abdullahi Ayegba, please come up.
Present in the bush. They have all run away. They can't come and contest with this. You understand me? Their ancestors already have taken
I even want that Mr. Uyi to come off.
He can't come up.
Uyi, come up. Come and defend your history. Benin una no get history. Una no get history. Una history is predicated on Yoruba history. You people have stolen all our history. You have stolen... You know, where we beat you, you have stolen our conquest. You said now you conquer us. Whereas now us beat you tired for history. Benin, please come up so that we will not beat you tired again on TikTok. Come up and defend your history.
Also, I want to come up. Let me go down.
Please, thank you, brother Ayinde. You have actually done very well by going down. Uyi, come up and defend your history, because you have claimed my ancestors' conquest. You have claimed everywhere Mahi people beat you tired. Where then pie or your Oba, no, don't claim out. Or Shoba Peter, are you a Benin person?
I'm an Asian man from the royal family of Okajesan of Isaland.
Okay, sir. Please, can you tell us the Asian side of history? Because I've actually been looking for an Asian person.
Are you sure it's
not your history?
Yeah, that is the history of the Asian people. They originated from the Benin Kingdom. There was a certain Oba who lost the 2 sons on the same day. So he decided to pass.
What's the name of the Oba?
I can't remember, because I saw the book in my father's library. So I just glanced my eyes right.
Are you sure you are Isan or Benin?
Yeah, I can't.
Are you sure you are Are you sure you are Esan of Benin?
I'm Esan. You know here was because the sister they be also bala say.
Hold on.
Bro, Shoba.
Esan where?
Bro, Shoba.
Esan
Shoba.
From Esan from where? From where for
I
Esan?
know the area very well.
Where Jenna is Esan?
Oh, you're somewhere near there.
Please, thank you, Anya. But please help me speak Esan to me.
Okay, but every time
there's this matter, the Vatananya is too small for Binima. Let them send one part of their brand. That is Esan Kingdom, the Esan Central.
Okay, I want to speak Esan with you. Respond to me.
For Benin.
Okay, you
because
speak Esan.
Esan did not originate from Benin, sir.
This guy, hold on. Make una hold on.
Originated from Benin.
Please, Oshoba, you said that you are from Esan, but you're not speaking Esan with me right now. You are speaking Benin.
Eh?
Yeah, he's speaking Benin. He's not speaking Esan language.
What?
Can you see?
Not to lie. Now do your homework very well now.
Unmute Oshoba, whatever.
Oh my God. Oshoba, don't cast.
Oshoba, unmute, please.
Can you see what these people do?
Okay, where's the Same? Where's the Same?
Also Mark, Harao.
Okay, Ebu, what did I What do you want matter? Yes or no?
There is a matter mine. I made a bob out of mine. I'm on the road. You tell woman up. Usubenu Irua.
Okay.
Otorua.
I will catch him now.
Yes, I'm direct from the royal family.
Okay, royal family.
Matter mine. When I essence a cado to essence that would do your do to an door very.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question.
Bro, Shoba.
I'm not doing that.
Bro, Shoba, please. Sorry,
let me ask you a question, man. I'm not doing my question for lower people continue. My feeling for you again. So you said you are his son, right?
Even was there talo tanya since where you may say was there talo. The Ojiso dynasty ended before coming of the Oba dynasty, that Benin Empire. So
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Oh, okay, no. Also, but you said you are Asian, right? So this question will be very easy. You will not even stutter to answer it. So, do you agree that the Asians, they cut off an Oba of the new head in the war? You should be proud of your people, right?
The Asian does not have a story. This thing, Esan does not have a story where they killed Yoruba. There was a war. Listen, there was a war between Uromi Kingdom.
That's a lie. Esan carried one of the Yoruba.
And from Esan Central, directly from the royal family.
If you are an Asian person, you will be proud of your history.
There was a war between the Agba of Uromi. Between Agba of Uromi and between Ozuola, the founder Ozuola, who is the founder of
what happened to Ozuola at the hands of those Asian
Ozuola, yes, Ozuola. So during that war, it lasted for days.
Don't worry about the cloths. Don't worry about the clothes that they wore. Don't worry about the food that they ate during the war.
Tell us what happened to Ozuola.
Ozuola, did they cut off his head or not? According to Asian history, that they said they cut off his head. Do you agree with your history?
Asian people never cut off the head of that.
You are not an Asian person.
That's a lie. You are a Benin man.
He's not an Asian person. He's only a Benin person who has lived in Asia.
He was poisoned by Benin people.
Yes, in Asian
because the war has taken a lot of time. A lot of people were dying. The other people were dying. That is where the problem came. When you see the Benin people are harsh towards Esan. What brought
everybody don't catch you for the comments.
You are a Benin man. You are a Benin man. You are a Benin man. You are impersonating. You are a Benin man. You are a Benin man. Oba Ozuola's head. Oba Ozuola's head was chopped off. Oba Ozuola's head was chopped off by the Esan.
It was not cut off.
Yes.
That is the reason why Benin today they were having problem with Isha. It is you people that brought this matter that is making us telling you this is the real history. This is what we took place.
And let's talk to Benin people.
Oshoba Peter.
We want to talk to Benin.
Oshoba Peter.
Okay, we agree you are Asian.
We want to talk to Benin people, not an impersonator.
The only reason why you came up when we say we want to talk to Benin is because you are Benin.
You are Asian. Please let Benin. Yes.
He is a pure Ile Binu. Richie Mugu. Pubodena. Come and defend your useless palace of Ile Binu.
Oba Ozuola's head was chopped off by the Esan. It's a correct history. Every Esan person you meet online will tell you that history. Is it Ozolua hair?
Yeah, anybody that Googles it now will see the information. It's not even a hidden thing.
If Google it, you will see that information.
Some people cut off Ozolua's head. Google it.
You know, I sent a message to you the other day on your TikTok. I think it was 2 weeks ago, precisely. And I said to you, because I also saw some of your posts about the Igbos some time ago with more Balata something. Now I am seeing your post with, you are making posts about Benin history and all this stuff. You seem to know history very much.
Please counter what I have said here. Do not bring up my post about Igbos. Ali Anambra has post about Yorubas.
We don't want to know. We don't want to know anything she said about the Igbos. Now we are on something else.
That emotional thing you want to play.
Let's focus on what is on ground right now. Don't bring up what she said about the Igbos. This is something else we are discussing. No emotional blackmail here. Please go on if you want to contribute.
I and Ambra, we have met on the whatever before, where we don't give each other basbos, but we are relating here now without any basbos. Go straight to the point.
What I want to ask
what
you
I have
is
said,
this.
not what I did.
What I want to ask you is this. Do you have any certificate backing you up as an historian? And from which school did you study? So that I can have a background check on you. So that I can answer your question. Because if I'm going to answer the question of someone who is asking me something about medicine, the person should be somebody who read medicine. So if you are asking me questions about history, you should be an historian yourself. Because if not, we'll be arguing something that is completely
Samuel. Which school did Izzy Omoruyi go to? Which school did Izzy Omoruyi go to tell Ife history? Or Jogman Yemi that you guys have gone to pay? Which school did he go to? Joy Edo Blood, which school did she go to? People's Mandate, which school did he go to? Omoro Dion Igbinedio, which school did he go to? Your Imasuen, which school did he go to? Ezomo Kakadu, which school did he go to? Ezomo Osaigbofo, Melanated, which school did he go to?
Calm down. These people you just mentioned, I have counted them too severally. If you ask them, they've brought me up and I have also questioned them. Like for example,
Mr. Man, attend to these historical facts. Attend to the historical facts here. Not
the historical facts you are talking about. I want to know the basics of which you are presenting it. From which book? From where did you read it? Because you were not there.
Excuse me, sir. What happened to your ears when I was talking? Because I refer to Lingroth, I mentioned Cyril Punch, I mentioned some of the earlier Portuguese explorers, I mentioned Jacob Egareva.
Wait, hold on. You mentioned who, please?
Cyril Punch.
Cyril Punch. Which year did he publish his own work?
Which year?
I am going to check his book out.
Madam Ashatiton.
No, calm down. You are a Yoruba person. Yorubas are intelligent. I don't expect you to come.
Relax, let me ask you a question.
Let me finish with her first, one by one, please.
I want to make you finish with her very well. Uyi, hold on. Olabola, you would talk to him very soon. Uyi, try and respect this platform. First things first. You came up here and you started saying, calm down, as if you are now a moderator. Now, what you're going to do is that you have come up here to defend what you have been hearing. You introduce yourself, then when you ask a question, you allow the lady to answer you. If she answers you, then we'll move on from there. We don't want to make this place rowdy. So, Asa, you can ask him any question you want to ask him. So that
Madam Asha, what is the particular thing? Because if you don't do that, before you know it, you'll be talking about the history of China and Japan. You'll be going everywhere. That's how discussion works. You just get to another thing that you did not plan for. Ask him what is the particular thing he wants to discuss. And anytime he tries to leave the boundary of that thing, everybody can remind him because we now know what he wants to discuss. So what in particular do you want to discuss, agree with, disagree with, question, etc. What in particular? What subject? What particular thing? So that everybody
After
can hear the boundaries.
You're to the house, unmute yourself and introduce yourself a little. Then you tell us the basis you want to come in.
If you mute me, you ought to have unmute me because you need to give me that respect. You were the one that muted me.
See, listen
not
to
telling
me.
me to unmute myself.
Listen to me. Listen, make I mute you again.
The problem with Benin people, the problem with Benin people, you people just you people are acting like a fool. Look at everybody here is mature. Everybody here, see, we are here since morning. There's no noise here.
No peace.
You people, I don't know. The black soup, you people will stop eating black soup. I mean it. The black soup is disturbing you people. Thank you.
Gente, there is something you need to understand, no peace. First things first is that whenever the Ile-Binus hear that they are talking about their history, they send them there to try and make noise over there or start insulting people so that they cannot go on with that particular conversation. Right now, he has run away from here. He came up here to come and ask of school. And they asked you, your Joy, your Easy, wounded civilian, Captain Olodo, which school did they go to for them to come on live stream and try to steal people's histories? And you're here. It is say would they fear you? We are not the people that go and roll in front of a man that is sleeping with 2 sisters. Are you getting me? Nobody they fear your face here. So if you even do anyhow for that comment section, we will still block you through away. Let the class continue.
Now, can you see, when we are having an intellectual debate like this, and somebody comes up to ask us, which school did I go to? Which school did I do whatever to? And they are not even asking all the people they are paying to come and tell us the school they went to. That I must tell him my school before I can say anything and before he can ask me question. Do you know why they do that? Do you know what he's referring to? He sent me a threat 2 weeks ago. He sent me a threat. And in that message he sent to me, I dared him. I dared him. So that's the threat he has come to repeat. He wants to know my school so that he can come there and come and do what? Now, nobody has been able to come up in Benin to come and, debunk what we have said. Nobody. Benin people, if you are here, please come up and come and debunk us, because we have references that many of the things you wrote in your red book they are lies. I'm repeating it again, and I want you to record and go and play it to the Oba of Benin that I said what is written in that red book is a lie. Because in the academia, many of the articles that have been written on Nigerian history, whether Yoruba history or the history of the people of the South or the history of the people of the Southeast or Igala history, many of the things you people claimed in that your book, they are lies. Many of the things you people are claiming on the social media today, they are lies. Yes, Benin was never an empire. Many of the people that fought your war were Esan warriors. They were Esan warriors, and I've cited examples for you. How the Esan were the ones who fought against the
people can hide like this. So look at the way they were hiding away. We are even begging them.
Yes, I'm challenging Benin people. Come up and now this is a neutral. This is a neutral platform. It's not a Yoruba platform where you will say we gang up against you. Come up and debunk your history. Stop telling us Benin to the world, Nigeria to the world, everybody in Nigeria to the world. Yes, this Benin to the world will not help you. Debunk what I have said here. No, Sokpelu, with my full chest.
Okay.
Dr. Don, please, Don. What do you have to say? I have said a lot here. Please, I want you to debunk what I have said.
Actually, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
What's your name again, madam, please? I can't see it clearly here. I can't see it clearly.
Before you start seeing her name, where are you from? Tell us where you are from.
You that is speaking, you are a fool, and the person that spoke last, she's a bastard.
It will not be well with your mother.
Yeah,
and this is my message to that your useless father.
The Benin people cannot even defend their history.
It is a shame that he wants to come. Instead of him to pour on the ground or in the toilet, he used it to create something like you. You come up here, you cannot even debate. Shame on you. Shame on your children because they are watching you.
If somebody brings out a point, if somebody brings out a point about Yoruba and all I can do is to insult, then I have agreed that those points are true and I am angry.
Bam.
That's it. It is true and I am angry. Otherwise, you would prove out that those things are false. So Benin have been lying all this while.
Call me a compet on our back. We tell Una say heavy rain will go beat Una no be here. All of you are running away. I think so Una get out. The only thing you guys know how to do is to threaten people and to just say all manner of things. Come up here now. Defend one thing. They have made so many references with facts. None of you can come up here and say anything. Because let's hear for Busi. Busi, unmute your mic and talk to us.
Thank you. So I've been listening for a while, and I think what will make the conversation a bit more interesting if anybody, contradicts what has been said earlier on. So one of the things I think we should put out there is that there's a lot of revision going on, or revisionism, like scholars would like to put it, and it's always important to have this thing where you can say you have a great history and you feel good about it. But the issue with ancient history is that you have lots of connections with other groups of people. And whenever you want to change that history, you have to remember the fact that if you don't write a letter or memo or send a roko to the other kingdoms, they probably will not do what you're doing. And I think that's the dilemma for our brothers in Benin. That a lot of things have been changed in their history, and that other people refuse to change their own history because they are more respectful of their elders and their ancestors. And also to say that if someone says, if there's anything I see that's sensible in all that, people from the Benin say, is actually the words of the king of Benin himself. And he says to them that the revision that they have now, they should keep it within their territory. And I think that if they're taking the advice of that revered Oba, we're not going to have all these problems. You just keep it within yourself. Tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself. Make yourself happy, and tell yourself it's night at 2 p.m. Whatever you want to say to feel good. But the problem is, once you take it out of your space, people are going to have to speak to it, and it doesn't necessarily have to end in insult and argument and everything. In conversations like this, because we're talking about people who have had their stories written down for centuries, right? There are books, for instance, that we have that were published in 1485, right? About Benin, especially Ife. We've had books that were written in the 16th century. We have books that are, more recent, in the 18th century. We have, many books referred to, whether it's Talbot or Lingroth, or even, I like to call him the revered, a guy about that a lot of people try to look down on, and Laarin and all of that. So, we can have that conversation from that perspective, where you're like, okay, see what this book says, and instead of just coming around here insulting people and all of that, it's better to just have that conversation. You can be respectful, but I doubt you'll be able to be respectful because you know that most of what you are banding about, you are saying it because that's what you were told. You've never checked it in your life. You've never read a document apart from, I'm not even sure you've read the newspaper, because if you have, you will see the gaps, and then you'll be able to question the gaps and respectfully decide to stick to things that will make your ancestors proud. Because one of the things I always do, and you remember when I was saying earlier about Yoruba history, where someone was saying you cannot take these people's this particular source, and I was like, no, you don't talk about ancestors like that. And I think for many of the things I've been hearing from that side of the country, their ancestors will be shaking in their grave right now, because it's as if the children they left behind are just disgracing them and their memory. And so okay. I think this is the chance to.
You will continue with your thoughts. I've just put a pen on where you are right now. Someone came up so that we get to observe him here.
Absolutely, so, no problem at all.
Yes. So Kelly Dutchman, unmute your mic.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome. A little introduction of yourself, and then you tell us where you want to come in from.
Sorry, my name is Kelly. I'm from Benin. So as I've related to you since about this week, and the thing they pay me, you know why? Because it's like you, the Igbos, try to preach hate between ourselves. You are preaching hate. Look at your write-up in your.
Now listen to me now. I was the one who muted you. That is not the question we have asked you. Whether we are preaching hate, we are not. Where were you many years back to tell wounded civilian and so many of your miscreants from that same Ile Binu that have been preaching hate against the Igbos and other tribes to stop from where they are? So now, listen, I am muting you because you are not being composed right here. We are having a debate. Listen to me. If you unmute yourself again, you go down, because even from how you started has shown that you don't really have much to show in this place. Good. You get out from here. Don't come up here and tell us how to handle this platform. If you are coming up here as an Ile Binu who have been listening to what they are saying here, you should come up here and tell us how you say that OODUA, which has existed before your Benin, that now they are your children. Then you come up here and tell us, even before they name you people Benin, what were you people called? How did you go about in arriving in Igodo? These are the things we want to hear. If you cannot do that, remain in the comment section and tap. And while this live stream is going on, the good news about it is that whether you come up here or not, it has shown that none of you can back up your histories, and we know for sure that your father and your fathers have taken an oath in the Oba's shrine that never will they come and speak the truth to the world so that the world will know. So remain where you are. Busi, you were the one speaking before that miscreant came in here. The mic is yours, please.
All right, yeah, thank you. So I was saying that it's actually quite easy. All you have to do is just to say, okay, I've read this book, and this is what it says, and then you can contradict or criticize whatever it is anybody is saying about you. It's that simple. And I said that to say that you don't have to agree with what anybody says. Even if they say it's written in a book, you can tell us, oh, it's wrong. The only thing is just that you have to also show us, what your basis of the base of your own argument. But I think, we'll be here. If anybody comes up and they want to ask any questions or maybe go deeper into any part of the conversation, then we'll talk about it. But for now, let's just say that everything you've heard since the 1970s about Benin history is just fabrications. And there are sources to prove that when the time comes. For now, I don't think there's anybody. I think people are just angry in the comment section that people are talking about it. They don't really have anything to refute it. But then if we ever have to get into that, then we will get into it. Well, that's like my opening statement. If there's another opportunity, I'll speak much later. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. That is a great one coming from Busi. And while we are here, I can tap on our screen, and also for us to share this live broadcast to people. The reason for this is so that people can get enlightened, and also not to follow the fake and twisted histories that are being told about this Ile Binu. As a Yoruba person will admit I'm from Yoruba. Igbo person will admit I am Igbo. Esan will say they are Esans. It's only the Ile Binus who cannot admit where their ancestors come from. I don't know the main reason they keep doing this. And right about now, we have Idu Nation over here. So Idu Nation, you can address us before we go back to it again.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, welcome.
My name is Itoha. English name Macy. Facebook name Macy Coco Johnson Momosa. I was born in Great Idu Eden, Ugodomigodo land, in Great Idu Nation. I want to speak about many things every person have to know about Ile Ibinu. Their forefathers, they took an oath. Their children, they shall never speak the truth when it comes to anything that has to do with Oba history. That when they do, when the children do, they will die, their children will die. Many oaths their daddy took. It's a generational curse that they will inherit upon themselves. So no matter what, anywhere they see you speaking the truth, they will never agree. Not that they don't know that what you are saying is truth. They know what you are saying is truth. But the oath, the swear, their daddy swear, is what they are running from. That is making them to fight against that truth you are saying. Then, that's for that. Let me come to the one of Oba Osoloa. That story is really, really truth. Because a lot of people will say, or some people will say, oh, go and check the book. Is written there or is not written there. Before the white man came, when anything happened, we African people, we pass it on by telling it generation to generation. Some of them do it in carving, like so here we carve this thing is when this thing happened. That's for that. Now, my own mother, who gave birth to me, her grandfather is the 4th generation of this Oba Osoloa. And when I see people lying, it really pisses me off. Because anything that comes when we have to talk about history, we don't have to be sentimental. We don't have to be emotional about it. We just have to say the way it really happened. So that generation yet unborn, they will really know the truth. But I'm sorry to use this word. Many Ile-Ife people, they have this thing in them. When something happens, instead of them to let the thing to be spoke about or speak about for people to know, they will go and swear juju together with the person that's supposed to speak the truth. That this thing, they know that is true, but they have to take oath. The truth must not be told. And that thing is affecting the Ile-Ife people the same way it's affecting the Ile-Ibinu. Because anything you see, any bad behavior you see, Ile-Ibinu are doing, they inherit it from Ile-Ife people. The truth has to be talked about. Because Ile-Ibinu children in Great Eden, Udu, Godomi, Godoland, their forefathers came from Ile-Ife. And most of the women these men have children with, the majority of them were the Ishan women. So, when they did that, the children of the Ishan women with Ile-Ibinu men, their brothers, the Ishan women, many Ile-Ife men have children with, their brothers join their sisters and be taking side with the Ile-Ife people. So, by the time Ile-Ife people now said, by the time this Oba Ile-Ife people now said they want to fight the Ishan people, that was why they cut off the head of Oba Osoloa. Because if let's say I'm a man, I join my sister who have baby with Ile-Ife man and be taking side against Idu, Ugodomi, Godo people. So when this Ile-Ife men, the Ishan men were joining to take side, when they fight them, they have to remind them that, look, all the fight you people think you are fighting from village to village, in Idu, Godomi, Godo, we the Ishans are the ones supporting you to succeed. Now you want to fight us. Then they now make them to understand that if they show them any secret on how to capture Igodomi Godo children, that there are still a lot of secret they didn't tell them. It was just like, let's say I have 10 commandments of Idu land as someone born there. Then it happened that my sister, it happened that I'm a man, my sister have baby with Ile-Ife man, and I'm taking side with Ile-Ife man who have baby with my sister. I can only tell him the ones I can only tell him the secret I want to tell him about that land. I'm not going to tell him everything for my own security. So when that person will try to fight me, I will use the remaining secret I didn't tell him to deal with him. That was what happened. If any person think I'm lying, many Ile Ibinu people, their great-great-grandmother, they are Asian women. The facts are out there. And this thing I'm telling you, they didn't even write it in the book. So any behavior Ile Ibinu are doing, they inherit it from Ile Ife, because in Ile Ife, as I speak now,
So, so that we don't deviate from the matter at hand.
Please, can you allow me to attend to this auntie?
Yeah,
Since she's a woman like me, please.
Yes, you will do that. I just wanted to address something, not just to her, but to every other person who is joining this live stream. If you find out here, you get to know that we have neutral bodies who have joined us as well. Also, the topic at hand is that the Beninese do not have a history. So if you're from Esan or you are from Igodo, what you are to tell us is the event you can remember or you've been told about how Benin came to your land. That is how we want to try to break their wings, not to go pointing fingers at every other point. So try and restep from where you are so that we don't get to start deviating from the matter at hand. Igbo be Igbo. While these two are here, let's continue tapping on the host box so that TikTok algorithm will know that, yes, human beings are here. It is free to be tapping unless you break your screen. So the next person who wants to address you, Idu Nation, is Asa. Asa, please, you can continue.
Auntie Idu, you left the topic we were discussing and went into character shaming, politics, a lot of politics and that. Now, let me point out something you made. As you were trying to disparage the Yoruba people, you shot yourself in the foot. Because now, the creation of the Benin people is the coming together of Esan women and Ile-Ife men. So why are you attributing the character the Benin people are showing you today to just Ife people? Why? That is why it is not good to always come into a debate like you have come into it. And I'm going to respectfully tell you like that. Because it is even said that children scientifically pick their intelligence and mostly their character from their mothers. So if we are going to go by this scientific proof, it now means that it is the character of their mothers that these Idu people are trying to display. But let us not do that, because I have a lot of Esan friends and I'm not going to hurt them by my words. So please, let us drop that side of history you are going into. What we are here to do is about Benin history. And we are saying that Beninese, we want you to come up and tell us that side of history that Benin are fabricated, that you, Esan, can help us to clarify. Just as we Yorubas, we have our own history and we have clarified it. We have pointed out with references that the Benin people are fabricating history. That's what you are supposed to come here to do. Not to come and accuse how the Benin people are behaving and so on and so forth. Because let me tell you something. In Ife, we do not swear juju that people should keep quiet. And that's why today, go anywhere in Yoruba land, you can reach out to people and they will tell you the history of any particular Yoruba community you get to. If Benin people have gone to swear to their Orisha that they don't want to tell the truth, it doesn't mean that that's how Yoruba people or Ile-Ife people behave. That is a long thing you are on. And it is actually, you are attacking us. That's ad hominem. And then it's also a straw man. You have no basis on which to base that your argument. It's a straw man. And anything you don't have a basis, you are gaslighting us. You're just gaslighting. Because in Ife, we don't do that. You can get to anywhere in Ife, anybody can approach any elder to tell history, and they will tell you history. So we do not swear to an oath that you should not, there are things we should talk about and there are things we should not talk about. That is solely Benin kingdom behavior, and they should, agree to it, because it's been close to 1,000 years that this marriage of Benin and Idu people happened. And they have lived in that region for close to 1,000 years. So how you now trace their character to Ile-Ife and you are not tracing it to the environment they have lived in 1,000 years, it's very funny. It's very, very funny. Please, let's concentrate on the history and not on attacking people. Thank you so much.
Okay, that has been clarified, and that is why also I had to call her back from where she's going. Idu Nation, if you have something to say in regards to the invaders, which are the Ile-Binus, you can say.
Okay, thank you very much. Using people to swear was the culture Ile-Ife men brought to my land. And the evidence are out there. Go to Idu land, Idu Godo land. All the juju you see there, they are coming from Ile-Ife. Ayelala is Ile-Ife juju.
Are you saying that Esan do not have their own juju? Are you saying that Esan do not have their own juju? Is that what you are saying? Is there any nation in Nigeria without their own juju?
In Esan
also, it's only Yoruba people that have juju.
Listen, in Esan land, they don't use people to swear not to speak the truth. We don't do that.
But what do you don't swear to? What do you know to? In our land, we don't also swear that people should not say the truth. I just clarified that. So why are you tracing it to Ife? You're not tracing it somewhere else. Because in Ife, in Yoruba land, we don't swear that we should not tell the truth. There's nowhere we do it. Now, these people have lived with it close to 1,000 years. Why are you still tracing them to Ile-Ife and you're not tracing them to the environment they are? Because in Ile-Ife, we do not do that. You can ask any Ifa priest. They will never swear that they will not say the truth. It is not a practice in Yoruba land. That's what we are telling you. So you do not trace that to us.
Okay.
So drop that aspect of your debate and concentrate on the historical aspect.
No problem. When you're talking about a branches, always remember it has a root. Any branches you see from a tree, there is always a root behind it. Without the root, you don't see no branches. So the branches of Ile-Ife, they came to my land. And let me also tell you another culture these Ile-Ife people brought to Great Eden, Idu, Godo land. That culture says when they have baby with a woman, introduction have never been done in that woman's head, bride price have never been paid. They will use their mouth be calling the woman their wife. The woman will use her own mouth be calling the man their wife. You that don't know them, you will think maybe they are really married. They are not married. At the end of the day the woman, mother or father will buy, that is when you will not know that the man the woman is calling her husband, they were never married. The woman the man is calling the wife, they were never married. That culture, Auntie, we don't also have it in our land. If they brought it to our land.
Excuse me, ma. Which part of Yoruba land can you trace this? Because we marry in Yoruba land.
I'm saying what I experience. What I experience is what I'm saying. I don't lie about it.
Igodo, thank you very much for coming up here, and also you can remain in the box while you're here. Thank you for the points that you have made here. And also want to clarify that you should try to read the atmosphere in which we are gathered here today. We're having a debate that says that Bini Ile-Binus, that they do not have a history. So if you are an Ile-Binu anywhere, they have made them so many references to tell you that how dare you say that them being the Oduduwas and being the Yorubas, that they are your descendants, instead of you people admitting that you actually are their children. Because you cannot be in your two local government and say that the whole Oduduwa people are now your children. So you can come up here as an Ile-Binu if you know that you are knowledgeable. We don't need anybody that is going to come here and start making noise as an Ile-Binu. Come here and have a debate with the scholars from Yoruba land who are here, and they will attend to you anyhow you want it. While we are still here, let's keep up power tapping on our phone. No peace. I don't know if you have anything to say before we move to Eluku Ofsa. No peace.
for a very long time, so you can unmute and say something before we move to Olabola.
Hello, thank you, Egungun. I think this woman that just spoken just now, she didn't know the content of this. The topic they are talking about. We are talking about here now, because if she want to direct her speech, instead of her putting Benin inside, because she says she's from Eastern, she's an Eastern woman. She's supposed to direct her speech to Benin. So why? What concern? They are asking you. They are asking you how much do you sell your pot? You say, oh, my child is very well. Is well. So what concern? How much do you sell your pot? With my child is very well. Is doing fine. My child is doing fine. So it's out of context. They are talking about the Benin don't have history. So we expected you to come up and talk what transpired between the Benin and ASAN, if it is going to help us in what they are talking about, the history. So if you are talking about Benin, you have to mention that name. You are talking about Benin people. What concern Benin? And they are talking, you are mentioning Ile-Ife. What is Ile-Ife? Don't you see the gap, the distance between Isha land and Ile-Ife? So I think maybe are you afraid to mention their names, or is it because is it the juju they swear also you are afraid to mention their names, that Benin people, Benin do this, Benin do that? And they might have come from Ile-Ife truly, but they now got their name for themselves. They now call them Benin, Ile-Binu, which is going to Benin now. You're supposed to direct your matter to them and say, Benin people do this, Benin people do that for you. Nothing concerns Ile-Ife. And you are talking about all the juju they have in Benin. You people are not, you Isha people too, you are not saint. You are not saint, because if Benin people want to talk now, they will say anything where they find tough in Benin land. It's Isha land they find in it. They say una wing they fly. Oh, anyway, I rest. Thank you.
You were going to do the same thing this lady did, and it's not good enough. We should always be able to spot this hole when we have a debate, please. That if she has said what she said, we should just overlook it and move on. I've already pointed it out in my own argument. These people have lived with them for 1,000 years. You can't just be tracing them. You can see the dilution that has happened in history. So how you are now tracing every of their behavior to Ife is very funny. And then when we are talking about juju, and some people are coming up to say, Ife juju, is it that some people too do not have their own juju? That question is enough for anybody who wants to really argue logically to know that she was not doing very well. So let us leave it like that. We don't have to accuse some people because of these Benin people, because of one person. Please, let's move on. Is there any other Benin person who wants to answer to all the things I have said? If they are here, let them come up. Or else we will just ask Professor Labola to come and give us references and debunk all the lies they have been putting up. I think Benin people are very, very cowardly. I thought they said they were great people. The only thing they could offer us is to come up and be threatening. Benin people, where una dey? They won't say una get mouth. Make una come face us now. Make we do this debate. Okay. No Benin person is coming up now. Wow. So, Auntie-Do Nation, you were supposed to tell us, for instance, let me talk about the Benin greetings. Now, in the Benin greetings, somebody came up and said that the Esan were children of Benin. But from the little I have picked up in Esan history, number one, scientifically, Esan couldn't have been the children of Benin people because, number one, there's something we call the ghost DNA, And some people have been one of the people, the ethnicities in West Africa that have been said to have that goat's DNA. So that talks about the antiquity of this tribe called Esan. That is that. Number two, if we look at, there is this book written by a European archaeologist that traced that the Esan people were actually in that land before, they've been in that land of Igodomigodo for a long time, and the places where they occupy today in Esan land, some particular places in Esan land, for a long time. Now, if this is the case, why are some Beninese today saying that Esan, are the children of Benin? How can somebody who has been in a land you occupy thousands of years before you now become your children? It is the same thing they are doing to you, they are doing to the Yoruba history. And rather than for you to come and give us very eloquent debunking of that fabrication, you are coming here to insult Yoruba people, you are coming here to insult Ile-Ife people. Esan people, it is high time you stand up for yourself and tell your own history and stop sounding politically angry on the social media. History is a powerful tool.
Okay, that is that for that. Truly, anyone who is coming up here, we have a matter at hand. And for the Lebinos, keyboard warriors, we know that without auto correction on your keyboard, you cannot type anything, an auto prediction. And you know that when you come up the box, you have nothing in that your blockhead to be able to tender here, to be able to defend what has been said here. We don't even want you to debunk, because if we're saying you should debunk what has been said here, it will look like what has been said here is a lie or is a false narrative. We want you to come here and defend it if you know that you are knowledgeable and you know your histories, because people have left you guys for a very long time and now you feel is your right. So if you know you are a Benin, you go bow on in front of your Oba of Benin, you can come up here and defend this history. And woe to you that by the end we close this section, that none of you will be able to come up here to defend your histories. It will be said that on this day, none of you came up here. Also, for the ones on FYP, the Lebinos on FYP, you can see how your people are following your hand over here. They are going to spread your dirty clothes outside. You think it's a lie. So we have a new person who has just joined us, which is in the name of Ebuka Samuel. So Ebuka Samuel, the mic is yours. Make an introduction and tell us where you're chipping in from.
Okay, yes. My name is Ebuka Samuel. I'm from Abavu. Abavu is located in Ika South local government area of Delta State. I'm an Igbo man. Yes. We have land boundary with the so-called Benin. We refer them as Nde Idu. There, they refer us as Owibo. The villages we border to Benin are Oba, Urume, and Urenigbe. We are the last speaking Igbo people in Delta that bordered Benin. So, anything they are saying here, if any Benin man can come up and counter me, we do things together with them, they do things together with us. Since this saga came up on internet, where they are lying that we are their descendant. Descendant what? Descendant my food. Anybody, me I know that the Oba can never support them in this thing they are doing. These are just misinformed people that travel from Mediterranean to Italy. They are lying, misinforming people on the internet. They think that there will be no day of reckoning. Thank God is coming. The table have turned against them. Now they are running, helter-skelter, changing people's history. That think that people will be keep quiet and watching them. It can never happen again. So, thank God they talk that they want to form their own empire. Let that their empire end in their local government area. Anything more than that, they are involving an anarchy. So, any Benin man listening to my voice, a capable and not your descendant, and saying it bold and clear without missing word. Listen very carefully. We are not your descendant. You should go and look where you will build your empire. Those days of your empire is gone and gone forever. Thank you.
That was a nice one coming from Ebuka. He says that he doesn't give a damn about you and your Losho empire of Benin. So, Ile Binus, keep ranting in the comment section. That is where you belong, since none of you is bold enough to speak about your place. And we're not even begging you to come up here, because once you come up here, you're going to just constitute a lot of nuisance over here. And we don't want to accept that type of thing over here. Before we move to Ola Bola, Anya Anambra, do you have anything you want to contribute or chip in before we move on?
No, I'm driving now. I will contribute once I get to where I'm going to.
Okay, well, drive safe. We still there here. All right. My host, Igbo must go. I want to make sure that everyone who is here is partaking in this particular debate that we are doing. Olabola, the floor is yours now. Smell now the power tap to this live stream. I don't know what's in up, whether people know they hear my voice again. No, the power tap and F1. You know, the Binos, they have started what they know how to do to try to disrupt this class that is going on here. So it's just unfortunate that the Mugos cannot come up here and say even one particular thing about their place, their so-called empire that they come from. These people are the only tribes that have not accepted or don't want to accept where they come from. And this is a thing of shame. For me, if I come out in a place where I hear people speaking about Igbo people like this, I would like to say one or two things over there, because if I have the knowledge. But for them, I don't know. They don't go to schools or what? Or is it that they don't have grandfathers that they can approach on daily basis to tell them things that they don't know? Because when you ask questions, most times, then you get to learn from there. So these people are just so unfortunate. So, okay, we have new people who have joined in the platform. While you are here, we should try to observe the environment we have kept here today. And also, it has been a thing of, will I say, it's been enlightening, both for the Yoruba people and also for the Igbo people who are here. So that, before we had Yoruba people come on platform now to talk about these histories, we the Igbo people also, in our own ways, we have been saying it for a long time. Most people would think that, Igbo people are here saying history that is not true. So hearing it also from the Yoruba people is to tell you that, yes, what we've been saying for a very long time is actually what it is. So without wasting much time, we are going to go to the guest as you just come in. Boy Spike is the one over there. Tell. So address us, please. Boy Spike.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, my brothers.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, what I have to say is that some of our brothers have already said it all. The Benin people, the Ile Benis, they always push out fake narrative to suit their own history. I don't know if they have history, because what they normally put out there are false histories. Because even when we check, like, have you noticed this thing? If you go to Google now and research for some kind information that you used to know before, they will, the Google will bring out new information for you now. They have re-edited many of the information on the Google. I don't know if you people know about this thing. You see? So I don't have...
Preach on.
Yeah. They have re-edited so many things to suit their own. Like before, when you type the oldest kingdom in this Nigeria of it, something like, you see something like Henry Kingdom. But now when you type now, you see something like, you see edict. You will see Benin Kingdom have been... Go to the Wikipedia, you see something like they have edicted so many of these histories. So these people, their own thing just tire me, sha. I like as both their people, them, these SM people, the way they close to them, and their neighbors, the way they around them, they debunk them for yeah. And for them to come up, safe, the thing they be like, they know they feel come up. When they preach something will be truth now, at least when you see say we they talk about now, and you know say na lie, you go come up, can't defend the history now, defend yourself. But then they come up, then just the comment section, they talk nonsense. Okay, my brother, on they do well, sha. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, you're welcome, my brother, Boy Spike. One thing you need to know is for them not to come up, it means that what you are saying here is actually the truth. If it's not the truth, they will come up to say, yes, it's not the truth. So it has already proven itself. And we still have more speakers who would be talking here today. This live stream, we still have some time that we'll be spending here. The next speaker we have that will be addressing us right now is Princess. Princess, please, you can unmute yourself and address the house.
Hello, my people. I greet everybody here.
We received the greetings. Welcome. Happy New Month.
Thank you very much. You also. We thank God for the life of Eden State. We thank God for the life of Biafra. We thank God for everything, because this is what we'll be fighting for. As far as say all of them that they start to lie, they put different history when they don't teach anybody for school, history when Abrosali called Oba of Benin, say make it bring come out, make it teach the children for school, history when they don't see bring come out, make the ne Abrosali prison Abrosali. Now all of them don't they see history, fake history they bring come out. We thank God Almighty with our ancestors, we thank him, say the truth don't already come out for everybody to know the Veda in our land, the kind of people when they be, all these Ilebinu people. God and our ancestors don't bring them come out. Everybody don't know. Any history when I see they come, they talk, all of them are fake. Not be the truth history, not be waiting happen. Now they just bring igodo migodo. Damn, they don't want me the EDG, me the owner of the land, me they talk. They only they say na them na dem be ese, na dem be this, na dem be this. We when it be esa igodo migodo, they do also if they come to our land to esa, they go say we they do party, they go say make them pray. If not be Oba person, Oba of Benin, if not be pray, nobody the party no go ahead. We thank God today all those things. Our people, our youth don't destroy all those narratives. We thank God, and we still thank Ina Dikano, we still thank Samuel Ekpa for work when they do for us. We thank them. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless them. Now my contribution with that. Thank you very much, my people.
All right, you're welcome, Princess, for that submission you have made, that the invaders themselves, right now, they're hiding in their shells. That same shell where we say their goddesses give them. That is the same shell they are hiding. And the good news about it, I will keep repeating myself. There is nothing like the challengers have been on this platform. People like Ruku has been here since today. Olabola also has been here, and the likes of so many. And they are here standing gallantly, waiting for you people. And you people are running away. People are not talking. All right, Webu Moku, Igbo be Igbo not here, because Kai not here. Kai try and tap on the host boss, so that TikTok algorithm will know we are here, and also for us to endeavor to type F1 anytime any word that goes against the TikTok and community is said over here. We are still gathered in this forum. We have a new person who just joined us, which is Anioma. Anioma, we stand. The floor is yours, please.
Okay. My name is Ugo Chukwu. I'm proud Igbo man from Eka. So I'm from Eka Northeast. So I just want to make my submission. Let me just 3 minutes, then I will go down. Thank you very much, everybody here. Happy New Month and happy December. What I have to say, these people are trying. They have put more effort to use people to fight against other people. They have tried to use the Igbo speaking tribe in Delta North, because we, the Anyoma, we occupy Delta North. So they are trying to use us to fight against our brother in the Southeast. See, try to put many fake history. They bring out this red book. This red book says my child who I gave birth to is older than that red book. You see, because I've never had this red book that's talking about this history that are talking about this red book. That is by the way. So thank God that many people have wake up, and many of our brothers from Eka have started to wake up to know the reason why these people are fighting, are trying to use us to fight our brother. They are trying to create an empire that they have already mined, and it will never come again. That era have gone, and it will not return. They are trying to use us, because if you see them now, they are only occupying 2 local governments. And these 2 local governments they are occupying in Edo State, they are not the only one who are occupying there. There are still many people, some people there. How can 2 local governments give birth to a whole Anyoma people, 9 local governments? Even we still have our people in that Edo State who are called Ebanke and Ekmu. See, even when you go to Okada, Edo, you can see our people there who speak our language there. So these people are trying to confuse us with this fake history, and it gets me annoyed when I see somebody who does not speak my language, who does not practice what I practice as a religion, like my tradition, the name that I bear, and come and tell me that we all are one. We are as in that descendant, and they pay me pass. Descendant, which descendant? How can I be your descendant? Where beside I don't understand you when you speak. You see? But if I'm speaking with my brother in Southeast or anywhere, Imo State, anywhere, or Ikwele, they understand me. I don't have to speak English. I don't have to use this general English that British introduced to us to communicate. But I have to use this English to communicate with you as a Benin person. You see? So thank God I have seen many of my people that have wake up. I see one who spoke now. He just said that he's proud Igbo, and we are proud of it. We are proud Igbo people. What makes you an Igbo is the language you speak, your culture, and what you practice, and the name that your parents give to you. See, so that is it. Thank you very much, my brother and sister. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's not a thing of just saying thank you very much. This is very important to be done. The reasons for this is that so many of us now are giving birth to our children out there, and we don't want to keep this same confusion for them in time to come, to continue dwelling in it. That is why we have to set it straight up. We don't give a damn. When you want to call the Ile-Ibinos, call them by what they are. They are Ile-Ibinos. And also, don't be scared of all their threats. And also, with that, their useless Oba who has the guts to go and be bedding his own blood sisters. For that reason alone, he has failed in the eyes of the Igbo people, in the eyes of the land, and in the eyes of anybody who cares. The Ile-Ibino people can never amount to anything but negativity. They are so filled with negativity. They have seen a conversation where they can come up and air their opinion. None of them are coming up, and we're still waiting for you, Wileys, to do that. And if you're just joining us, this is Igbo Must Go platform. I am your moderator, Egugu Promas. We have Anya Anambra here. No Peace is also here with us. And we have the guests. Hey, I'm talking first. I'm talking. You wait for me no more. Then they pursue you. So we have our guests who are here. We have Olabola. We have Eruku Osha. And also some other BC has gone off. And we have so many other people who are here listening in to this particular debate of today. So, Osaige, you can unmute yourself with a little introduction so that we can proceed to the next phase.
What do you think you are saying? You are sounding as if you are human. Because you are brought up in a very useless way.
Lazy, come on, mute yourself there.
Don't remove him. Don't remove him. Let him talk.
He will not be removed. No, he will not be removed.
Please,
First
don't remove him. Please.
No, he will remain here. He will remain. Don't worry, nobody they fear him. Now, listen to me, Osaige. You have come up to this platform, and I believe that before you came up, you found out that here was calm. So if you are here, we want to have a conversation. So unmute yourself and retrace your step. Nobody is begging you to remain. If you know you don't know anything you want to say, you exit the live.
Hello, Mr. Mark, keep quiet there. You people are saying nonsense here. You people are stupid. Is it because you don't have history? And be claiming you know what you are doing. You people are stupid. You are goats.
What did they worry you?
Quiet there,
now,
do you even have a
Osaige, Oba boyfriend. Osaige, Oba boyfriend. I know say Oba don't use baby oil on your nyash. Now you make you say if they pay you, say we carry your Oba proof of this cream. It will not be for you coming up here. Listen to me. Listen to me. You coming up here. This is a new one.
Let him rant. Nobody should let him rant.
You people are stupid, idiot people. You come up online talking rubbish a day and night.
Jobless people.
Who are you? You are an idiot. Talking every day and night because of my Oba. You are jealous of my land. If you are not jealous, why will you create a platform where you will be talking about my whole Lord, my whole father?
Your father is a disgrace who sleeps with his sister. It will not be well with you because what you are proving here today is that you yourself, you also sleep with your own children, and anywhere you are, You need to be
Father, you are a
reported so that they will
bastard.
go and take care of you. You are
Abba started to sleep with
you are a born throwaway. You don't know nothing. Now, Anyanambra, why you they say no insult? You know they hear and they insult people for the platform.
Now Abba started to sleep with
You will be
his
calling his own insult.
The princess wanna get not be Papa Vagina. Now Abba started to sleep with the Peking.
You they hear him?
Where is your whole father? You bastard
lady.
lady.
The homemade they do it for Nigeria. Now Abba start time. Even though the homemade they do it for Edo. Now Abba start time.
Okay, please let's debate intelligently. I don't want the shouting and the yelling, please. I don't want it here. Please.
Now, yeah, that point has been made. One thing you understand, Anyanambra, is this. He came up here, and to be very honest with you and also to the viewers, none of us rained curses on him or insults at the moment he came in. But he was the one who came in here with insults and is not even able to make a simple conversation. So this picture that is here, you are even lucky that his face is showing as your Oba. Normally, what we put there is a pig because that is what he is, normal. So we have a new person who has joined us. Unmute yourself. Adia Biafra, unmute yourself and address us.
Good evening. Yeah, Biafra from Cross River.
Okay.
I want to appreciate the platform for being there for the gospel of Biafra. So God bless you people. Although I just came in, so for now we'll be on the background to listen so that I can contribute later. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming in. It still remains the same. Over here, the Yoruba people have been able to trace their origins. That's starting from the live stream, and also they are here to debunk that lies that the Benin have been carrying around, saying that the Yoruba people are descendants from them. And they are saying that how can a son now become the father? So that is the main topic. If you check, you see that Benin, they don't have a history. And the majority of them who have come up here, none of them have been able to, one, defend what the Yoruba people have said here, two, for them to establish their own theory. None of them have done that. They only come up here with insults, and we don't give a damn about your insults. Let me shock you. At the start of this thing, majority of you went to your useless shrine to make incantations against the Igbo people, and we are still standing strong, and we are still here. Nobody go for, because your Oguwe una they use, you don't fade through away. Based on say una custodian, they busy, they do atrocity for that una kingdom where they there. So while we are still here, let's keep power tapping on our screen. The keyboard warriors of Benin, stay in that comment. You will be there and you will cry blood till infinity. Nothing is going to change. Olabola, are you here with us now? Okay, if Olabola is not here, Eruku, is there anything you want to say?
And anyway, no, there's nothing much because we are just waiting for them. If they have anything to say, so that we can know where they are going, and if they are going astray, we can put them back to their normal senses and tell them that no, they should hold it there.
Okay, confirm. Everywhere good. We still there for the live stream. Nothing they happen. All right. We have people also who are sending them. Princess, you want to say something? I see you on mute.
Yeah, there is information that get to me now. The way they are planning to destroy Igbo people property in Benin, but I want to let all the Igbo know. Make all of them be vigilant. But I know, when they try it, they will see something when they never ever expect for their life. When you go to where this information, I just hear it from Nigeria now. Now, there are many of them in the platform saying it. December 2nd, They are going to break all the Holy Igbo shop. They are going to destroy many things for Igbo. That is why any person that have a brother in Edo, in Igodomigodo land, they should call them and tell them to prepare. And make them no worry. People, they make Igbo self not still live their self. People, they when it's surrounded. As then they plan, we ourselves, now we they ahead of them. They not know. Not be now they start to the rush. Now we they ahead of them. If any person shop or any
thank you very much for that information.
Yes, any Esan shop or any Esan house or Igbo house or Igodomigodo pricing, or the if I say Esan now Igodomigodo I mean any of their property, the invader in our land, they touch anything. I pity for the innocent ones. Let me just end it like that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that information you just gave. One thing I want to put out there, because I know so many of the Lebinus are here and the ones on the FYP. We are the Igbos, Ndibo, Asian people. Are you getting me? So bring it on is just what we want to say in a very small statement. Bring it on. Then that's on our palace. We'll know how it goes. Your overhead, we'll use and play ball for Korota. No be Bobo Juice. Make una prize and I will collect 1-1. So we have the presence of Johnny 400 over here. Lucky, if you put any crying emoji here again, you will be exited from this life. This is your last warning. So Johnny 400, you're welcome, Mazi. You can address us, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Egungun Promas. To be very honest, I've been on the FYP for quite a long time, and I've been listening, I've been watching since throughout the whole day you have been here. I want to personally thank you so much for the good work you are doing. You are putting a lot of effort to deliver some people that have gone astray already, and to bring back the memory of those that have already been disrupted, those that have been, maybe they are going somewhere which they don't really know where they are going. So the history you are reviewing here is very important. At least over the years, we have seen that the people called the Lebanese and the younger ones and the older generations, they were not really informed what really happened to them, where they come from, who is this man they called Agba, who he is, where he comes from, what he has done in the past, and what he's still doing in the present. So this history nowadays is really revealing a lot of things, and that is one of the reasons many of them are not happy, because they really hide a lot of things under the carpet, which the outside world did not really know. But today, based on our effort and your effort and the effort of all our people who are putting all their energy, making sure that the younger generations, the children yet unborn, will not continue to the path where their forefathers have gone, all this effort is yielding a lot of results, and many of them are not happy about it. Because I personally am not the type anyway that normally talk about history. I do like to hear to people, the historians, those who have the knowledge, those who knows much about history of individuals. I like listening to them. I really appreciate those people who put all the documents together and to present it to the outside the world. So the reason why I sent a request was one of them that came up here when I heard him bashing out on everybody, insulting everybody. Throughout the day, I have listened to the Yorubas. You know, they have made their submissions. They discussed and debate peacefully. There were no insults. Everything was moving on peacefully, amicably, without any insult. Until just a few minutes ago, one of the idiots just come up and start insulting everybody. That's one of the reasons I sent a request, because I will never listen to one of these animals, one of these elements to do what? To insult the people who are here discussing peacefully, debating peacefully, and telling the truth about the man who have used them as slaves and also used many of them as sacrifice. So for that reason, I sent a request because I did not want to hear it. And aside that, I still want to thank Agumani because I listened to her when she said no insults. And I trust the Google Promise, actually. You are doing a very great work. Very intelligent man enough, anyway. I have to appreciate you. You are moderating this very platform very peacefully. Very great. To be honest, I owe you a debt for this because I've been watching and following since throughout the whole day. And you have been here investing on your energy. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you for your good work. Agwani, thank you so much for your presence. And thank to every one of you who have been doing a very nice work. Personally, I'm still a little bit busy. And hopefully one of these days, I will also join the platform with full force and we continue what we know the best. Whether they like it or not, we must deliver the future generations and our people who have held down for a very long time as slaves. When we deliver them all, including the people from Igodo. Every one of them will be free from this man called Oba. They must go back to Ilife, where they come from. This is our mission. This is our task. The owner of the land where they have occupied must surely retake it back. Whether they like it or not, then we go back to where they come from, and we must make sure that we accomplish this very task. Thank you so much, every one of you. I really appreciate your good works. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Johnny 400. Your days will be long. Anybody where they plan bad against you, that person, bad things, na ain't go, they always follow and that's so it be. We have another person who has also joined us here. Be truthful. So be truthful. Introduce yourself a little and make your submission. We're here.
Okay, I thank every one of you here. I am Be Truthful. And I really appreciate everything that is going on here because he's very cool, calm, and warm mind. So my contribution based on what our sister said here, Princess, is this: these people are using Nsima to perfect their stupid mindset because they are not educated enough to make a move. They just specialize in making noise and causing nuisance everywhere. So they found out that Nsima can easily lead them forward. So they begin to make use of Nsima to create Royal South-South, the way they call it. That was their move, future thinking. So I want every Biafran that is here to have it in mind. The South-South they want to create as their own country, call it Royal South-South, was already known in Nigeria as a minority. As unintelligent people that already known in Nigeria as minority is even proud of being minority in Nigeria by using that the same South-South and creating their own nation as Royal South-South and using Oba of Benin as the kingdom of Royal South-South, using the Benin city as capital of Royal South-South. So when you think back as a Biafran, the question you should ask yourself is, where is the wisdom on them? Where is the education set as people that feel they are Royal South-South, or people that think that they are from giant of Africa called Zoo Republic of Nigeria. So I keep on thinking, where is their mindset?
if you are Biafran from Southeast, or if you are Biafran from Southwest, or if you are Biafran from South, will you accept in your conscience to be among in the royal South, already known that is they are minority in Nigeria? So then, where is the conscience? Okay, that is political. Let me get out of political now. Then we go to the history of every race inside that Nigeria. The Yoruba people that created these people from the beginning because of their stupid attitude. These people built their history with lies and deceit. The whole world, as global, already knows these people with fake history, prostitution, crime, killing everywhere, which have been bringing a lot of bad history, bad name to every one of us as an Africa, as a black. Then you as a Biafran, can you tell us here the part of the stupid royal South they are trying to create, they are trying to form? Where are our conscience to be part of this kind of royal South? What is their aim and where are they heading? The same kingdom of blood that even the gods that was there has already left them away. The same kingdom of blood that have been powerless. Every good spirit of ancestor have already left them. Is the kingdom they want to use as a capital of the same stupid royal South minority out of Nigeria. Then are we going forward? Are we going backward? Where is our conscience? Where is our mindset? What happened to us? What happened to our mind? What shows they are different from animals? How can they justify themselves they are not from zoo? Is there any different from them, an animal? Because I can even understand that monkey in the forest is even more better than they're thinking. Because monkey knows that he's an animal living in a tree, than you claiming that you are not an animal from the zoo, dressing up, wearing trousers and jeans, holding a phone in a modern life, but behaving like an animal. Can you tell me the difference between them and animal in the forest? Let me clear your conscience more. I can tell you that even Tunumbu is even better than every one of those young youths in the royal South. Tunumbu is even more smart than even every Nigerian youth that believe in one Nigeria. No matter the age, old age of Tunumbu, no matter his face that looks like where cow match leg, Tunumbu is even smarter than them that are claiming one Nigeria. Because Tunumbu fooled every one of them and climbed that seat without even elected. Tunumbu used his money and bribed every one of them despite his weakness and become their president today. It showed that every one of them are animals living in the zoo that have nothing in their mind. Okay, let me not take it far more than expected. Let me drop here. Let someone else come in. Before I drop here, let someone else come in. Before I can be able to reverse again. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Truthful, thank you. Egungu, please, I think we are done with the history. I tell, with all due respect, tell Olabi you want to drop him, because I think he's not online anymore, so that we can do it, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agwai and Anambra. Today was so insightful, and also everybody who has made a submission here, be you from anywhere, your submissions were all okay, apart from the ones who came here to disturb the live stream. And I know that 1 or 2 people were able to grab something. So, Olabola, we're going to have a section some other time. I think you are not here, but in case you are in the FYP, for you to know that we're about to drop you at this moment, but the live stream at this point is still going on. And we're holding the Ilebinus by the balls. And if they think, say, their skin full, make them pull body, then we'll go tell them, say, Umuibo, if I go to go, anonte, ntempo. They should go and check their dictionary for the meaning of anonte or the meaning of ntempo. Then if they get the meaning, they can come up here and say anything they want to say. The next person we have that will be speaking with us right now is Sagami.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to hear today. Now this platform, I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy. And what I'm watching in the comment section again on. I'm very, very happy to hear today. I'm very happy. Okay, motivation about his in the Benin Ike. Now for nonsense, Hannah hired. Now for you to Nahaship and now. Come statuta post. So now for otu ndị nna ha ji sị ha na ha wekwula eziokwu ewetago otu ITESIWAJU na-aga ebe ha ọnọ. So ha ga-anwụkwanụ ekpere ha mkpana ha ga-anwụ wite okwu asị ahụ ha masị na ha ekwupụta na ha ga-anwụ nne ya. Ewetago so nwecha ahụ mọchị m ga-ekwu biko ka m fọkọs ebe m na-aga nọkwa na comment section na-ege nọ ntị. I'm very happy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Him sorry. We can drop this guy. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Him sorry, I'm not very loud, but pardon me, please. Because Ndi Igbo ibem na ndị Biafrans. Because we have an intellectual discussion and keeping it to the angle. I nwe onye ọbụla bịara na platform anyị. Biko no. Ka anyị agaghị kwute ihe ọzọ because ọ na-agbakasị anya na-ekwu maka ihe gbasara history ụfọdụ na-ekwu maka ihe gbasara Biafra. It's totally different. History bụ ihe ọzọ, Biafra bụ ihe ọzọ. Biko no, because ị na-akpọ obodo aha I'm chọrọ ịkpọ afọ obodo aha isi wee bịa ị na-akpọ ya n'ọzụ gekwa ntị na ndị ofe I like him with that thing. And people ha n'obodo aha zoo ndị ofe nọzi ebe ha ga-ekwuzi okwu ha ga-agba ọsọ biko nke anyị were akọ na uche wee na-eme ihe social media abụghị ihe wa ime ime mistake eziokwu na-ekwu maka history anyị anọdị on history na-ekwu maka Biafra anyị anọdị on Biafra na-ekwu maka igodomigodo anyị anọdị on igodomigodo ọ naghị adị mma na-ekwu maka history ụfọdụ ekwuwe maka Biafra ụfọdụ ekwuwe maka Nigeria na everything like that. Ịma anyị nwere ndị ọbịa n'ebe a ndị ọbịa ha na-amụta na anyị na-ekwu ihe gbasara obodo anyị because ndị ọbịa mana ndị ọbịa like obodo anyị very well. Ha chọrọ ka anyị kwute ihe gbasara obodo a ụbọchị a bụ nke taa wee bịa kwuo ihe gbasara ndị etiti but ịchọzi ka ha gbaa ọsọ then ikwuweze Biafra ha agba ọsọ biko nọ ewere akọ na uche wee na-asụ banye n'ihe gbasara social media and mbosi ọzọkwa anyị nwee ndị ọbịa ndị obodo anyị biko nụ una send na request ka ndị mba ọzọ na-abịa ka ha na-abụ na-enwe ọgba agharị biko nụ ka anyị were uche wee na-eso ndị a amụgo m ndị a kpara na mbọ biko achọkwa m ka unu mụọ ndị a na ndị a dị ka ahịhịa na-esi okwu na mmiri ọghọrọzie pọtọpọtọ biko nụ. Thank you.
Laarin Agwai, and that is why Ojibo that na more ever since today's program, I have also tried to keep it on a neutral ground that it is. I want to Fabia here, our histories, and those histories, you see that us being Igbo, we stayed muted, and also to hear from them. So if just not chebuna fondun diba igemebo kono bata, always read, observe first. If bata anywhere, as far as you know where the program starts, you observe, then you know what they are saying for you to know how to come in there. And also today we've been able to defeat the Ile Binus because none of them were able to come up here and defend the history they have been cooking in their lab, and also to defend their useless Oba who likes to knock his sister, and also to carry baby Oreo all around where he take the knock so many of their men. So today's class, I know it went well to my greatest knowledge, and also we are still here. We are still here. Nothing they happen. The next person I will get here. Bu Oba na 2 minutes man. Hi, Oba why na? If was a Viagra go there. So Oba, unmute yourself and address us, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate. I've been watching this program, I think since morning time, and I love the way you have been moderating. Though I tried to send requests a long time, though I was not coming up, but I was not angry because I know that you guys were having a wonderful time, defeating the mixed blood that tried to invade our land. I so much appreciate everything you guys are doing. Let me mute for now and listen to you guys for some times again before I will come in with my opinion. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome, my brother. One name, Mado. Today, like you see, the Yoruba people who joined us into this section, they came prepared with their bullets. They carry laptop, tablets, even books where they want to fight these Ile Binus. But you could see that the Ile Binus were scared to come up and even say anything reasonable over here. And I know that this shook them to some extent, to the extent that some of them started coming in here to peep. Now, what we are doing here is not for entertainment, neither is it for us to just say, because it's that, no, we're trying to make corrections. Because if we don't make these corrections right here, you get to find out that one Ile Binu will give birth tomorrow and start feeding all those fake informations to them. They become a problem of the next generation. So it is a very nice thing that we are gathered over here. We, the Igbo people, have been saying this for a very long time. I don't know how the Benins will come out and say now that they bettered almost all the tribes. Yet, they have nothing to show for it. They have no positivity, nothing so far. The first time I came into this live, before I started moderating it, there was someone who was saying that the Oba is their God on earth and what I view. And I came in here to ask the question, show me that 5 positive impacts that the Oba of Benin has done in your life as a Benin person for you to say that he's your God on earth. And the answer is that none of them have anything to show about that Oba. So the fact is this, the Ile Binus, they actually come from Ile-Ife. Although they are denying it, I don't know why they keep denying that fact. But the earlier they start accepting it and go back to the Yoruba people to seek for their forgiveness, because they need to go and beg them so that the Yorubas will consider
if they will accept them or not. If not, this heavy rain that is falling is going to fall on their head in a very, very bad way. So the next person we have that will be talking to us over here is Ezego. Ezego, the floor is yours. One name, I don't know.
Maazị, onye chiri ya zara.
I say no.
Ekele mmanya ọbụla nọ na the house. Well, ana m ihe nwanne anyị nwaanyị kwuru. Princess said that Benin people, they are planning attack over Igbos. No, I don't have much to say because I don't say too much. We are watching them. Any footsteps they are making, we are all watching them. And you know, these people called Benin, they don't have thinking faculty. They don't reason the way we reason. They reason like babu. So I don't think we can compare the race of Igbo to this kind of people. We are just watching them, taking records. As I said, I don't talk too much. I believe in action. I believe in action. I don't talk too much. Talking too much is like anti-versus. I don't talk too much. I believe in action. So how can they compare themselves to Igbo people? It's incomparable. It's a parable made by Igbo people. So I have to stop right now. Thank you.
We've heard it all from Ego himself. Also that now we are watching those miscreants that think that they want to vandalize any of the Igbo properties. I know all those things is just talk for the mouth. This is a challenge, an open challenge that has been given to them for a very long time, and none of them have been able to make a move. What really shook them today is the fact that they came in here and they saw that it was another way and another pattern. And this is how we're going to be breaking those wings they think they have. They have beaten more than they can swallow. We'll keep on doing this until problem comes out from it, as in real problem that will warrant for the people of Igodo to rise and come together and chase these people out. I don't know if you people are still liking the fact that in Benin, there is a man who is there committing atrocities. And in a land where there are atrocities being committed, how do you want development and progress to come to that land? It will be hard. In the times of the old, when things are not moving in a place, they go for consultations. And once they find out the issue, they try to trash it out. But this generation now, you get to find out that the people of Benin are the ones worshipping that atrocity. Some of them will tell you that it is a right thing to do. Like the last person who came in here to come and start insulting people. He was asked, why this one? About the Nakin sister, he says, right. Imagine that type of ideology. So these are the reasons why when we point out these things, you get to understand that these people are not people you should be with or people you should have anything to do with. The moment we keep doing this, what they like doing is breaking up. You could see that when this whole thing started, they started looking for alliances everywhere because they know that they are minority. They can never, ever match the strength of any Igbo person. They cannot, both on ground and also on media. Before this thing started, it was few platforms that were open for it. But if you check out now, so many other platforms are open for it.
And the good news about it is that when there are more platforms talking about these histories, talking about their characters, that is the way that this news will be spread all over. The reason is for education purpose, so that people will get to understand, because knowledge is power. Another thing there is that when you see that we are making this type of things here, all you need to do is stick around, understand the atmosphere, then chip in from there. There are so many ways today's live stream would have gone sideways, but all thanks to Chukwu Okike Abiama and also being able to navigate, and that is how we have arrived here. I think this is about the first of its kind, and with time also, we're going to be having so many other sections in which the idea is to break the Ilebinus up. For the Mugu that came in here and was asking for the schools that most of the people who have spoken here attended, you see, that is to tell you that what they are saying is really entering, and what they are saying is the truth. That is why he wants to understand where they got this knowledge from. At the end of coming down from this broadcast, he was not able to even make one simple submission. So without wasting much time again, Princess, I don't know if you have any other thing to say. No Peace, are you still there? No Peace.
Sorry, I have to get down from your
platform. I don't know, one.
Okay.
Zion Agbasimiwe.
Zion what?
Zion, I don't have a platform on Asia, but nah, some people say I've got a platform at the honest. Nah.
Kezi mebo no kanje check ya the thing.
Na kere ere, go ojigi we mato dia. Agbari go eji we loto.
Kezi foga badia ime kwa.
Ba magbari ya dia na eji we loto.
Mazi Zion, ibia imalwe bi suppose iman ibia go do here no da na ekwu anything icho ikwu whatever. Instead of inaga ibaga no dia na akpalogi. You get, you are bigger than that. Amagodom, the accolade, more women on a normal ground. So, Igbo must go. He cannot here with us. Black Diamond.
Yes, I full ground. I'm here now. And I'm here. We have dealt with this useless bastard.
I am telling you to deal with it now. I'm telling you to deal with it now. Well, yeah. Boy, I'm telling you to deal now. I'm just going to pitch on guy.
Oh, yeah, I will take page. I'm back. I
like me Google today. I just mention Google. You must go.
Mom, the game kalaga kwa ono. Ya kwa since yesterday.
Since yesterday, mama
When obulile aka no na the thing. The reason nji kpọ now Igbo must go but mo onwe m now. Achọ m ịga ya n'ezi now mee one or two matai whatever. So ma join kwa bụkwa na the live stream ka dị on whatever.
No shaking.
Oh well Igbo bụ Igbo. Ana m abịa nọkwa n'ofuma here.
We do it.
All right, my brother.
We must continue. Mono na hwane ko shide. Ekwa okwu.
Obama mama so ye, aba so ye zuri to just my about odo.
Akwa yes.
Because the platform oxygen today.
Ko ju to kwa no yi. Kanji na ju oyi. Ngwane. Aga jelo onye nta. And we will reconvene again. Let us go and have break. And come back. Okay, no wala. We end the live now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your time. God bless.
That's very good. I must recommend Google. Egugu Bani by
Egugu a journalist. Oh, a journalist. Egugu Bani, oh, a journalist.
When you hear good today,
thank you very much.
That make one attack. It's a cool now. I go this thing is anyway the of my phone now watch. I go screenshot the GNM program today. Huh? I like to remember how to do.
Okay, screenshot to the program when I'm live.
Okay, what is again? Since morning. But then I was small moderator, me Muko. That our sister.
Voice of reasoning.
Keep a voice of reasoning or power. Voice of reasoning. She go from nowhere. Pia yesterday. Pia cast everywhere.
Oh yeah, the one cool.
That get them out the fucking good.
Yes.
All the fucking good. Ihe ndị ile bi na-emezi kịta bụ ha na-ekele muchizi I claim asị gị na ha bụ agbọ mgbe ejuwazi ha kedu ebe ka isi na-agbọ onye nka ifu na onye nka ya amazi ya oni ọkọlụgbada anyị jidechiri ha ncha niile ebe a taa anyị jidechiri ha eziokwu
I thought I could say a distracted the program now. I report. Still, the program can go on.
Picture Kam batana, kam gazri patana, mzre patana, mbage with you. That easy to make way.
Igbo tigodum na biskrim enwelo latest picture nke nkarupu nteki like how many hours were rock okay ihe mere m ga-post na my this thing post kwa ebe a then
post ya nke a ga-adịkwa nke a dịkwa dangerous
mana post ya nwanne m
nye na ndị ara si ya n'azụ
Joy, 1st of January, okay, make the program, okay, about Igbo saga. Musquanya Patagum, one every day, Mbaton, 2 hours or 1 hour, Mbage.
I should tell on a 30th, what I say, but as in December. Our head to say, Mara at 9 quadruple. I'm easy. Go today. Oh, I number, I cost this thing. I number, don't go coach voice. I number. Go. But I number 9 coach of this voice. I number coach I'm thinking about it. Okay, coach. So I so I chọrọ ka itipi anya Anambra nọrọ na-ele ha na group
mbatana nwere picture ya TV a ama gwa o iburu nwanne o iburu enyi ya nwaanyị ahụ na distance chama achọrọ ịga asị na mbatana mma picture n'ihu ya o iburu enyi ya o buru enyi ya nwaanyị were Facebook page ya dozie ke ya chọrọ mbewa
it's all right ịbata life na ya
mbata achọrọ ịga asịrị ihe maazị ihe n'ịghọta echi ọrụ m na-aga echi wee lime ọmụ mgbe oyi ji atụ asịrị ihe ji achọ
yeah no it's all right no wahala princess